to finals weekend here on the Silverstone International Circuit. It is the final round of the TCR UK and Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championships, along with the final round of a whole host of some of the most competitive BRSCC championships in their roster of very competitive championships. It's always a highlight of the season. There's a perfect venue for this final round to take place, well, I'd love to say perfect weather conditions for the final round to take place in, but that, I'm afraid, wouldn't be quite true. It was all right this morning, cold but dry and relatively bright, but it's got gradually more overcast as the morning has gone on, and over the last hour or so a little sprinkling of rain has thoroughly dampened the Silverstone International Circuit, but I do believe the rain has now stopped, and we're hoping we'll pass through and leave us with a clear and dry afternoon. We shall have to wait and see, but yes, it's going to be a busy weekend, championships on the line. I think I'm right in saying basically every championship racing this weekend is still yet to be decided, and it's my job, in part, Andy McEwen, to talk you through all of that action, try and keep you up to date on the points situations and championship permutations with guidance from the various championships, of course. And I'll be joined over the course of the weekend by Richard John Neal, who will also be doing our post-race interviews down in the pit lane, Jack Oliphant, and tomorrow, one and only Paul O'Neill. So a little bit of rain forecast apparently about 3 o'clock now. That's new, when the forecast I looked at before didn't have any rain coming later in the day. But for now, overcast and hopefully drying conditions will greet the drivers as they prepare to take to the track. A bit of a disjointed day, really, because we've got one race, then we go straight into a lunch break, and after that, a full afternoon of racing. I'm going to steal Richard John timetable quickly to remind you that it is the Mini Second Club, a replacement race from Cadwell Park that is coming up first. So they had a race that was cancelled earlier on in the season at Cadwell. That's now being run here at Silverstone. And then we go into the whole host of races later on, which will include the opening race of the weekend for TCR UK and the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. And in both of those races, we could end up with champions crowned. It's highly likely that at least TCR will go into tomorrow, but yes, the calculators are going to be working overtime, I think, in an effort to keep up to date with who is doing what in the championship battles, including within the Mini Sevens, who will be up first in just a few moments' time. So, as I said, Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. Richard John Neal will be joining me for all things BRSCC. And Richard, as I was just saying, a perfect venue really for finals weekend. I do like a finals weekend. There's always a little bit of drama just lurking around the corner, and so many of our BRSCC championships are already looking pretty tasty anyway.
They are. It's the first of 3 finals weekends, isn't it? We've got the Mazda's with us next weekend. Hope you can join us for the Gerrit Van Cowen Formula Ford Festival, and then we've got Fun Cup, haven't we, at Alton Park the week after that. And it doesn't finish there, because we're not covering it, I don't think, but we've got the scholarship the week after. So another BRSCC Formula having their scholarship this weekend in the Ginettas Day 2 up there at Blighton. So didn't see the list of qualifiers from yesterday, but anyway, I'm going off at a tangent. We are at Silverstone, great stuff, and some of the best racing you're likely to see is always something that happens with the minis.
Indeed so, and a perfect venue really for Mini 7 racing this, isn't it? It's high speed, long straights, lots of opportunities for slipstreaming, and as I said, with championships pretty finely poised coming into this final round, that just adds an extra little bit of interest to the mix. It is the Melias and the Sevens taking to the track together here. Now in the Mini Melia Championship, Jeff Smith, former British touring car racer, arrives here at Silverstone 11 points clear at the top of the championship table, with these 3 races now still to run, this Cadwell Park replacement race and then the 2 originally scheduled Silverstone races. And in the Mini Sevens, it is even closer, just 10 points separating Ross Billison and Joe Thompson. So it's going to be a fascinating start to the day here. The Mini Melias and the Mini Sevens heading onto the track next. So damp, greasy, gloomy, overcast conditions. It must be a finals weekend in October, and the Silverstone International Circuit, what challenges will it present to our drivers in this first 20-minute race of the weekend, I wonder? Well, the Milia's lining up at the front of the grid, the Sevens a little bit further back. As I said, championship situation pretty tight at the moment, and after this race could become even tighter, although the Milia Championship leader Jeff Smith has at least managed to put himself on pole position for this race, with Kane Astin, who is third in the championship, starting alongside him. So that is an interesting situation. Kane knows he needs to beat Jeff Smith really in this race in order to have a chance at the championship, and Aaron Smith, who's second in the championship, is even further back on the grid. We can take a look actually at how the grid will line up then for this first race of the weekend. Jeff Smith on pole, Kane Astin alongside, then Ben Colburn and Rupert Deeth sharing row number 2. Aaron Smith, the number 1 car, second in the championship with that 11-point deficit to try and overcome, starting 5th on the grid alongside Martin Wager. Then Colin Peacock and Ian Curley will share the 4th row of the grid. And Colin Peacock, the veteran of Mini Milia racing, although actually that's slightly different to the grid on our screen. It's got Ian Curley ahead of Phil Bullen-Brown by the looks of it, so Peacock perhaps an old starter. Then Damien Harrington and Steve Yule will complete the top 10, with Sean King and James Cuthbertson together on row number 6. 7th row of the grid then for Ryan Taylor and Joe Polly, then Tony LeMay and Mark Sims at the back of the Mini Milia grid. Then we've got Josh Evans and Richard Colburn. They'll be at the front of the Libre class, I believe, with Julian Proctor and Steve Trench next. Phil Harvey at the back of that grid. And then we've got Ross Billison with Damien Harrington, those two at the front of the Mini 7 class. So the 7s starting a little bit further back. They split the classes just to prevent too much confusion at the start of the races. So Billison and Harrington at the front of that grid, and then it will be Joe Thompson, yes, and Darren Thomas with Glenn Woodbridge and Phil Gillibrand. And then in the 7Ss, we've got Matthew Ayres and Michael Winkworth at the front of that grid. Row 2 of that grid for Andrew Hack and Callum Perfect, with Oliver Burkett, Bertie Willard and Dave Rees bringing up the rear. So yeah, 4 classes in total, 2 within the Milias, 2 within the 7s, if you like. So you've got the outright Mini Milia Championship, then you've got the Dunlop Mini Libras, followed by the 7s and the 7Ss. So slight technical differences in the cars, but no difference whatsoever in the competitive nature of the races. So quite a long hold here then before the cars are released out onto a green flag lap, which will not really be doing much for the nerves of the drivers, particularly those in championship contention. It's always a difficult thing, I think, Richard, to arrive at the final round of the championship with a lead such as the lead that Jeff Smith and Ross Billison have, because yes, they're ahead. It's a decent little margin, 10, 11 points, but 10 or 11 points can evaporate very quickly with a couple of bad races. I sometimes wonder whether maybe the pressure is more on the leader than it is those who have the catching to do.
Yeah, I think race-wise, generally what I found is people like to chase and grab the lead on the last lap. Points-wise, they like to have the lead in the points.
Yes, absolutely. And certainly here at Silverstone, this is one of those venues, isn't it, where, to your point, being in the lead at the start of the final lap, not always the best place to be, especially with that long run down the Hanger Straight. Many a race over the years have been settled in the final few metres even here on the Silverstone International Circuit, and these cars just made for good racing.
They are absolutely brilliant, and it comes back to I think too many cars have got too fast and too big. Yes. And you can't, I mean, the new Minis are fine, but these are just great. They jostle, they work. If you saw them at Stockton, we've had them guesting with us at the BRSSC many times this year, and it's just great racing. You can't. They are fast, though, having said that. Are they too fast? Probably not. No, I think they've just about got the magic formula, haven't they, really? And not a huge amount of grip either. Certainly in these conditions, short wheelbase, front wheel drive, damp, greasy conditions. We could see a few Larry moments, I suspect, at the start of the race. As I said, a 20-minute race this will be. Not sure whether they're going to be given 2 green flag laps here, because it was dry, I think, for the qualifying session earlier on this morning. So if they do blast past the pits at the end of this lap, don't be alarmed. It's just a second green flag lap that they may or may not be given. But we're getting our first view, as are the drivers, of the track conditions out there. And I'm not seeing, I know they're going quite slowly, I'm not seeing a lot of spray or standing water. It is just fairly damp and greasy, really. But these can sometimes be even more tricky than full wet conditions, really. Especially through corners such as Abbey, Stowe, these sort of medium high-speed corners. These cars can get a little bit twitchy. But Jeff Smith
fairly experienced these days in this category of racing, knows what he's doing. He has had a really strong season so far this year, has Jeff Smith, with a handful of race victories, including, he's had 1, 2, 3 outright wins, I think. He's rarely been off the podium, and that's what you build a championship campaign on. It's not necessarily about winning the most races, is it? It's all about consistently scoring those points, and that's something Jeff Smith over the years has always been pretty handy at doing.
Yeah, very good at doing that, very quick as well. And that's the key thing about this for me, is the quality of the cohort in this championship, year after year. So many excellent drivers, probably stronger than, I can't think of any others that are as strong as this lineup.
No, I think you're probably right. It's not an easy championship to jump into and win straight away, is it? So you're going to have to take on the established names: Jeff Smith, Kane Aston, Aaron Smith, all very experienced drivers. Ian Curley, former British touring car racer as well, 4th in the championship, Ian. He is out of contention, I think, now, at least realistically, perhaps not mathematically. He's on 185 points, which is 41 off the championship lead. So really it's Jeff and Aaron Smith versus Kane Aston for the Melia Championship. The 7s, Ross Billison, Joe Thompson, they are a country mile really ahead of Damien Harrington in 3rd position. Within the Mini Libras, by the way, it's a 6-point lead for Josh Evans over Julian Proctor, so they're the two to keep an eye out on there. The only one we don't really need to worry about too much is the Mini 7Ss, because Matt Ayres is 63 points up in that class. The lights, though, are out. We're away in racing, and the Melias, of course, leaving the line before the 7s further back, and it's been a pretty even start, I think, for both front row men. Jeff Smith on the outside with his headlights ablaze, Kane Aston on the inside, and Aston will get the lead into Abbey Corner for the first time. But on the exit of the corner, Jeff Smith's wide line in look has given him more speed on the exit. He's fought his way back over to the right-hand side of the road, and Aaron Smith, I think that is, trying to get involved. So Smith, Richard, from 5th on the grid, already up there mixing it for the lead.
They are. Ian Curley has a little wide moment there, put it all back on. Colburn in the mix as well. Ben Colburn needs to go and have a Westbourne chat with him a little bit later on. Bertie Woolard in 736. Yeah, decent start. Tricky conditions out there, but who better than the Minis, as you mentioned, on the green flag lap to get this underway? Oh,
you can see them skating around, though. That's Matt Ayres getting sideways, the sort of champion-elect, really, in the 7Ss with a big moment. But as I predicted, there's someone already in the gravel, I'm afraid. That is the number 24, and that will be Steve Yule, who has beached it, and he's going no further, and he's furious with himself. Looks smacking the steering wheel in frustration, and that car may need recovering under perhaps a safety car period. We'll wait and see. Right, then 2 by 2 they come into the club chicane. This is not a rolling start. This is the end of lap 1, and it is still just about Jeff Smith-ish who leads. He's got Aaron Smith up alongside him, though. So Aaron Smith, definitely the big mover here, and again, has to try and beat Jeff Smith in this race if he can. He's up the inside through the second part of club corner. Absolutely neck and neck at the line. 6 1,000ths of a second between them. It may remain that close until the checkered flag.
Yeah, probably will, wouldn't it? Rupert Death in the mix as well, just chasing across the line. In 3rd place, then Ben Colburn. Smith versus Smith, though, out front. Can Jeff 6,000ths of a second down. Absolutely nothing in mini terms, though they can all be glued together metaphorically, as Death has a quick look up the inside. This was not a Miglia, I have to say, but Mini was my first car. I've had 3 of them over the years. Super little cars. Too expensive now, though. Yes,
not cheap, are they, really? But and yet this still remains a reasonably affordable way of going racing, and that certainly is the idea of the things like the 7S class, for example, which is supposed to be a more of an entry level into this category of racing, and you can then make the relevant adjustments to your car over the years to move up through the other classes. Yellow flags out at Village. That will be because of Steve Yule's car that's deposited itself into the gravel trap, but the 7 class led by Damien Harrington at the end of the opening lap from Joe Thompson's 2nd position. I think they were still in that order as they went through Village for the 2nd time. The Melias, though, already down at club for the end of lap number 2, and it is Aaron Smith who has got himself in front for now. Jeff Smith 2nd, Rupert Death 3rd, Colburn 4th. Kane Aston, really the big loser, because he and Aaron Smith have had very differing starts to the race. Aaron coming from 5th on the grid to the lead, and Kane Aston, well, he's up to 4th position now, but having started on the front row, would have quite liked to be up there fighting for the race lead.
Just goes to prove it doesn't really matter whether you're in the 1st row or the 4th or 5th row here. If you get a decent start, they can all mix it up and start to get stuck in. I forget, we'll see the Jordans later on. They weren't at Cadbury's, only limited campaign for the Jordans so far this year. Hence, if you're wondering why they're not in this one, if you've looked at the entry list, as Colburn and Curley go side to side. 2 great family names, of course, from racing. Curley, the legend. I think I used to watch him back in the day, probably in the 90s. Was he going that long ago? Possibly, just starting out.
Possibly. Early 2000s, I think he was in the BTCC, but he would have been racing other one-make categories in the 90s, definitely. So, yeah, definitely a name from the past, Ian Curley, but he's going well in that battle inside the top 6 at the moment. Seven's come through a 1.8 second lead for Joe Thompson, as that was Matt Ayres getting sideways. So Thompson has moved into the lead now of the 7 class. Damien Harrington all the way down now in 6th place. So he's had a disastrous lap going from the lead down to 6th. A big move round the outside as drivers, Richard, are desperately searching for some grip.
Yep, they'll look all the way through the 20-minute. I'm actually thinking ahead to podiums already here. 12 interviews.
Oh, good luck. Well, you're going into lunch break, so the first half of the lunch break can be the mini podium.
And then the grid walk.
And then there's yes, we do have a grid walk then for the Fiesta ST240s coming up, which is a rare treat for that championship. So stick around through the lunch break, plenty of entertainment still coming. Right, through we go, and Aaron Smith setting the fastest lap, despite the fact he's in the lead, punching a hole in the air for Jeff Smith, but he's not really getting away from Jeff Smith. Jeff and Rupert Deeth very much going with him, then Kane Astin on his own in 4th, and then this battle for 5th position. That is Ben Colburn now ahead of Ian Curley, but Curley wants to do something about that, goes to the inside into Village, slips through, but Colburn will have the better traction on the exit, and I think we'll get the place back.
Yep, the Colburn family. I'm not sure, do Westbourne run like Jordan's, or they just run themselves in this and treat it as a weekend off? I need to check with Ben and Richard and the folk to see whether they do. This is going off pear-shaped there. And yeah, definitely the Jordan family, this is their break from prep to come and do these. And I said, you must get approached by this. He said, yeah, we do, but this is our downtime.
Yes.
I wonder if it's the same for the Colburns at Westbourne.
May well be. I've not spoken to them actually recently. So yeah, you may well be right. Try and do some digging, but you can see why. It's just a nice, fun environment to come and spend a weekend in. That's one of the big appeals of this championship. It's not just the really close racing on track, which we're seeing a good example of here, but also the camaraderie, great camaraderie amongst the drivers in the paddock. Change for 2nd place there. Rupert Deeth moving ahead of Jeff Smith. Now, I know it's early days, we're only about a quarter of the way into this race, but this does have some championship implication. If Jeff Smith were to finish 3rd and Aaron Smith could win the race with a couple of cars between them, that definitely helps Aaron in the battle for the championship. So right now, things going well for car number 1, which leads the way. There are dropped scores, yes. There are 3 dropped scores, and of course we still have 3 races to go, but I can try and do the maths for you. I'll figure that out in a minute. But certainly Kane Astin had a bad start to the season. I remember that back at Donington Park, had 2 non-finishes. So he's basically used his drop scores. Jeff Smith had a non-finish last time out at Castle Combe in the 2nd race. And another one actually in round 6, which was at Snetterton. So yeah, they've all had a bit of misfortune over the course of the season. They can't really afford any more here at this final round.
No, all about consistency. The drops are a complete nightmare, aren't they? We've got it all weekend.
Yes, every championship. Well, apart from TCR and Civic Cup, because they've done the sensible thing of not allowing drivers to drop the final round, which does rather help our brains to have a little moment to themselves. Right, this is a good battle going on in the 7s. Matt Ayres and Ross Billison there doing battle. Ayres, remember, running actually in the 7Ss, so he and the 796 car, which is Michael Winkworth, they're together and they're fighting for the lead in the 7S category. They're almost, though, at the front of the 7s outright now. They are admittedly 4.5 seconds, I think, behind Joe Thompson, who's dominating in the 7s right now. But the next 2 cars, both 7Ss, and both absolutely nose to tail as we approach 1/3 race distance.
All good from the minis at the moment. The news, by the way, roving camera, we're still waiting to sort that out, so that might be an issue for podium interviews.
Okay.
Which will be a pity. And grid walk.
That would be a shame,
especially as I didn't do any. They're working on it. Yeah, good guys, of course. Friends at Alpha Live, as ever, working hard to do it. I didn't interview any senior Fiesta drivers this morning because I thought we'll get them on the grid walk.
Well, we've got plenty of time, and I've got faith in the Alpha Live crew that we'll get something over the lunch break. But anyway, we'll worry about that in 12 minutes' time or so, because that's how long is left in this race. And I think we're getting a bit of lappery already, aren't we? Yeah, I think the Melias are now catching the back of the 7s grid, because of course some of the 7s started some way behind the Melias, so they were already 10 seconds behind at the start of the race. They were of course slower than the Melias, and are now being reeled in pretty quickly, as here into Club comes the battle for the 7S lead, and that is a change, I believe. Oh, there's a big moment behind for the number 3 car. That was Ross Billison. Did he end up in the gravel? I think he managed to carry on, luckily, and they're about to be caught now by the Melia leaders, look, who are coming through. And we've had a change for the lead there, look, because Rupert Death is ahead of Aaron Smith on this lap. So Rupert Death, the black number 23 car, up ahead of Aaron Smith. And Jeff Smith still there, keeping a watching brief in third. They've been caught, though, by Kane Aston. So it's now 4 for the lead, really. Kane Aston is right there with them. As ahead of them, Damien Harrington's race continues to not really quite go to plan, it's got to be said, given the fact that he started up near the front of the grid. This grid, though, of course, based upon Cadwell Park. This was a race that should have happened at Cadwell Park, so the grid is not based upon any qualifying performance this morning. It is based on how they qualified or how they would have started the race at Cadwell. So there may well be a few drivers who are a little bit out of position, as Rupert Death and Aaron Smith have a bit of a close moment in traffic, Richard.
They do. Ross Billison, the driver involved. Of course, the other class are having their own race, so it's difficult for them to have to judge, but they will have to respect the blue flags, and they'll see the faster cars coming through, but there's going to be a train of them, so it's going to make life a wee bit difficult for those guys that are... But at least we've got the race, that's the main thing, although you couldn't get two completely different circuits to Camberwell to Silverstone, could you? I qualified really going up and down on a tight track and then come to an airfield circuit.
Yes, which I suspect is why we've seen quite a lot of movement in this race. Drivers who maybe excelled at Cadwell struggling here. Although you'd thought this was the easier track, but not really. It is quite a deceptively challenging circuit to really wrap your head around. Here come the Melias then. Death, the black car, leading. Aaron Smith, number 1, second. Then Jeff Smith, number 46, third. Kane Aston, number 11, in 5th position. And bit of contact there. That was Ian Curley trying to muscle his way through, and I think he's damaged his car, has he? Ian Curley's car slowing dramatically. Got into the back of one of the 7S leaders, might have been Matt Ayres, and all of a sudden Ian Curley's car has lost drive completely, so that might have done a radiator or knocked some electrics loose, but his car is going nowhere fast, and hopefully he'll be able to pull out of harm's way without the need for recovery. The leaders, though, move into the second half of the race with Death out in front. So at the moment, Rupert Death, who is not a championship contender, is up there outscoring those who are. Ian Curley's car has stopped on the exit of Club Corner. It's well out of the way, you would think. And so hopefully we won't have any need for safety car intervention. We'll see what the clerk of the course decides to do. But the rest of the pack then makes its way down the Hanger Straight. And are we about to see a challenge here from Aaron Smith? He's got the fastest lap at the moment, which I think is worth a bonus point in this championship, so that will help his championship charge. He would love, though, to take the maximum 20 points for a race victory. Is he about to make the move then? We wait for them to come into sight. Here they go. He is making the move around the outside at Stowe Corner, and he should have the traction on the run down the hill to move into the lead. So Rupert Death then loses the lead once again. But I would argue, Richard, that these two are slightly now detaching themselves from those behind, who themselves, look, have swapped over and have changed for third.
They have, but things could change up again. Still got 8 minutes on the clock, just under half the race remaining in this one. So Death, Smith and Smith, Jeff Smith, I think he's playing the waiting game here a little bit. He knows enough about this sort of racing to be able to pull himself back at the right time. But Aaron Smith's still the leader from Rupert Death in P2. Oh, Kane Aston now, isn't it? Up into third place as they cross the line again, with Jeff Smith down in 4th. Ben Colburn next up, a wee bit detached as well. Haven't spoken to Richard, so if I can, if we have got the mic working, we'll try and get our Libra class leader, assuming I haven't put the pen of death on him, writing him down on my
Oh, you've not written him down, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah. Far too early for that, Richard. Rookie error. Speaking of the Libras, by the way, Julian Proctor is at the moment outscoring Josh Evans. Remember, they came into this race just 6 points apart in Josh's favour, while Josh at the moment runs third in the class, and Julian Proctor is in second, and there are nearly 10 seconds between them. They were just in shot there going across the line, so we're going to get that gap coming down slightly, it would seem, as the big slide there, that was Fraser Hack, wasn't it? Getting it all out of shape through the right-hand hairpin at Village. Difficult in this race with 4 classes to keep track of. The other one, of course, is the 7Ss, but that championship-wise was pretty much decided. Race, though, far from it, because actually Michael Winkworth and Damien Harrington still only a second apart at the front of that particular route. The Melias, though, come out of Club Corner, and that is definitely a bit of daylight now, isn't it, between Rupert Death, who's back in the lead, and Aaron Smith, who's back down to second.
How's he done that over a lap? Jump into the lead and whack a little bit of a gap, nearly a second.
By setting the fastest lap. That's how. He was the only driver who improved on his personal best that time. Did a 1:23.5 1.3 seconds quicker than Aaron Smith. So perhaps as the conditions are changing, maybe they're coming to Rupert Death more than they are Aaron Smith.
Done that famous setup for the late in the race setup.
Yep.
Played for and got.
They're not long races, but over 20 minutes, particularly on a damp track, the conditions do change quite significantly with so many cars, 30 cars circulating, clearing the water off the surface, laying down some rubber. Oh, Ross Billison isn't laying down any more rubber, though. His car is off in the gravel down at the club chicane, and Ross Billison had been running well, hadn't he? Yes, he was third of the sevens at the time. And no more. He's gone straight on by the looks of it, but luckily is a long way off the racetrack.
Yep, so that won't cause too many problems, we hope. A lot of these drivers used to race in the Mighty Mini Championship, which was a BRSEC staple before it moved onwards. And these guys weren't at the festival, the mini festival.
Oh, were they not?
Croft.
Oh, right.
And then I looked at the... So, how you can have a mini festival without Seven and Miglias?
Yes, arguably the best supported mini championship in the country, but there you go. Maybe they were busy elsewhere that weekend. So it can be a challenge, can't it, putting calendars together? There's a lot of talk about that at this time of year, isn't there, amongst organising bodies and clubs and championships all trying to fight over dates for next year. And it's not just as simple as saying, right, well, we'll have that championship, and that championship at that event. It takes a bit more organisation than that. Right, 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go, so we're nearly three-quarter race distance, and Aaron Smith, rather predictably, I suppose you could say, has now caught back up to Rupert Death. I say predictably not because I think that Death is slower than Aaron, but just because that's the nature of this race, this kind of racing. It's never usually a done deal until the final few corners, and Aaron Smith right back on the tail of Rupert Death again now. So Death leads the Melias, Aaron Smith second, Kane Aston third. The Libras still being led fairly comfortably, it must be said, by Richard Colburn, with Julian Proctor second and Josh Evans a distant third. In the sevens themselves, Joe Thompson leading the way. But Joe has now been caught, look, by the by one of the 7S cars anyway, Winkworth. And so Winkworth, who was at one point, I think, 7 seconds behind Joe Thompson, has now very much caught up to him. Whilst finally in the 7Ss, yes, Winkworth leading from Matt Ayres, about 1.5 seconds between those two. So this is the closest of the class battles. It is between the Melia front runners and Aaron Smith now getting down to the business end of the race, where if he's got a plan, it's almost time to act that out, because he's got a golden opportunity here, Richard, to really take some points out of seemingly a struggling Jeff Smith.
Yeah, I thought Jeff was playing the game, as I said earlier on. Shows what I know, absolutely nothing at all. And he's dropped too far back, hasn't he? Unless we get a safety car or a miracle to pull him back in. If we get a safety car, it's going to finish under safety car at the moment. But Death coming, not doing himself any favours there, and Aaron Smith won't need a second invitation unless this is Rupert saying, go on, have the lead and I'll get you on the last lap in the game of proverbial chess.
Well, if you're going to give the lead up strategically, that's a good way to do it, isn't it? Because that very much looked like it was unintentional, I have to say. He dressed that up nicely if that was all part of the plan. I've noticed a lot of drivers going into Village are taking that wide line, which you would expect in the wet to be the grippier side of the road, but they are the ones who keep getting sideways. The ones who go for the apex seem to be finding some grip, so not sure whether that's just a quirk of that particular corner or just the tyres that are used in this championship maybe working better on the normal racing line, but just an interesting observation from up at that part of the track. That is the 7S leader, by the way. Winkworth getting ahead of Joe Thompson, the Mini 7 leader. So the 7Ss are now officially out in front. And in fact, the number 29 car, that is, look, no, it's not, that's the 89. Coming up the inside of Joe Thompson. 29 is Damien Harrington, who is second of the 7s. And he's not far behind these two now, as their battling has delayed them slightly.
Yep, throwing it in. Real Italian job stuff, that, isn't it, as the leaders cross the line again.
Now look at this.
Jeff Smith's coming back into it, isn't he?
I think he was listening to you,
Richard. He fancies a podium.
Well, he's definitely timed this well, hasn't he? Right back on the tail of Kane Aston. Did he go through at Abbey Corner? The answer is no, not yet, but he's trying into Village. See what line Rupert Death goes for this time. Yes, look, turns in earlier this time, realises that's where the grip is, seemingly. And Aaron Smith followed him in as well. But in the background, Jeff Smith, the championship leader, trying desperately to salvage something from this race. And Richard, 2.5 minutes, that's an age in Mini-Melia terms. He may yet win the race.
Yeah, he could do. You've got to say the gap's probably a little bit too big, isn't it? But Death and Aaron Smith still very much at it. Fastest lap, Smith. Yeah,
exactly. That was a 23.4. That was 1.5 seconds quicker than the leader. So that could be doable. He's 1.8 seconds back, so maybe he's got the long run setup on his car that's working well. Through come the sevens, still with Winkworth ahead of Thompson. Damien Harrington, though, has caught them. Now, that might now be Harrington. No, Harrington's the green car behind. But he suddenly is knocking on the door of race leader Joe Thompson, who, again, seems to have faded as the race has gone on.
Yep, maybe gone out with that perhaps wetter setup. The skies are clearing a little bit. It's touches of blue sky coming through, so circuit may be drying out a little bit, which could be handy for the lunch break. Having said that, still spray being kicked up. You can see some of the wipers working. Aaron Smith's wiper, interestingly, not working, and D's still there out front, but Smith could be timing this one about right.
Jeff Smith, by the way, did get ahead of Kane Aston, so he's into third. It's now all the more important, really, that Aaron Smith makes a move on Rupert Deeth. They go either side of one of the back markers. Deeth is very late on the brakes into Village, but gets the car stopped, and then has to slip up the inside of Oliver Burkett's number 746 car, as Richard goes downstairs in the hope of being able to interview some podium finishes. We'll wait and see if we do get the chance to. A few technical gremlins maybe will prevent that, but we'll do our best to hear from some of our Mini Miglia and 7 podium finishers. We're going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one then, and Rupert Deeth with not a significant advantage, it's got to be said, over Aaron Smith. Down towards Stoke Corner they're about to go. Here you get a good view of that part of the circuit from up on the outside of Club Corner. Through comes Joe Thompson, look in the background, still actually now with a car between himself and Damien Harrington, second in his class. Waiting for Deeth and Smith, and I think they were side by side coming into the club chicane. So Rupert Deeth and Aaron Smith, I think, were side by side. Who's going to come out of club with the race lead is the question. Here they come, and it's Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith is back ahead of the black car of Rupert Deeth, and so Aaron Smith then picking up a position, crucial position, the lead, but Jeff Smith is getting closer, you know. He might just run out of time. There is one more lap to go, and Jeff Smith, weaving dramatically over towards the pit wall to try and cool the tyres, was again faster than both of the leaders that time. That was a 24.1, 9 tenths quicker than Rupert Deeth ahead, so he is 1.8 seconds back. I don't think he's quite going to catch them unless they really get into each other on this final lap, but Jeff Smith in third is looking good for some points, and actually might now have a shot at Rupert Deeth, because Deeth got very sideways there through the right-hander at Village and has dropped away significantly from Aaron Smith. It's that Village corner where he seems to be struggling the most, Rupert Deeth. It's not the first time we've seen the back of the car break loose at that part of the circuit, and he has once again had a bit of a moment there which possibly now has cost him any real chance of the race win. We'll see what situation they are in as they arrive down at Stowe Corner. Here they come. Well, no, that's the 7th, sorry. The next group behind will be the Millies there in the background. Rupert Deeth was closing back in slightly on Aaron Smith, I think. Joe Thompson will have another lap to do here as the leader of the 7s, because he's not quite been lapped for a second time. But there, Rupert Deeth has caught Aaron Smith, almost had a go at him into the club chicane, but was just a bit too far back. So had he not had that moment at Village, he might have been able to have a real go into the final few corners. But as it is, Aaron Smith is going to claim a crucial race victory. I think it's only his second of the year, that, but a really good time to get back onto the top step of the podium. Aaron Smith wins, Rupert Deeth second, and Jeff Smith salvages a podium at least, but will drop a handful of championship points to Aaron Smith. He does, though, beat Kane Aston significantly. So Kane Aston, who was already slightly distant third in the championship, 16 points off the lead, has not really helped his chances there, unfortunately, with a third position. Ben Colburn comes home 5th, and the rest of them streaming through behind. We've also had our... we haven't yet had the Libra winner, actually. That will be Richard Colburn, remember, as more of them streamed through. So that was a couple of the Libra cars, but not the leaders in the Libra class. Richard Colburn, number 219, should be amongst the next to come through, I think. But anyway, we'll get him across the line in a moment to win the Libra class. The 7 class should be won by Joe Thompson, although Damien Harrington wasn't far behind him, was he? That, I think, is Colburn. Yes, it was. So Colburn 219, then the black and orange car across the line to win in the Libra class, and that just leaves the 7s and the 7Ss. Now the 7 leader, Joe Thompson, and the 7S leader, Michael Winkworth, were together. Here they go, look, Thompson ahead of Winkworth, but where is Harrington? Where is Damien Harrington? Harrington is not in that picture, so Damien Harrington, second of the Mini 7s, where's he got to on the final lap? I don't think he's got ahead of Joe Thompson. No, he hasn't. So Thompson gets the win in the 7s. Winkworth wins the 7Ss, but Damien Harrington has vanished on the final lap. So where he's gone, I don't know. he was already out of contention realistically for the 7 championship, but still he was on course maybe for a podium finish, and that now has gone by the wayside. So we will try and piece together where he's got himself to, but yeah, Damien Harrington does not reach the checkered flag. So Damien Harrington then the only one that hasn't made it around. Everyone else who was running at the time of the checkered flag has made it back, and Aaron Smith with a race win. As I said, hasn't done a lot of winning this year, Aaron Smith, but he has been a consistent podium finisher and has the best track record, I think, as far as drop scores. He's dropping more points than anybody else, and so we'll have to wait and see what the drop score situation is going to be, and try and get some clarification from the Championship Mini 7 Racing Club perhaps overnight about the point situation going into tomorrow. So Aaron Smith a winner, and in very tricky conditions as well, getting the better of Rupert Deeth there, but Deeth will be ruining that moment that he had up at Village Corner, where a tiny mistake really, but a mistake he'd made a few times before, was enough to cost him the run down the Hangar Straight. He closed back in on the race leader, but ultimately just wasn't quite able to get close enough to find a way through. A reminder then of the schedule for the rest of the day. Oh, there is Damien Harrington's car. Where is that? That's at is that at Abbey? I'm not entirely sure where he's gone, to be honest, but he's... Oh, it's at the end of the start-finish straight. Yes, so that's the old Abbey chicane that he's pulled over at. So that's the beginning of the final lap. He's, I presume, pulled off. It's a strange place to end up going off, isn't it? Yes, he's pulled behind the barrier. Look, so he has had a mechanical failure that's taken him out of the race. That's a shame when he was running second place in class. So it was at the first corner that he disappeared. And that solves that mystery. So good stuff there from the camera operator up at Abbey Corner, spotting that car. So a reminder, as I started to say, about the plan for the rest of the day. We do now go into the lunch break, during which there is a grid walk for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, and then they will be the first race after lunch. Now, we are running, whisper it everyone, about 5 or 10 minutes ahead of time. So that lunch break, which was due to end at 1:50, it might be brought forward to closer to 1:40 or so, but we'll keep you posted on that through the lunch break if we can. Aaron Smith, though, confirmation here as the race winner for our first Mini Melia race of the weekend. First of 3 at this final round of the championship. Rupert Deeth comes home in second, Jeff Smith in third, with Kane Aston, Ben Colburn, Colin Peacock, Phil Bullen-Brown, James Cuthbertson, Ryan Taylor and Joe Polly completing the top 10. Mark Sims 11th, Richard Colwyn 12th, with a class win for Richard, of course, winning in the Mini Libra class. Sean King was 13th and Julian Proctor was 14th, but crucially second of the Libras home. So he will close in now slightly on Josh Evans, who was next, but some way back in the end. The final margin between them was 14, nearly 15 seconds at the line. So Josh Evans will be hoping it's dry, I'm sure, tomorrow, in order to be able to go and defend his championship lead. Phil Harvey and Joe Thompson were next, also Mini Libras, ahead of Michael Winkworth and Matthew Ayres. Winkworth winning the 7S class and Matthew Ayres winning in the 7s themselves. Damien Harrington was next, ahead of Darren Thomas. Then it was Andrew Hack and Callum Perfect, with Oliver Burkitt, Glenn Woodbridge, Bertie Woolard and Dave Rees next. Followed by, in fact, that was the last car running, I think, because Ross Billison retired to the pit lane. Ian Curley stopped out on track. Steve Ewell we saw in the gravel trap at Club Corner, at the Link, I should say, on the opening lap of the race. So, ST240s are making their way around to the grid. Now, I'm going to guess we maybe don't have the opportunity to hear from Richard John Neal just yet, but as I'm waiting for him, I will for the third time try and run through the timetable for the rest of the day. And we will see the Fiesta ST240s up next, as I said, with the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship beginning after that. And by the way, I've just had official notification that racing will resume at 1:30. So we are resuming racing in 45 minutes, 1:30, because the timetable is now running 20 minutes ahead of time, as we sort of expected. So 1:30, the resumption of racing for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, then the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, followed by the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Then the Miltech Sport Civic Cup will have their first race of the weekend. That could be a championship deciding race. Max Edmondson is on the verge of winning a championship. We'll get into the specifics of that later, but he knows that he's got a good chance to wrap up the title in that first race. Then we will have the mini Melias out, so the Melias and the Sevens who are sharing the track that time around. Well, for the remaining races this weekend, they'll have separate grids, so the Melias will have their first proper Silverstone race midway through the afternoon. The SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy will have a 45-minute encounter, and then TCR UK, their first of 3 races this weekend, will complete our day. That race kicking off at around about 5:15, all being well. So a busy day, and more to come tomorrow. We're joined tomorrow by the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, which is another very, very close championship battle coming into this final round. And the always popular, always exciting BMW Compacts will take to the track for a qualifying session tomorrow morning, and then I think 2 races, am I right in saying that? Yes, 2 races no, it should be 3, I think, to decide their championship. So the ST240s make their way back out onto the grid, and as I said, they're not set to race yet. This is obviously the grid walk that is planned, where spectators here at Silverstone will have the opportunity to go out onto the track and mingle with the stars of the ST240 Championship. We're hoping at some point that Richard can go and do some mingling of his own as well down on the grid, but for now, Richard back with me in the commentary box. And it's nice, this, actually. We've had grid walks all season long at TCR events. It's always been the TCR cars that have taken centre stage. It's quite nice, actually, at this final round that one of the BRSCC's most popular championships gets the chance to welcome the fans in and let them get up close and personal with the cars and drivers.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm going to apologise to all of the senior drivers that I didn't interview, because we thought, hey, we're going to have the grid walk, so we'll have a look round and talk to them then. So they've missed out. I apologise for that. Oh!
There we go. You've been summoned, Richard.
I've been summoned, so I'll be on. So apology redacted, or retracted, whichever the word is.
That's good news, right? So Richard is on his way down to the grid. That's good news, and we will be able to hear from some of the drivers. Richard, you've got an hour to fill, so well, actually, no, you've got 45 minutes because we're starting early. Don't know whether you heard that notification. We're starting again at 1:30, so 45 minutes worth of Fiesta ST240 grid walking to enjoy, and the drivers will all be there to chat to Richard and anyone else here at Silverstone who wants to get down there and soak up some of the pre-race atmosphere ahead of what is going to be an exciting race. The ST240 Championship is yet to be decided. Alistair Kellett in a good position for the championship, but did not qualify very well at all. Alistair Kellett is only on the 6th row of the grid, 12th on the grid. The good news for him is that Zach Lucas, his nearest championship rival, is only 1 row ahead of him, and Gary Miller a row further forward than that. We've got a bit of a mixed-up grid, really, for the ST240s. And in fact, whilst we're waiting for Richard to get down there, we can maybe take a look at that grid, and it is a very interesting look to it. Some of the young guns in the Fiesta ST240 Championship now arriving very much at the final round with some form. Dan Lewis on pole, former Fiesta Junior racer. Connor Blackburn alongside Lucas Hayden and Morgan Kidd on row 2. Now remember, Morgan was going quite well at Thruxton in similar conditions to these before she went off at the final chicane quite heavily. She was absolutely fine, but her car sadly damaged. She is back out again this weekend and going quickly, 4th on the grid, with Gary Miller and Henry Howarth on row 3. So Gary Miller, the first of the championship contenders, starting only on the 3rd row of the grid. Then you've got Joseph Knight and Simon Horobin, supposedly, but looking out of the window, that looks very much like Simon Horobin and Zach Lucas, with Joseph Knight starting 9th on the grid alongside... In fact, no, that's not even Joseph Knight there, is it? Joseph Knight I don't see on the grid for some reason, looking out of the commentary box window, which is just to the right of shot, actually. I'm on the 1st floor, just before the bridge that you can see in shot there, so we've got a good view overlooking the start-finish area. I can see from my commentary position Richard John Neal wandering out there, so hopefully we'll be able to hear from him very shortly. And they're a brilliant sight as the team members but also spectators here at Silverstone get the chance to come out onto the grid. They'll take pictures with the cars, with the drivers, and as I said, really nice that these drivers in particular, many of whom are sort of very much hidden talents. That's often the case with club level racing here in the UK. The drivers not necessarily household names by any stretch of the imagination, but one day they very much could be. They've all got the ability to be, and one thing that they don't often get the opportunity to do is to mingle with the public and let them all know what the championship is about. So nerves, I'm sure, will be jangling as well for the drivers who are in championship contention. And as the tension continues to build in these conditions too, there's always that worry, isn't there, that something could happen. It's just those kind of conditions where the strange things about finals weekend tend to rear their head. Right then, Richard, I believe, is in position. Richard is ready, and we can head down there now and hear from Richard along with our Fiesta drivers.
Welcome along. Sorry we couldn't bring you the podium for the minis, but the good folk at Alpha have managed to sort out the roving camera, and we are down on the grid. As you can see, you're probably thinking, it's empty, where are the cars? They're over here. We're starting at the back end of the grid. Going to grab a quick word with Matt Chambers first of all, and also Marco Ricci. So let's have a quick word. Starting this end, because we talk about pole people a lot, but what's the story of the day so far for you, Matt, first of all?
Well, it's not been bad so far, slightly better than practice. Now obviously the weather's all changed, so who knows. I'm on the older style wet tyres, so I'm not sure how that's going to bleed out because a lot of the guys are on the new ones, which I think are a bit softer.
Season so far?
I've had a bit of engine trouble. So I've been out, so I've only actually been on track 3 race weekends. This is the third one, so fingers crossed it's better. And last time I was here, I was upside down, so I think it's going to be better.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, but you're okay?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, car was dead, but cut my finger, that was all.
That's amazing, isn't it? I was talking earlier on to Daniela Sutton, who's had a couple of incidents in the juniors, and she was saying at the racetrack, the medical care is absolutely superb. If you're going to get sick or hurt yourself, the racetrack's the place to do it. Not that I advocate that, but I know from my missus being ill a while ago that you get well looked after, don't you?
Yeah, no, it's good here.
So three race meetings, and we're on finals weekend, so you've got to wait till March, I guess, to have another crack once the dates are out?
Yeah, might see if there's a little series we can slip into, maybe there's a modified Ford we can do. Apart from that, bit of winter testing and come back a bit quicker next year and be a bit nearer to the lights.
That would be good to see. Great, good luck for the race. We'll see how it goes. Marco Ricci, we've seen you involved in a little bit of drama over the course of the season as well. It's great to see you here. Tell us about some of the bad moments. I mean, we don't want to talk all about the bad stuff, but you've had some nasty ones. I think Snetson was the one that stuck in our mind. We held our breath, and you wanted to actually get back out at Snet, didn't you?
Yeah, that was okay, actually. Just rolling sideways a few times. So yesterday, I also painted a line on the barrier down the Hanger Straight.
How did you do that? What happened?
Oh, I shall let your imagination and try to find out how that happened. So first of all, thanks to the team. They worked all day yesterday and overnight to fix the car. I barely made it out to qualify. So you can see the mosaic of colors has improved since the last time I was out. So no, really, thanks to the team. They've been really good and put the car back together. So hopefully I can not finish last today and then see you back tomorrow.
I hope so. You've been around the Fiesta Championship for quite a while. I remember commentating you back on the old AJK days, I think it was, when we used to go out on Motors TV, the edited highlights, and obviously still enjoy it.
Yeah, I've done it for a few years. I'm here for fun. Obviously, if I had maybe more talent, I could be more at the front.
If you're on the grid, you're talented, Marco, believe me.
I just enjoy being out and racing and trying to improve on my lap times all the time. Mix it up with the traffic. That's very entertaining. So, yeah, I really enjoy it. I've been doing it now for, I think this is my 7th year. So, yeah, probably do it again next year.
Excellent. I hope so. I hope we see you. Good luck. Stay safe. keep the car in one bit and the right way up.
I'll try to spin the right way around this time.
Hope so, Marco.
Okay.
Good to see you. Good luck for the race. Marco Ricci and Matt Chambers having a quick chat with us. As we go down, there's a gap where Adam Clark should have been, but we've got Christopher Blackburn there. So let's see whiz across. And you probably notice another jellyfish logo here. They're getting plenty of coverage. So let's grab a quick word with Christopher. Hello. Is it your first ever interview?
It is, yes.
So what should we ask? what should we be asking him?
I figured out the greyest beards are at the back of the grid. So the greyest beards are back here, and all the young lads are at the front.
I'd be even further back if I let mine grow, to be perfectly honest with you. How are you enjoying it anyway?
Yeah, it's great. It's really good fun, really slippery conditions. I'll be honest, I've got the best seat in the house to watch Connor, who's my son, at the front, so I can see how he gets on. I'm excited to watch him from the back. So, yeah.
It's always great to see. We've had a number of conversations over the course of the season, and indeed today, about fathers and sons being able to go and race together. And it is a good thing, isn't it? Because you can go out and share the testing, the qualifying, share notes on the way home. I take it you both do go back to the same place and share the transport on the way back.
We do. We share data. He obviously doesn't look at my data. I look at his. But now he's just proud father at the back watching your son at the front. If I was honest, I get distracted because I see him bumping door handles with other people, and I think I should be concentrating on where I'm driving, not watching my son bumping door handles. But yeah, it's really good fun to do it with your son. So.
I've never really thought of it, but I guess it can be a distraction actually having a youngster, because as a father myself, I know you're concerned about your offspring, so you want to see what they're doing. So does it actually take your mind off, away from concentration that you should have?
I go faster when I'm not concentrating on driving, so I watch him. But when there's a big accident, you sort of think, well, is it him? And you slow down, and you realise it's someone else, and then you think, well, shouldn't be thinking it's not my son. But no, it's really fun to watch him race and be in it and just have a laugh. And I'm just here for fun, really. So yeah, good to get together.
Stupid question, and I don't know, so pardon me for being ignorant. Are you related to Michael Blackburn, the races in the other Fiestas?
No, I'm not. But yeah, I have been on testing with him, but no, I'm not related.
He's quick, isn't he?
He is quick, actually. Yeah, so I can follow him around in a less powerful Fiesta.
Any thoughts on next year? Obviously, you've got the two cars, and you're going to carry on and try and get Connor up onto the outright podiums and championship challenge, and you for the Masters.
Yeah, I'm going to do it next year. I think I'm having fun. I've just got to get better and more experienced. I've promised Connor, and you can ask him when you go and speak to him, but if he wins this race, then he might go up a series and do something else. So we'll see if he wins this race. He's got to win a race first. So.
What are we talking about?
Probably minis. So yeah.
Coopers, JCW Sport, JCW.
JCW is probably, yeah. So we'll see. So he's got a bit of pressure on his shoulders to win a race today.
So we'll see a bit more of you, and he'll be asking for the shout-outs on ITV, won't he? In that, this is a great training ground for that. It's also a good formula to come in, race and stay, but it can be used as a stepping stone too, can't it?
Yeah, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to go up, getting faster cars, but you've got to keep them motivated. So winning a race seems like good motivation, and then he can move on and do what he wants to do.
Well, it'll be double bubble for us if he's racing elsewhere and you're still here, which would be really, really good. But great to see you. Good luck for the race. And the first interview went okay.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thanks very much indeed. So that's Christopher Blackburn. Let's go back a little bit further. We've got Graham Colfer and Harry Hayes. We did speak to Harry at Croft. It was. We spoke to Harry. So, Harry. we had a bemused Harry Hayes, didn't we, at Croft, because you got the podium. Then it got took off you.
Oh, no.
Tell us about that.
I got done for ignoring, 4 black flags and 3 black and orange flags, because I went through the gravel.
Not many then.
No, not that many. Only 7 of them. So yeah, I went through the gravel at turn 1, went in a bit hot, and then yeah, bounced through the gravel, the front and the back of the car a bit damaged, and yeah, it got taken off me.
When you say ignore, was it a deliberate ignore, or did you just miss them? Because I mean, you're new to racing. You came in, you were telling us as family sponsoring Toby Trice, who's now raced Ginettas and then raced in Porsche Sprint Challenge this year very effectively. So I'm guessing it wasn't deliberate. You didn't see it or didn't clock it?
No, I didn't see it. I mean, the window was all, misted up, and I couldn't see much. All the spray was coming up from the track, so I was focusing on really keeping myself on the track than, looking at the flags.
Must have been good to get in a podium position, because regardless of penalties, you achieved that speed and got that position. All right, it was taken away, but you can do it.
Yeah. So we know it's there. It's just piecing it all together and yeah, getting that podium again. That's the goal.
Going back to the judicials, how what was the clerk like? I mean, are they sort of fairly calm and keep it level? Because a lot of our viewers don't know what it's like to go to clerk's office.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there a few times this year. Unfortunately, but yeah, it was okay. They got to do their job, haven't they? So, you know, I've got to admit what I've done was wrong and take it on the chin and learn from it. You know, put it down to experience.
It's part of the learning experience, isn't it? Qualifying today, good for you. How's it going? You've still got the yellow square on the back of the car, so you are a newcomer to racing. And there's such a mix in this championship of drivers that have done far more mileage than you, probably far more years than you as well.
Correct, yeah. So, sorry, what was your last question? I was looking at the back of the car and you completely lost me.
I've forgotten what the question was, but we'll go back to that. I was just going to ask, how was qualifying today?
Oh, P17, happy with that, really happy. Yeah, definitely a few bits to work on, but yeah, really happy with that.
The question I'm asking everyone, I get boring with the questions, but back next year?
Absolutely, back for some more. Yeah.
Excellent, looking forward to seeing you. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harry, good for that one. So, Owen Colfer is next up. Graham Colfer, I beg your pardon. Graham, can you grab a quick word? Is this the first interview as well? He had a few before.
I done a round last year in Alton Park. I spoke to you at the end of it.
Ah, right. I was a class podium.
Class podium, yeah. Yeah.
Cool. How's have we seen a lot of you this year? A couple of times.
First time out.
Yeah, you can tell that I've rushed down there and left the sheet with the prep on out of the way. But good to see you.
Yeah.
Immaculate.
Well, we will get back to Richard momentarily. I think we have just lost him down on the grid slightly, but we'll figure it out in a moment or two and hopefully get back down to continue what was a fascinating grid walk. And hearing nicely from some of the drivers towards the back of the grid as well, who don't necessarily always get the air time, but are given opportunities, thanks to the grid walk, to get themselves on the live stream. Looking out of the window, there's a bit of movement for Alistair Kellett. Alistair Kellett's car is being pushed back down the grid. I'm not really entirely sure why, but the championship leader doesn't look particularly distressed about the situation. I think they have Joseph Knight has appeared, that's why. So Joseph Knight was late on parade. He's made his way out onto the grid now, and everyone else is having to move around to accommodate him, so that's why there's a bit of shuffling going on in the mid part of the grid. Joseph Knight, who should be starting this race from 7th, will be starting this race from 7th place, I believe, although actually, hang on, where's he going? He's come back further than he should have done, I think, now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, I think Pole is on the outside, isn't it? Yes, so he'll be on the outside of Simon Horobin. And we will hopefully get him back where he ought to be before too long. And have a chat with him maybe in a moment or two. Joseph, who sits there in the championship, I seem to recall. He's had a solid season. And another graduate of the Fiesta Junior Championship is Joseph Knight, who so far this year has had a handful of podium finishes, I seem to remember. Yes, had a podium last time at Thruxton in the first race. Before that, he had a second place finish at Snetterton and a third place at Silverstone. So yeah, 3 podiums so far this season for Joseph Knight. And starting from 7th on the grid for this first race of the weekend here at Silverstone. Story of the season, Alistair Kellett had a solid start to the year, but actually that first round at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit really did sort of suggest that we were in for a very mixed season, because we had 3 races and 3 different race winners. The first one won by Zach Lucas, the second by Alistair Kellett, and race 3 was won by Dan Lewis, actually. So Dan Lewis, who's on pole for this race, managed to claim the race win. That is his only win of the year, and he's had a whole host of non-finishes since then as well. So it'd be nice for Dan to end his season on the top step of the podium again, having started it with a win back on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We then headed to Snetterton, though, and that's when the Alistair Kellett brigade started to sort of come back into full effect, and he managed to win a couple of races there. More as the rest of the season went on, and that's put him in a good position for the championship. Right then, we can head back down, I believe, onto the grid, and once more here from Richard John Neal.
So, welcome back. We managed to get things sorted out down here, thanks to everyone from Alpha. We're talking to Graham Colfer, who's come over from Ireland to race with the other guys. Are we starting to clear the grid? I think we're probably all right, but you were saying that you're doing a little bit of rallying now as well.
Yeah, a little bit of rallying. That's I've mostly done rallying, a little bit of circuit racing. So this is I've always wanted to do the tracks in the UK here. They're great. So I got to do Alton Park last year, Silverstone this year. So we might he can do a couple more next year, hopefully. You know.
Yeah, do the whole lot.
I'll have to ask permission, but I'd love to. I'd love to. Like these Fiestas, they're great cars. Handle really well, really fast. So it's a joy to drive them, and it's just nice to be out on a proper track like this, you know.
That's good. Wish you well. I think they're sort of blowing whistles. Does that mean they've got to get you in the car? A couple of drivers are not quite there. You got a little bit of time, but you're saying you've got a young family as well, and the youngster might be sort of making noises about. Is there junior rallying? Can they do junior rallying?
You can do junior rallying in Ireland when you're 14, on proper stages in the forest, in the gravel. Yeah. So you just have to have a navigator of over 25, so he can drive the car on the road stages on the road sections in between the stages.
Don't forget the BRSEC Junior Fiesta scholarship for him in a few years' time.
Yeah, I'm sure. If I'm still doing this, he'll want one as well.
And what are the names of the youngsters and your other half?
Lawrence and Mabel, and Mary's my wife. She let me away for my birthday this weekend.
Are they watching, do you know?
I think they are, yeah.
I hope they are. I hope you're enjoying and great to see Dad and husband on the thing. Good luck, Graham. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you very much.
Graham Colfer, great to have visitors over in the championship. Wish him well for the race. We're quite lucky. The grid walks over. You can see a little bit of change getting on. I might nip a little bit further down the grid. John Cooper's there. We spoke to John in one of the podium interviews a little while earlier in the season, so I'll apologise to John. And good luck, Caitlin, for the race. We did speak to Caitlin earlier on in the season. Then we've got Luke Waugh. All the ones on this row. We've got. Let's go and have a quick word with Chellis. Charlie. How are you?
I'm not bad, how are you?
I'm all right. Thruxton.
Thruxton, yeah.
We're not at Thruxton, but tell us about yours.
Well, Thruxton may have been the best weekend I've ever had in racing, to be honest. In that second race, I mean, the pace came out of nowhere and we were just on it. We set the fastest lap by 4 tenths and, you know, it was probably one of the best races I've ever had. I mean, I got to battle out with some of my best mates. And you know what? It's a real testament to show, you know, what me and the team have done over the year. You know, obviously at the start of the year, you may have seen we were, you know, not the fastest. We were near the back, and you know, we just worked really hard and just pushed every day. And you know, we've got here. And so yeah, big thanks to the team, my parents, you know, everyone who's involved. But yeah, you know what? Thruxton was good, but you know, we're here at Silverstone now. We've got to, you know, get cracking.
They're all good. I'm going to stick with Thruxton for a minute and just say, from an outsider looking at results, when somebody gets a breakthrough on a track like Thruxton, that means quite a lot. Yeah,
I mean, I was really, you know, I wanted a weekend to go well, and when that just happened, it was like a big, well, it was a relief, but it told me that I can do it, because I can do it. It was just, you know, everything has to work together, and you know, we chucked out some really old wets. We just randomly found 4 wets and went. And you know what? We did it. So, yeah, no, Thruxton was really good, but now, you know, Thruxton behind us, we have to focus on what's coming up next, which is, you know, the final round of the championship. We're in the battle for the AM championship, so that's going to be really fun. And, you know, let's just see what happens, you know.
Prediction for the race?
Well, I think it's going to be a fun one, let's say. We've got some drivers on the new wets, and I'm sticking on the U's. Let's just see what happens, you know. Anything can happen in racing. I mean, you've seen it loads. Anything can happen, you know. So let's just see what happens. Hopefully it's going to be a good race. Hopefully you guys at home will enjoy it. Let's see what happens.
Nice one. Well done. We'll give you the camera job. You're better than me on camera. Well done, Charlie. Good luck for the race. Well done on Thruxton. We're going to go down. The clearing the grid, we're just being told, was so that this work can go on. You can see the race car consultants team getting stuck in, getting the correct tyres on ready for the race. We had a little bit of a chance to sort out what's what. Luke was ready to zap in. I was going to have a quick word with Luke. We did have a chat, didn't we? One of the rounds, was it Croft? I think we had a natter.
Yeah.
How are you settling in? Still enjoying it?
Yeah, still enjoying it. We had a good day in testing yesterday. Didn't make the most of it in qualifying. So I'm going to take a bit of a gamble in this at the moment by the looks of it and put the slicks on. Just because I think the orange wheels look better.
They match, don't they?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. I'll be driving around the back, you better get a good look at them till we see if we can build some temperature.
Good try out, couldn't it? There was blue sky happening just as the minis were doing their last few laps, so yeah, fingers crossed.
When we drove to the grid, turn 1, turn 2, there's a big dry line there, end of the straight, but the rest of it's quite wet. Could be sketchy.
Go for it, Luke. Have a good one. All the best, Luke Waugh. Who knows? Let's have a quick word with Alistair Kelly. This is a little bit of a story. Alistair, you're always good for a word. A bit of a way back. Could you afford that?
Yeah, because Zach is here. That's my only saving grace, to be honest, because He was on pole, but it was disallowed because it was on the yellow flags. Other than that, it could have been a bit of a disaster. But yeah, sticking turbo valve, losing power, the power wouldn't come back onto the car. So it is what it is. We're here.
So many things that can go wrong with a car when you're working as well. You prepare your own car, and as I say, so many components. I'd love to know what the count is of things that you could potentially have or go wrong on one of these cars.
Yeah, thousands of things in any car, and like any car, even a road car, anything can happen at any time. You have no control over it, and that's the thing. You have no control over it. It is what it is. We're here. We're not too far behind Zach. Give it a go.
Excellent. We're looking forward to the race, and wish you well.
Thanks.
Alistair Kellett had a good season so far. James Pope, he's already suited and booted in the car. James there in the nice Martini livery. So we'll go a little bit further up. I wanted to talk to some of the AM class drivers, if we can get up there. If possible, we'll try and get a couple of them together. Zach Lucas is in there. So stick a quick mic in with Zach. I'll go this side actually, because then we can get Zach's side. Hi Zach, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Alistair's not far behind you, but uncharacteristically, both of you a fair way back.
Yeah, didn't have the greatest of qualifying sessions, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully we'll pick our way back through.
Much you can do in terms of the points over the course of this meeting?
Just try and keep it on circuit and finish as highly as I can. And yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to secure second really, and if I can get a first, then I can, and happy days. But if I can get a second, I'll be over the moon.
Well, good luck, wish you well, and all being well, see you on the podium.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Zachary Lucas there. In the it was a change of number this year, 234. Let's go down a little bit further on. And we've got Simon Horrobin in 14, who took a race win last time out. Next to Simon is Joseph Knight. I'm going to head to Henry Howarth as well, who we can talk to. And you can see all the work going on. The Delphi car of Joseph Knight. Let's grab a quick word with Henry. I said we was going to grab a quick word with him as we came to the grid. Suited and booted, all ready to go. Henry Howarth. We had a little bit of a chat earlier on, but had the conversation with Charlie Ellis. He was happy with Thruxton. You were probably even more so.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a good weekend. A bit unexpected, admittedly. We didn't expect to be that high up the grid, but yeah, no, it was really good to be up there.
And, you know, again, a good performance today, third row of the grid. You're in the AM class, so that's effectively, it's not a rookie class, but it's the newer drivers to the championship, maybe the younger drivers that are looking to make their way up. And it's a great way of encouraging newcomers in, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it definitely is. To have two separate championships, it gives the young guys a bit of a chance to get into the spotlight. Because obviously, if you have one championship with only one sort of area, which is just pros, and everybody's fighting for the same thing, the people who are new to the championship don't really get a chance to show what they can do and get into the spotlight. It's very hard. So having that second championship within the series really promotes younger drivers who maybe don't have as much experience to get into the spotlight and show people what they can do.
So this race, obviously, third row of the grid. I think I'm just hearing, and I'm not hearing this properly, but we've got a minute silence coming up. Try and get the details, but we maybe come back to you a little bit later on, Henry.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, good luck for the race if we don't get back to you. Paul Moscrop passed away. Can you give me the countdown, lads, to the minute silence, if we can? I did remember actually working with Paul back in the days at Rockingham. How long have we got to go on that? Because we haven't got the circuit PA coming into us. Are we into it now? Okay, so our thoughts with Paul and his family. So our thoughts very much with Paul's family and friends. Great guy. I hadn't seen him for a long, long time, but a really good technical guy who helped us out so many times at Rockingham Motor Speedway. We need that circuit back, don't we? So God bless Paul to you and you and your family as well. Let's continue our walk down the grid. One of the people we wanted to talk to this morning was this man here towards the front of the grid. Gary Miller in with a shout of the championship. What we'll do, we'll open the door and third row, so not too bad.
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, good position. Yeah, nice clear road in front of me here. So it's going to be an interesting opening few laps down. See, I think everyone's made the jump to slicks and wet. So see where the grip is and see how quick the tires come in.
Still in with a shout of the championship. So what are you?
I don't think so. I think Alice is too far ahead.
We always have to say mathematically.
Yeah, maybe so. But look, we'll see what happens.
And you and Zachary for second. Zach was saying he's busy chasing second place at the moment.
Yeah. No, Zach's a few points ahead of me, but he said 3 DNF. So look, we still have to play for. So let's just see how we get on today. And hopefully get around the first lap this time on like Truxton and race 3 without getting collected. So we'll keep it on the tarmac and just see how we go on this one. And
was that first time out on Truxton?
First time out in Truxton, yeah. It's great track, yeah. Just a bad weekend for me, but it was a great track. So
yeah, it can get a little bit frustrating at times, but it's sad that you didn't get that weekend. Talk us through the kit that you've got in here. We've got the camera looking at us from the other side. Just talk us through the cockpit.
We have our ECU master dash here. It gives us all the information. I have my lap timer here, which I won't be paying much attention to now in this race. You've obviously got all your safety equipment, your battery, your fire extinguisher, and your belts and your seat. And that's it, really. It's just and the big loud pedal on the right hand side.
The thing out of shot is the key start as well, which we don't see too much of anymore.
One of the only ones. This is probably one of the earliest cars that was built, so I have the key and everything for it. One careful owner.
Good stuff, Gary. Much to do over the winter. Will you come back and see us again, or is it a thing?
Yeah, we will. Yeah, let's get this weekend over first before we start worrying about next year.
We'd love to welcome you back. Good luck for the race, and thanks for having a chat with us, Gary. Shall I leave the door open?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We're going to have a quick word with, if we can, with Morgan Kidd, who's over there. Sorry to drag everyone around and move them all around. And Morgan's had a very, very good qualifying P4. So it seems to have been a little bit of a level of the weather that we had over the course of the morning. Morgan, you okay? Hope you don't mind me sticking the mic in. We've got the camera over there. Really good qualifying. What was the secret to that?
I think just a newfound confidence that we found at Thruxton. Just really had a good weekend there, apart from the crash, but just really got my mojo back at that weekend and just continued it on into this weekend.
It seems to have been a theme. We're walking up from the back of the grid up towards the sharp end, and we've reflected with several drivers about some people had bad Thruxton, some people have good. When you get a good Thruxton, it's a circuit that if you take that confidence away, it's very well earned, very well deserved.
Yeah, going into Thruxton, I kind of thought that it was going to be a circuit that I'd like. I love fast circuits, kind of like Knock Hill. And then I went with my driver coach, Paul O'Neill, and he was like, this is going to be a circuit for you. And then
has he done anything at all?
Yeah, he taught me the circuit. That's why I was so fast. But yeah, so it's a brilliant circuit. And then it's just really kind of like brought my spirits up.
I'm delighted to hear that. And talking about fast circuits, obviously Silverstone's fast as well, and it must be mega starting where the F1 cars start.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's kind of crazy to see how many Fiestas fit in one garage where one F car will be. It's quite funny.
Yeah, they have a lot of unnecessary tat with them, don't they, to be perfectly honest?
Yeah, they do, to be fair.
So thoughts on the race? Obviously Lucas Hayden alongside. We've got two more quick guys up front as well. Maybe a slightly different look to the grid that we've got this weekend. What are your thoughts on attacking the first corner and how's it going to go, do you think, with these guys?
So we've stuck with an all-wet setup, whereas a lot of people on the grid have gone slicks on the front. So my plan is to attack from the get-go, put like a big gap and then manage potentially the tyre wear as the circuit gets a bit drier. But yeah, just go from the front and see where we end up.
Thanks, Morgan. Well done on the Thruxton. Glad you got that confidence. And is Paul here today? I know he's here tomorrow for the TCR because he's our presenter for the grid walk, but he'll be keeping an eye, I'm sure, on the stream.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's here today, but I definitely saw him yesterday and I'll probably see him tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching the stream. Owie, get yourself down here. And I think you I don't know who owes who a drink. You probably owe Paul a drink.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Either way, good luck, Morgan. Have a great race, and we'll see you a bit later on. So, good performance from Morgan Kidd. Let's have a rundown. I'm going to go to pole just so that we make sure. Don't know how long we've got on the walk. 9, but we've got time to do all of the top 3. So we'll go back to Lucas Hayden in a minute. But I'm going to stick the microphone into Connor Blackburn, who is on the front row of the grid. How did you get here?
I'm just quick. That's what it is. You know, I got a good lap in early before the yellow flags came out, and then you know when there's yellow flags, no one else could improve. So luckily, I ended up P2. Yeah. Fine.
I think you've been quite modest, but could you recall the specific lap?
I think it was near the start, my 5th or 6th lap. But the race should be good. We've gone for the opposite of everyone else, full wets around me. So just try and get as much distance between me and them as possible at the start of the race.
We sort of started the grid walk with your dad, who's a couple of rows behind, if I'm being generous. Great that you two guys get to go and race together, and I'm guessing makes the bond father and son stronger. It's a lovely thing to be able to do.
Yeah, it's really good. It's nice having him on the grid with me. It would be good, hopefully in a few years or next year, if he can be up as well, up near the front. But it's lovely having him here.
Absolutely brilliant. Good luck for the race. We're going to nip across and have a word with the pole man, but all the best.
Thank you. Yeah.
So that's Connor Blackburn in 664. Grids. Oh, I think we're going to be shushed off. We didn't get our pole man. I totally mistimed that, Greg Graham.
Sorry.
That's my fault. I should have done the pole man first, but there we go.
Fine. We should have instructed you, let you know what was that.
No, that's all right. Championship's in fine fettle, though.
It is. It's fantastic, and there's more coming next year. It's gathered a bit of momentum now, which is really pleasing. So, yeah.
And the juniors are feeding it. Do you want to give a plug for the scholarship?
Absolutely. Scholarship at Blyton Park at the end of this month. Anybody that wants to, fancies Fiesta Junior racing, young drivers, it's a £65,000 genuine package that they're going to win if they come along. So they've still got a few places left. So it's worth going onto the BRSCC website, looking at the scholarship, come along, get signed up.
Yeah, we'll both be there. We look forward to your company as well. So Fiesta Scholarship, half-term week. Make sure you are there. In the meantime, I think it's just about time now to look forward to the race and hand back to Andy McEwen. Thank you, Greg.
Sterling work, as always, from Richard John Neal down on the grid there to talk to most of the drivers on the grid, with the exception of the pole sitter, Dan Lewis, who has, as I said, got 1 win under his belt already this year, way back in the 3rd race, so the reversed grid race at Brands Hatch. So he's never had a win, if you like, on merit, and not that was not a win on merit, but, you know, having qualified at the front of the grid and raced from pole position. So this will be a big opportunity for him here to try and try and get a victory, which he would absolutely love to do to complete his season. He is 10th in the championship, so he's got absolutely no axe to grind in the championship battle whatsoever. He simply wants to go out there, have some fun, win some races, and set himself up nicely, maybe for a championship campaign next year, depending on what it is that he decides he wants to do in 2025. But as Greg Graham there, from the BRSCC, was saying, there are more drivers on the way next year for the Fiesta Championship, which is excellent news indeed. Right then, cars are on the grid. They're going to be released onto their green flag lap any time now. So before they go right on cue, they head off onto their green flag lap. So let's run through the grid and then start getting into some of the championship permutations maybe a little bit later on. But with Alistair Kellett starting so far down on the grid, it now looks perhaps a little bit less likely that we are going to get a champion crown today, but we'll have to wait and see. The grid headed, as we've said, by Dan Lewis, though, and Dan Lewis looking for that 2nd victory of his 2024 campaign. Didn't have a great run at the last round at Thruxton either, Dan. Didn't finish race 1 and then was sort of mid-grid for races 2 and 3. So a big opportunity here at Silverstone to try and get another race victory. He has got Connor Blackburn alongside him. Connor Blackburn, who has never won a race in this championship, starting on 2nd on the grid. Then Lucas Hayden, who has never won a race in this championship, starting third. Fourth on the grid, Morgan Kidd. Guess what? She's never won a race in this championship either. So lots of drivers towards the front of the grid who are gunning for a race victory here, perhaps more than ever before. Then you've got Gary Miller. Gary is the first of the sort of mathematical title contenders, although not really. He's a long way back in third place in the championship now, with Henry Howarth starting alongside him on row 3. Realistically, the two drivers who are going for the championship, they are separated by 90 championship points coming into this weekend, are Zach Lucas and Alistair Kellett. Well, Zach Lucas will start not on the next row of the grid, actually. He's down on row number 5. Row 4 is Joseph Knight and Simon Horobin, and then Zach Lucas with Archie Johnson for company at the back end of the top 10. So Zach Lucas with work to do, and only 2 positions ahead of Alistair Kellett, who really didn't seem too bothered about his lowly starting position because he's only 2 places behind Zach Lucas. Kellett 11th with James Pope for company on row number 6. 7th row then for Charlie Ellis and Luke Waugh together. Then John Cooper, a lot further down than normal John Cooper, who was up towards the front at Thruxton in all 3 races last time out. He's got Caitlin May alongside him on the 8th row, and row 9 for Harry Hayes and Graham Colfer. Now, the 10th row of the grid appeared to have a gap in it. I don't think we've got Adam Clark in the number 7 car. Christopher Blackburn will be there on row number 10. We heard from him on the grid walk. Then Matt Chambers and Marco Ricci at the tail end of the grid. So that's how the grid lines up. Also interesting to hear there from a couple of drivers that there might be a bit of a spread of tyre strategies here, because it is still damp out there, definitely, but it is noticeably brighter now than it was 20 minutes or so ago, and I think that track is going to start drying out nicely. So people like Morgan Kidd, who I think was saying she's on full wets, she's going to really want to try and make hay early on whilst the track conditions are favouring her tyre choice. Those who have gone for the slicks on the front, they are going to have a little bit more of a challenge in the early stages, but the track, I think, is definitely going to come to them later on. Now, I think I'm right in saying, don't quote me on this, that the yellow sidewall tyres are the slick tyres. So looking out of the window, I can see the majority of drivers look to have gone for a slick front, but there are some who have gone for wets all round. They are the ones we expect to see going quickly in the early stages, and whether they'll be able to keep that pace up until the checkered flag, we'll have to wait and see. Right, back row of the grid then is in position, and we are almost ready to go racing then here at Silverstone, the first race of the weekend for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Red lights go on, and when they go out, we're away and racing for 20 minutes. Out they go now, and who is going to get the best of the starts from the front of the grid? It's pretty even, but it looks to me like Connor Blackburn has his nose ahead on the inside line, so Connor Blackburn with a better start holds the lead. Morgan Kidd up to 3rd, and Gary Miller up into 4th position. Keep an eye on Kellett. He's dropped backwards, actually, I'd say, off the line, as there Simon Horobin has a bit of a twitch, presumably on slick tyres. Oh, and one is around already. James Pope heading for the grass, just manages to keep it out of the barriers, but this is the challenge. If you're starting on slicks, you're not going to have any grip, and that is Kellett, the championship leader, around into John Cooper, and Alistair Kellett is off the road. Does he get going? Yes, he does. There is no damage, I don't think, but Alistair Kellett nearly throwing it all away on the opening lap of the race. This is why we are not yet counting out Zach Lucas for the championship, because Alistair Kellett over the last couple of rounds has started to have a little bit of bad luck creeping into his racing. He had a non-finish with a gearbox issue at Thruxton last time out, then got tangled up with a few drivers actually at the start of race number 3, and now on the opening lap of this race, Alistair Kellett losing control, tagging John Cooper, and he is almost at the back of the field. So big drama for Kellett. There he goes, back behind John Cooper, interestingly, but let's hope he's got no damage, because he needs to go up there and score as many points as he can. Dan Lewis is scrabbling for grip there. The pole sitter losing a bit of ground in the early stages, but a very dramatic opening half a lap of racing. And the championship leader right at the centre of that, and Alistair Kellett's going very slowly as well at the back of the field, so I wonder if he's got damage. Here comes Zach Lucas though. Zach Lucas trying to make hay whilst the sun does not really shine. He's on the inside line here, going up the inside of Lucas Hayden, and that is Lucas into 5th position. We'll start working out the points a bit later on, because it is likely that Kellett will pick up a few more positions from where he is now, but Zach Lucas is also on the march towards the front, and well, Richard John Neal, what a dramatic opening lap. Drama for Alistair Kellett, not for the first time in recent memory, and the door perhaps still open for Zach Lucas in the championship.
Could well be. Need to look at those scores, don't we? I think all that happened while I was walking up the stairs, as is typical.
Yes, it was. Well, what happened was it was into Village where we saw so many of the Melias struggling for rear grip in the previous race. Kellett was on the inside, just looped it backwards into John Cooper. No damage done, obviously, but he is, 17th at the moment, Alistair Kellett, with a lot of work to do. And here, look, Zach Lucas has gone past Gary Miller and past Dan Lewis. So that puts him into third place, although he now has contact with Miller, who is just desperately trying to find some grip. There is a real mix, I think, of tyre strategies. Richard, a couple of drivers mentioned to you that they were either on wets or they'd gone for the slicks on the front. At the moment, it's just wet and cold enough, I think, that the wet tyre is the right option. And those who are on slicks clearly are struggling.
Yep, it could be all. Bit of a kiss and a cuddle there on Dan Lewis, and goodness me, yeah. Is it 2 drop scores for this one? I meant to ask, or 3?
It's 3, I believe. Hang on, hold the line caller.
So not a huge problem for Alistair Kellett if it's 3, because he's had two retirements, hasn't he? And other than that, I don't think he's finished lower than 4th.
No, I think you're right. So he's not dropping too many points, but can't really afford another bad race. That's the issue. Yeah, he is on 631 points coming into this weekend. And it is then 560 for Zach Lucas in second place. Lucas Hayden there going past Dan Lewis meanwhile, so that's now for 5th position. And Lucas Hayden picking up another position, Simon Horrobin in behind. But those who are on the slick fronts now maybe just starting to pick up the pace a little bit. Lucas is absolutely flying, and I think will be with the leaders before too much longer. As they're behind, look, Lucas Hayden has got Simon Horrobin and Dan Lewis side by side. Horrobin goes past Lewis and then tries to get up the inside of Lucas Hayden as well.
He does some great Fiesta racing. You heard the buzz on the grid walk from the drivers that are here. Some of them using it as a platform to maybe move on to other things, but those that staying, happy to stay, happy to get more experience, or just maybe carry on if there are some of the sort of masterclass drivers happy to carry on and try and come back. And again, this is the great thing about BRSC Formula. We've said this before, make no apology for saying it again. This is all of these formulas. You can be a master and win races against the youngsters. There aren't too many clubs that seem to get that and work it out that way, but it does happen here. Conor Blackburn, though, class at the moment. I heard his dad talking about him moving on next year. It'd be great if he can go out with a win here.
Indeed so. So up towards Village goes Dan Lewis. Dan Lewis really struggling in these conditions, isn't he? Now under threat from the number 11. That is Ellis going through. Charlie Ellis picking up a place. Charlie started 13th. Is up now into 7th position. So he's going really well in the red number 11 car. Simon Horrobin, interestingly, with the fastest lap. That is worth a bonus point in this championship. Fastest lap worth a point, so too is pole position. Well, that point, of course, went to Dan Lewis. Fastest lap now to Horrobin. So neither of the title contenders picking up any of the bonus points, as Charlie Ellis now tries to complete this pass on Dan Lewis that I thought he had made, actually, but Dan sort of coming back at him down the back straight. In the background, look, there is Kellett. Kellett just isn't making any progress. He is stuck behind James Pope. He's in 15th position, but remember, you score points within your class, so that is 9th of the pro drivers at the moment. Oh, sorry, it's the overall finishing. Yes, it is. Sorry, yes, it's different to some of the other categories. So, yeah, it is your overall finishing position. So, actually, Kellett down in 15th position, 16 points going his way. That would, needless to say, become a drop score for Kellett. So, the gap is still coming down. But the point is, it puts the pressure on him for the races later in the weekend. John Cooper there slowing, coming out of club corner, and then seemingly picking up the pace again. So, no, maybe not actually. He's sort of wandering offline. John Cooper, yes, is slowing down. And John Cooper's race, I'm afraid, coming to an end. I wonder whether that's a legacy of the contact that he had at the start of the race or not. I'm not so sure. But anyway, that opens the door for Kellett, who picks up another position now on the tail of James Pope. You have to wonder whether this is just tyre choice. Maybe he's gone slicks all round or something. Joseph Knight's also plummeted down the order, so we'll have to wait and see over the remaining 13 and a half minutes. But as the sun now, Richard, starts to come out, those who are on slicks, that is exactly what they wanted to see.
Yeah, they did. Circuit drying up, and I got my drop scores. But I was thinking Alistair had 3, but it's Zach Lucas with 3 drop scores,
yes,
isn't it? With, I think, a non-start and 2 non-finishes.
Yeah.
So he's the one that can't afford to drop. And I don't know if you heard the interview with Alistair, the turbo problems in qualifying. And yeah, just so many things. We'd be interested to know. I'm sure somebody on the stream will know how many components there are from the Haynes manual. Is there still Haynes manual? Are they still things? Haynes manuals?
There might be.
How many parts there are in one of these cars that could go wrong?
Yeah, yes. I think Kellett's had most of them in these last couple of rounds, hasn't he? Had that really strained gearbox issue at Thruxton last time out that cost him. And Alistair Kellett now with work to do. Where's he going to end up at the moment then? Across the line goes Zach Lucas. Zach Lucas now has the fastest lap. That is worth a bonus point. This is all helping him to just try and keep those 2 bonus points, excuse me, to keep his title hopes alive. And as they head through Abbey, Kellett picking up another place now, 12th position, ahead of James Pope. So it's all just starting to come to Kellett a little bit more now, but Lucas 4.2 seconds off the lead. That last lap though, Richard, he was a full second quicker than race leader Connor Blackburn, so there's every chance here that Lucas could pick up a few more places.
It could be. The gap's coming down. We've got Morgan Kidd in P2. What a difference. I don't know what you heard of the interviews. What a difference Thruxton made to so many of the youngsters' lives going there. Whether we'll go back there next year or not remains to be seen, but it for some heartbreak, for some really good meeting, and as I said to them, if you do well at Thruxton, big confidence.
Yes,
big
absolutely.
Confidence.
Well, and here she is now, all of a sudden battling with Zach Lucas, one of the championship contenders, so she'll learn a lot from this. Ooh, that wasn't the best line through club though, Morgan. Oh dear. And she bounces back onto the road behind Zach Lucas. That is what pressure will do to you though, seeing one of the title contenders coming up behind you. And also, she was gaining on the race leader, so I guess maybe just a little bit of overdriving creeping in there, but she's back on the road, still in 3rd position. But of course now Gary Miller is looming in her mirrors, bringing with him the likes of Simon Horrobin and Lucas Hayden as well. As in the background, Kellett comes across the line, now in 10th position, so that is now 26 points that he's scoring. So he's picked up 10 points in the last couple of laps. And look, the next car in front of him, number 77, Graham Colfer, with that front splitter rattling around in front of him. And that potentially is going to slow him down, particularly through some of the high-speed corners. There you can see it, look, the splitter has become dislodged. And, oh, well, he's sliding wide anyway. Kellett slips through on the inside line. And another position, and with it, another 2 championship points gained. Colfer's a guest driver, actually. Scott Woodwiss is correcting me. So Kellett then doesn't actually gain any more places, but is now in clean air. It'll be interesting, Richard, to see what sort of pace he has.
It will. I think he's getting into the territory where this may not, for Alistair Kellett, be a drop score at the end of this one. So we will see, and he'll be happy with that. But Connor Blackburn out front from Zachary Lucas, who needs every single point. He can't afford another drop. Morgan Kidd in 3rd, still by far, as Luke Waugh has a moment. He's on slick tyres, obviously struggling with those, and he'll be hoping that they come back in. As you said, though, the slicks do actually match the car, because that's what they normally have on.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Now, look, this for the lead. Connor Blackburn's been caught by Zach Lucas. So Zach Lucas about to try and get his way into the lead of the race. Connor Blackburn being reeled in. And again, whether they're on different sides, I'm not so sure. Look at Lucas's car really rotating nicely through the left-hander at Farm. Onto the brakes now into Village. The wider line in for Lucas, but there's no grip out there. We've seen that already. And he had a big slide, a bit of over-rotation there as he turned into the tight right-hander. But he's on the tail of Blackburn. He is clearly quicker. On the previous lap, took nearly 2 seconds out of the race leader, and he is now challenging as they head onto the hanger straight. A much tighter line for Zach Lucas, and the race lead surely will be his by the time they reach Stoke Corner. We might have a change for 3rd by that point as well, because Morgan Kidd, who also I think has picked up some front splitter damage, is really under threat. We'll deal with the lead battle first though, and Zach Lucas on the inside line should be able to break later. That is the wetter side of the road though, and Connor Blackburn is going to stand his ground after his first win in the championship, remember Connor, and he won't really care about the championship battle that Zach Lucas is in. He just wants a race victory.
He does. This is a shaping up to be a cracking little race between these two. Remember, he's got at the moment side by side as well for 3rd position behind, but Lucas is going around the outside. There is grip there, and he manages to complete the move. So Connor Blackburn, is he going to be able to fight again? One would suggest not, because he has lost that ground, but Lucas gets very tail happy coming onto the Hamilton straight, and there's contact behind.
Simon Horrobin, oh no, and gets collected again, crunch into the pit wall. Simon Horrobin, a big hit, and I think it's Lucas Hayden who he got tangled with. That will probably be a race stoppage, you would imagine. The car right in the middle of the road. Hopefully Simon is okay. He got out onto the curb, I think, as they came out of the final corner. Car rotated across, and unfortunately Lucas Hayden, nothing he could do to avoid. That is John Cooper watching on from the exit of turn number 1, but I suspect we are going to have a race stoppage here, because that car ain't for moving.
If that's a red flag with 8 minutes to go, does it get canned? Does it go back a lap? And that means that Connor Blackburn gets a win.
It would definitely go back a lap if it's called a result. They've got time. We're ahead of time, remember, at the moment, so they could choose to restart the race if they wanted to, but we'll have to wait and see what the decision is. The race for now is still going, bizarrely. They are coming through Stowe Corner, and in 2 corners' time, they'll be faced with a stricken and very badly damaged car in the middle of the pit straight. So you have to imagine the safety car, at the very least, will be called before too much longer. But anyway, time ticking down. They might be trying to get to 2/3 race distance maybe, so they can call it. Safety car lights were flashing there on the exit of Stowe Corner, and we do now get the confirmation on the timing screen. So the race being neutralised but not stopped, which means that it can continue on for, well, if they can get that car cleared out of the way, they can continue on to do the full race distance. Morgan Kidd will breathe a sigh of relief here because she holds on to 3rd place for now and was really coming under attack from the likes of Gary Miller and Charlie Ellis, and of course the other big winner, Alistair Kellett, who in all of that had set the fastest lap as well, Richard, and gets those 2 points back, and now the race is stopped. So, what does that mean?
Yes, it means we've lost the timing tower, so are we going to get a checker there or not?
7.25 minutes to go.
Not quite.
It's not 75, no, yeah. So that's a good point.
I would hesitate to say this is going to be restarted. The other key point here was Charlie Ellis was leading class potentially for a first class win, AM class win. He was buoyed up. Did you hear that one? He was really buzzed up. Charlie Ellis, wasn't he? Really? Which is good. Not the way we want to finish the race, for sure. So I better look at the timing screen, do some scribbles in case we do get to do a podium. If it's red, they will line up presumably on the circuit.
Yes, you'd have thought so. That will indicate, I think, what the plan is. Like I said, we're ahead of time, so they should feel that they've got time to get the race restarted if they want to. Zach Lucas is waving to the marshals as if he's celebrating race win. And of course, because we completed that extra lap, it means if it doesn't now restart, he will be credited as the winner. That could be significant. Also worth mentioning the AM Class Championship. I hadn't really touched on that yet, but Archie Johnson and Henry Howarth were only 3 points apart coming into the weekend. So Archie Johnson and Henry Howarth battling for the AM Class Championship. Well, neither of them were at the front of that group. Johnson was only 7th in class, and Henry Howarth was only 6th. So Howarth will take a couple of points out of him. They're going to be almost level, I think, on points going into the rest of the weekend. Right, cars to the pit lane. Most of them anyway. A couple of them didn't get the memo, but I think the rest of them are being ushered into the pit lane, and that is, I fear, then going to be the end of the race for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, and well, Zach Lucas will pull into position if there's anyone there to stop him, which I don't think there is. Oh, he luckily knows what he's doing, pulls in outside the entrance to Parc Fermé, and we should have a chance to catch up with him before too much longer. But Joseph Knight there, look, he's already in the pit lane, having presumably pitted them before the race stopped. Got a couple of them who have made their way around onto the start-finish area. Henry Howarth, one of them actually, with some damage to the back of his car, or the side of his car. Not sure what his involvement was in all of that, but yeah, that AM Class Championship then. 19th and 20th overall, those top 2 in class, so that means 2 points more will be scored by Henry Howarth compared to Archie Johnson. I think they are now 1 point apart for the lead of the AM Class Championship, so that one is definitely going to rumble on to the very end of the season. So the cars have been ushered back to the pit lane, but the timing screen has not yet wiped to 0, so whether that means they're going to restart the race after all or not, I'm not really sure. But anyway, obviously the priority at the moment is making sure that Simon Horrobin's okay. Simon, I can see, is out of the car from out of my commentary box window. He's looking around, surveying the damage, taking a drink of water. But that will probably be his weekend and therefore season done, you would imagine, which is a real shame after a fantastic second half of the year, really, Simon Horrobin. He's been a regular contender for race wins again. So Simon Horrobin's car needs recovering first, of course. Then they need to assess the situation with the pit wall, whether that needs looking into, and whether there's any debris or fluid on the track. So whilst we are establishing what's going on and whether we're going to get a race restart here or not, we're going to take a very quick break from Silverstone. We'll be back with hopefully news on what happens next in just a few minutes.
it's no, now the cars are well evenly matched. You see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody, and the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship coming under red flag conditions in dramatic fashion, with Simon Horobin spinning into the pit wall exiting the final corner at Club. Now, we were sort of pondering what the plan was going to be. We kind of wondered whether that would be the end of the race, but as you can see just about behind the pit wall there, the cars have been ushered not back into the paddock, but instead to the end of the pit lane, where they are queuing patiently and I think waiting to go back out on track. There is Simon Horobin's car going through shot on the back of the flatbed truck. The couple of cars that had stopped out on the track have been left out on track, I think ready to regrid, so I'm pretty sure we're going to get a restart. And indeed Scott Woodwiss from the BRSCC is reporting back to us that it will be a 7-minute restart, we think. So we are going to get a 7-minute restart. There is Simon Horobin's car. It looks an absolute mess, but the good news is all of the safety features inside that car did their job, because after what was a fairly hefty shunt into the pit wall, he emerged absolutely unscathed. He was out of the car, walking around, taking a drink and counting the cost. This is what happened then. Look in the background, he has contact, look, with Lucas Hayden, and then as the car fishtails back across the road, they get together again and crunch straight into the pit wall, and Simon Horobin's race comes to a very abrupt end, and Dan Lewis, in fairness, did a good job there to avoid him. But as I said, he was absolutely fine. A great advert for the safety of these cars, and the fact that Simon Horobin was able to get out without a scratch on him is wonderful news. So yeah, Simon absolutely fine, but a scary moment there. We see that quite often here when cars get out onto the curbing, for example, on corner exit, and loop it coming out of club. That one looks like he was maybe assisted, but it's just close racing, tricky conditions, so easy to sort of trip over each other in those circumstances. And unfortunately, Simon, the one that bore the brunt of it on that occasion, but the car has been cleared. The track is now being dressed, because obviously quite a lot of radiator fluid from the front of that car has been sort of deposited right on or around the front row of the grid. So it's going to be a little moment or two before we get the cars back out there. They'll have to complete an outlap from the pit lane, then there'll be another green flag lap, and we're anticipating maybe a 7-minute restart, we think, when we do get the race back underway, which is good news for us. It is absolutely terrible news for Zach Lucas, because Zach was in a position where he was winning the race, so he was on course for the 50 points. He'd already taken 2 points for fastest lap as well, and so he was on course for basically the maximum points haul for this race. Didn't get the point for pole, that went to Dan Lewis, but still running well. Alistair Kellett, meanwhile, down in 9th position, was on course for just 28 championship points, which I think was still going to be a drop score for him. And, well, Kellett's lead was going to shrink, but that now no longer really the case, and it looks as though he is going to have a little bit of work to do still. Right, let's head downstairs, shall we? And here, once again, from Richard John Neal.
As Andy McEwen said, the officials will get us out racing if they can. Let's have a quick word with Dan Lewis. He's got the door open. We didn't get to chat to him on the grid. We might need a second just to have a quick look and sort what's going out. Dan, I'm sorry we didn't talk to you on the grid walk, because you got pole position, currently P2 in the AM class. So first of all, congratulations on pole. But you left yourself with a bit of work to do. Was that tyres?
Yeah, we had slicks on the front and wets on the rear, but with the slicks on the front we've got absolutely nothing. The way the car's set up, it's just, I can't turn through corners, it's just understeering everywhere, there's nothing to really play with, so it's just dropping us down the order, you know.
But P2, maybe the circuit will be a little bit drier once you get out there, once the clear up's done.
I hope now it's drier we might be able to make some places back up and get ourselves back at the P1.
How far ahead was Charlie of you? Because he's the guy you're dicing for in the class.
What, in the championship or?
No, in terms of the race before the red.
About a second or two, I think it was. Okay. Yeah.
You get a second go at him.
Yeah, I hope so.
I'll leave you to it. Well done on pole. At least we got to have a chance to catch up with Dan Lewis. Let's go up here and have a quick word with Charlie Ellis. We heard how enthused Charlie was with the race at Thruxton. So, class leader. It's not very often we get a chance to have a word with a class leader in the middle of a race. They're hoping to get you back out. We'll listen for the whistle, but happy with the way things went in the first part of the race.
Yeah, it's been a good start to the race. I mean, a lot of carnage at the start, I have to say. Not the nicest thing to see, but we made the most of it and, you know, worked our way through. I think I felt I held the fastest lap at the moment, so that's going really well. And, yeah, you know, it's going really good so far, but still 8 minutes left. Let's see what happens.
What was your tyre choice?
Well, we've gone front, slicks on the front and wets on the rear. So basically nothing on the front.
You're underway, I've got to go. Best of luck, mate. Good luck, Charlie. Sorry to cut across from Charlie Ellis there, who is going out. As you can see, we're very rapidly cleared away. Let's go back to Andy McEwen to resume the commentary.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, so good news. Cars released back out onto the circuit. They'll come around to the grid from where they will have a second green flag lap. And yes, at the moment then, Alistair Kellett with a bit of work to do still for the championship. I did sort of work this out earlier on. I think that if Zach Lucas wins the race, then Alistair Kellett does need to finish second, I think, in order to be able to mathematically wrap the title up today. They'd be in a position where they could still tie on points, but Kellett would presumably win on countback. So Scott Woodward is here to double check all of my maths this weekend, but that is how I'm seeing it at the moment. If Lucas had a perfect weekend, well, he can't quite have a perfect weekend because he didn't take pole position, but if he were to score 3 race wins, 3 fastest laps, and Alistair Kellett were to finish second in this race, then the best Lucas could do at that point is tie with Kellett, and Alistair would win the championship, I think, with 2 races to spare. But that is all provisional, and it is perhaps unlikely to happen, really, because Kellett is going to be taking this restart some way deep in the field. But it is now, look, a very much drier racetrack than it was when the race initially started. It's starting to get quite bright out on track at the moment, and the track will continue to dry over the course of the rest of the race. It might only be a 7-minute restart, but the conditions will continue to change. And if Kellett, as I suspect is the case, has gone for slick tyres, then that could well play nicely into his hands. And well, there is Kellett coming through. A couple of bullets dodged already in this race with that half spin at the start, which put him in a world of drama. But he has managed to come through the field nicely already, and is running, well, I think he's going to take the restart in 9th-ish. Now, the safety car has led them around. They're lining up at the moment on the run down into the club chicane. I'm not entirely sure why, because the track does appear to be clear over on the start-finish area. So we are reasonably confident we're going to get a restart, but they're just biding their time, sending the cars around to the grid, making absolutely sure, I suppose, that everything is in order. But the marshals have all cleared the track, and we should be good to get them around any moment now. Although the fact they've stopped them before pit entrance makes me wonder whether they are still deciding whether or not this race is going to be restarted or not. They may have chosen to bring them around simply to lead them back into the pit lane. That's not what we're hearing, just a bit of supposition on my part, really, but they're not for moving at the moment. They're stuck out on the exit of Stone Corner. A grid sheet has been issued, I'm hearing, an amended grid or an updated grid for a restart to the marshals, but the marshals aren't on the grid. Yes, they're just starting to wander out now, so yes, okay, they are now ready, I think, to re-grid the cars and get us back underway again. So, Zach Lucas, who is classified as the leader, and we had, well, at the time of the red flag, he was the leader, certainly, so he should actually be back ahead of Conor Blackburn, I reckon, when the race does resume. For some reason, they're still not making their way back around onto the grid. Morgan Kidd, of course, there in third. Now, Morgan, I noticed, had picked up a little bit of front splitter damage, probably through that little trip through the gravel at the club chicane. There, look, are Henry Howarth and Luke Waugh's cars. Now, those two were still running at the time of the red flag. They pulled around onto the start-finish straight where they were stopped by the marshals. Now, they may need, the reason for the delay might be that they need to try and figure out where those two are going to slot into the running order. Remember, Henry Howarth and Archie Johnson in this very close AM-class championship battle. As at the moment, as it stands, I would have them 1 point apart going into tomorrow's final 2 races, but that obviously depends very much on where they end up after the restart, and Howarth's car carrying some damage. I'm not really sure where from, because I didn't see him getting involved in the incident on the start-finish straight, but that car has picked up some damage. Whether he needs to pit to get that sorted, I don't know. Henry and Archie both came in at the end of the formation lap as well into the pit lane, I'm hearing from Scott Woodward, so not sure what that was all about. So maybe they've had a few mechanical gremlins already. But and they're both a long way down the order, as I noticed earlier on. In fact, Johnson's still showing us in the pit lane, although I think everyone is, to be fair. There are Luke Waugh and Henry Howarth's cars. Luke, I think, had a spin earlier on. I caught that in the back of shot, I think. And had a moment at Abbey, but I think he'd had one before that as well. So Luke Waugh struggling in these conditions. Howarth's damage, though I'm not entirely sure where that was sustained. I'm also really not entirely sure why we haven't yet got cars on the grid. We've got marshals waiting patiently with flags and a new grid sheet. There is ample space for them to come through and pull onto the grid, and yet for some reason there is a delay getting them there. So be patient, everyone. We will, I'm sure, get a race restart underway before too much longer, but what the delay is exactly, I'm not really sure. And I wonder if it is something to do with these two cars that will need to be regridded. Now, Luke Waugh is classified 17th at the moment, Henry Howarth 19th. So that's the first thing they need to do, is get Luke ahead of Henry and then slot them in the back of the grid. But they can't really do that until they get the rest of the grid in position, unless maybe one of those cars has stalled, which is also a possibility, I suppose. So the Silverstone wing looking as magnificent as ever. And, there we go, cars on the move now, that's good news. They are rolling through onto the grid, but yeah, a few of the drivers were talking to Richard John Neal about this on the grid earlier on. What an honour it is to come and have the opportunity to race at Silverstone anyway, but particularly on the international circuit in front of the Silverstone wing, the home of the British Grand Prix. And it looks more and more impressive all the time now, the construction of the hotel opposite, which, by the way, has probably got more spectators sat outside of it than there are in any grandstands anywhere. It's a great vantage point, that, and those lucky enough to have booked rooms with a track-facing balcony are making taking full advantage of that. And getting a great view. It's just to the left of shot. There are loads of people, look, on the balcony on the Silverstone wing as well. They will mostly be team members or family members of drivers, presumably. Team members should be down in the pit lane ready to help their drivers should they need to. But lots of people here. Silverstone's one of those places that often looks quite empty, even when it's not. There are usually quite a lot of people here. It's just there are lots of places for them to go. And on the international circuit in particular, you can sort of wander around most of it, actually. You can certainly walk the majority of the outside of the track, and there's some good vantage points to the inside as well, so good place to come and watch some racing, actually. A bit of a hidden gem, really, the international circuit, not one that is especially well known, but certainly one that does always produce good racing. So, cars now rolling through onto the grid, I presume. Yes, we still haven't had notification of how long the restart's going to be, but we are getting a restart, it would seem, because Zach Lucas and Connor Blackburn have pulled in at the front of the grid, and the rest of them finding their positions further back. Big news, or the big story really, is what progress can Alistair Kellett make? He's just pulled up directly outside of the commentary box window, trying to get a look at the back of the car. It really doesn't look damaged at all. I think he very much got away with that at the start of the race, but he does look to me like he's on slicks on the front. I'm not sure about the back, though. I'm presuming he's got slicks on the front. He will be on slicks on the back. Yeah, there's not a scratch on the back of that Kellett Motors car, is there? So he is, I'm sure, now going to be up for the fight. Knows he needs to pick up a fair few positions here to wrap up the championship a day early. Not that likely to happen at the moment with Zach Lucas on the form that he's on. The safety car disappears out for another lap. The cars will be left to their own devices on the green flag lap, I think. A couple of them were very much out of position as well. Lucas Hayden. Now, Lucas Hayden there, look, pulling into position. The white, black and pink car. He was the one that got involved with Simon Horrobin. I wonder if there's any damage to the left front corner of that car. It looks like there's a bit of trim hanging down maybe underneath the left front corner, but generally seems okay, despite those two sort of collisions that he had with the Simon Horrobin car. There he is, look, but the wheels all seem to be pointing vaguely in the right direction, which is good news. But as the back of the grid gets formed, we are almost ready to go. I think Luke Moore is now in position, Henry Howarth in position as well. Now, Henry battling with Archie Johnson for that AM-Class Championship. Well, they're going to start together on the back row of the grid. So the purple Jam Sport car, in fact, they're both Jam Sport cars. The purple one is Henry Howarth. The grey, blue and gold is Archie Johnson. And as it stands, if they were to finish in the order they're taking the restart, I believe there'd only be a point between them. A 7-minute restart now confirmed on the timing screen, by the way, so we got there in the end. And who was it that was saying before we were 20 minutes ahead of time? That was a mistake, wasn't it, to make a point of that? This race due to finish at 2:25, though, so we are actually still going to be, I think, about 10 minutes ahead, so we've not lost a huge amount of time here, provided we don't have any more dramas, of course, on the restart. So, cars then pull into position. Green flag lap will get underway momentarily. And a couple of gaps on the grid maybe further back, but at the front of the grid, Zach Lucas leads them away. And look, that is very much nearly a drying line now on the racing line anyway. Again, good news for those who are on the slick tyres. Wonder what Morgan Kidd can do here from third position. She's genuinely had front-running pace, but we believe she's on wet tyres all round. So are the conditions now too dry for her? She certainly seemed to have a fair bit of understeer, didn't she, when Zach Lucas caught her earlier on. So is that going to hinder her chances of grabbing a podium? going to double check here, but I'm pretty sure she's not had a podium yet this season, has she, Morgan Kidd? No, she's had a best finish last time at Thruxton, I think, of 6th. So she's not even had a top 5 yet, let alone a podium. So let's see if she can pick that up. A much improved Morgan Kidd, though, it must be said, as the season's gone on. And really the big turning point seemed to be here at Silverstone last time. She managed to pick up 3 top 8 finishes. It was her most consistent weekend of the year. And then backed that up with the top with the 6th place at Thruxton, but then unfortunately didn't finish race 2 with that accident at the chicane, and then wasn't able to take the start of race 3. But the team have done a brilliant job to prepare the car immaculately again for this final round, and she is delivering good pace. That damage splitter won't be helping her particularly. You can see there the right front corner, that's the corner that she dragged through the gravel down at the club chicane, and that's just detached itself slightly, but it's the right-hand side, it's not the side of the car that gets leaned on the most, so hopefully she'll be all right. And can she bring home a podium finish? That would be a great beginning to the end of her season. So cars then rumble around through the club chicane, and as I said, a 7-minute restarting coming then. With there, Alistair Kellett, perhaps the one to watch, the bright yellow and blue car coming through from, I think, 9th on the grid for the race restart. What can he do? What progress can he make? Can he get into the podium places? And if he can he do enough to win the championship with 2 races to spare? So, onto the grid they go. Lucas Hayden's car pulling in just in front of me. A little bit worse for wear. He's got Kellett and Dan Lewis. Dan Lewis one to watch as well as it dries out. I do feel like he was just on the wrong tyre that first time around, but as it dries out now, I think he's starting to maybe feel a bit more confident, gets another go at this, having started on pole position, remember, winner at Brands Hatch at the start of the season. So Zach Lucas and Connor Blackburn, front row of the grid. Blackburn, who led the entire race until just moments before the red flag came out. Can he now find a way back ahead of Zach Lucas? He had a good start from the outside of row 1. Now, the outside line is a bit drier. That might benefit the likes of Zach Lucas, Morgan Kidd and Lucas Hayden, who are the first 3 starting on the outside line when we get the race restarted, which is imminent. The 5-second board's been shown. The red lights will go on now. They go out now. Very quick hold. Away they go. Zach Lucas looking to try and find the traction on that drier side of the road, but he hasn't. Connor Blackburn gets the lead back immediately, and Connor Blackburn knows that that was his best opportunity to try and get back out in front, which he has done. There's Kellett. He's not had a brilliant start. Kellett losing places again on the initial start to the race. That's not good news for the championship leader, but it is Connor Blackburn who leads into Village for the first time. Zach Lucas in 2nd position, 3rd Gary Miller. So Gary Miller ahead of Morgan Kidd at the moment. Alistair Kellett on the outside of Dan Lewis. So he's lost 2 or 3 positions there, I think, Kellett. Or they're trying now to fight back as they head through the link and into the right-hand rod to the Hanger Straight, adjacent to Chapel Corner, that 90-degree right-hander. And they accelerate away down the Hanger Straight itself. Dan Lewis does now fall in behind Alistair Kellett, but a good start made, really good start by Connor Blackburn, but no, he's lost the lead. He's lost the lead. Lucas has gone back through, and Gary Miller coming through to challenge maybe for 2nd place. So I don't know what happened there to Connor Blackburn. He lost some momentum coming out onto the Hanger Straight maybe, and he has lost the lead. So Lucas back through, Blackburn 2nd, Miller 3rd, then I get back to Morgan Kidd, who I think is still in 4th position as they drop downhill towards the club chicane. Tight left-hander, the never-ending double apex right-hander that brings them out onto the start-finish straight again. And Lucas just trying now to get his head down and pull away if he can. Charlie Ellis is there in 5th. Then you've got the guest driver next in line. And that's Graham Colfer, who's come charging through from 18th on the original grid. Then it is James Pope, and Alistair Kellett is 8th. So Kellett did actually manage, through all of that still, to pick up another position. So he's in 8th position now, but that still would not be enough to seal the deal in the championship. Up towards Village we go then. Charlie Ellis now moving to challenge Morgan Kidd. Goes to the inside of Morgan and slips through at Village. So Morgan Kidd, oh, she's off the road as well. That opens the door for Colfer. And now remember, Colfer a guest driver actually. So I'm saying that Kellett is in 8th. That's actually 7th place points, isn't it? So that's 32 points he's scoring at the moment. And he's on the tail of Morgan Kidd. Kellett is flying actually on this restarted race. He's up the inside now of the pink number 53 car. and I think should be able to complete that pass down into Stowe Corner. Colfer is on the charge as well, to the outside of Charlie Ellis. Charlie Ellis leading in the AM class at the moment. Colfer is also an AM driver, doesn't score points, but he still wants to try and win the class if he can, and all of this going on right in front of the championship leader as well. Right, Gary Miller up into second place now. He's got past Connor Blackburn, whose chances of a maiden victory are just starting to slip away, you'd have to say. And then come the next three. Ellis sideways, Kellett into the back of Colfer. It all just got very stacked up through the final couple of corners, and Kellett will just be wishing for a checkered flag here. At this point, I don't think he cares too much about winning the championship today. He could very easily go one big step towards losing it the way things are going. He just wants to get to the line, get to the checkered flag without any more dramas. At the moment, he's scoring 36 championship points. He needs 10 more from this race in order to win the championship, we think. And remember, the next car, Graham Colfer, is not worth any points. Colfer, though, steams around the outside of Charlie Ellis so late on the brakes into Village. He can't make the corner, runs wide, and Kellett will go through. So that is no more points, but he is at least now on the tail of Charlie Ellis, which is worth an extra couple of championship points if he can get past car number 11. Takes a very wide line out onto the Hanger Straight where they're not monitoring track limits, thank goodness. So everyone free to run as wide as they want. And then they head down into Stowe Corner where Kellett is making his move and blasts past the number 11 machine. So Kellett's got 3¼ minutes left, and we think he needs 2 more positions to provisionally wrap up the title. And he looks right now like just about the fastest driver on the track. Well, actually, the fastest driver on the track is Gary Miller. Gary Miller has taken the fastest lap away now from Zach Lucas, and he might be able to take the lead away from Zach Lucas before the race is done. That would change everything, and it might mean that third place would be enough for Kellett. He's going for third place now. He's up the inside of Connor Blackburn, and he goes through a magnificent, the drive of a champion this has been from Alistair Kellett, you have to say, and he's up into third position. The lead gap comes down to a second, and Kellett has the fastest lap. So Alistair Kellett with the fastest lap, that now means he's scoring 44 championship points. I think that's enough. I think that is enough. Just, it might well change anyway if Miller goes past Lucas, but I think at the moment Kellett might be doing enough here to wrap the championship up. Who would have thought that 5 minutes ago when he was lining up 9th on the grid for the restart? He has charged his way through the order and is now the fastest man on the track. So Lucas leads, Miller second, Kellett third, getting away from Charlie Ellis, who is now 4th. Then Connor Blackburn down to 5th position with Graham Colfer all over him, and this is Gary Miller for the race lead. This could be the final nail in the coffin for Zach Lucas's championship hopes. Gary Miller clearly faster at this stage of the race. He's on the outside line into Stowe Corner. The back of the car steps out on corner entry, but Lucas has no grip mid-corner either, drifts out wide, and Miller will surely have the momentum down the hill to draw level with the number 234 car into the braking zone, which he does. He's on the outside line for the left. That would be the inside for the right, but in the end backs out of it a little bit. So still Lucas the leader, Miller second. Where is Kellett? There is Kellett in the background. 2 more laps to go. Yes, 2 more laps. Has he got time to catch these leading two? If they keep tripping over each other, you'd have to say the answer is yes. He improves upon his fastest lap. It's a 1:17.8. That is 2.3 seconds quicker than the race leader. Because they're battling, Alistair Kellett might yet have time with 2 laps to go to get in on the action as well. So Lucas leads into Village Corner. Gary Miller's got to rethink his strategy here. Thought that he had that move made maybe at Stowe, but just couldn't quite get it completed into the club chicane. And actually drops back a little bit there through Village. Kellett is with them, though. Kellett is absolutely with them. Well, if he's going to win the championship with a couple of races to spare, the best possible way to do that is with a race victory. And right now, he might be the odds-on favourite with a lap and a half to go. He is on the tail of the leading two. The slipstream bringing them closer together again into Stowe Corner, where this time Gary Miller isn't quite able to challenge on the way in. Almost gets into the back of Lucas as they turn through the right-hander. And does that now give Kellett the momentum that he needs down the hill to challenge for second place? Yes, it does. He goes to the outside line. Miller comes across to cover, and I think Kellett would do well here just to back out of this one. The leading two almost touching as they turn into the corner. If Zach Lucas hangs on to win this race, then that is a really Herculean effort. He is under so much pressure from clearly 2 faster cars, but he's defending really well for the time being. Out of the final corner they go then. Still it is Lucas. Oh, the checkered flag! They've waved the checkered flag a lap early. Right, what does that mean then? So Lucas gets the 50 points, not 52 anymore, 50 for the win. Kellett will score 42 for third, plus the 2 fastest laps. I think provisionally, that might be enough. The best now that Zach Lucas could do, I reckon, is to tie with Alistair Kellett, and on countback, Kellett has more wins and would still have more wins, presumably, even if Lucas won all 3 races this weekend. Yes, so we think that if it goes to countback, it would be Kellett's championship. We'll obviously wait for official confirmation of that, but provisionally, Kellett may just have done enough. He probably doesn't know whether he's done enough or not, but we might well find out from Richard John Neal post-race as he has a chance to step in and interview our top 3, because amazingly, Alistair Kellett did make it onto the podium, and he will be very pleased with that. What about the AM Championship, by the way? We didn't really have much time to talk about that because of all of the drama at the front of the field, but Archie Johnson versus Henry Howarth. Well, Johnson finished 6th in class. Henry Howarth finished 2nd. So Henry Howarth will, I think, now take the championship lead in the AM category. But again, we'll get that all calculated for you overnight and let you know in the morning for certain. So Zach Lucas, the race winner. Gary Miller 2nd. Alistair Kellett in 3rd. If it's not enough for the championship, it certainly puts him one hand on the trophy now, you'd have to say. And look at that, only half a second between them at the flag. Charlie Ellis came home in 4th ahead of Graham Colfer, with Connor Blackburn, Henry Howarth, Dan Lewis, Morgan Kidd and Caitlin May completing the top 10. James Pope 11th ahead of Lucas Hayden and Archie Johnson, with Harry Hayes in 14th place. 15th position, Christopher Blackburn ahead of Joseph Knight and Marco Ritchie, Luke Waugh and Matt Chambers then completing the 19 finishers, with Simon Horriban and John Cooper both retiring before the red flag. Well, Horriban the cause of the red flag, Cooper pulling off to the side of the road with mechanical issues before that. So the championship may or may not be over, but certainly for Alistair Kellett, he's in a good position now going into Sunday's 2 races. We are now able, I believe, to head down to have a chat with our top 3 finishers then, and with them ready to have a chat, as always, is Richard John Neal.
Well, lots of clapping and cheering, and Charlie Ellis winning the amateur class. Absolutely thrilled about that, rightly so. Morgan Kidd's just coming into pit lane. We're getting the celebs for Charlie getting his first win in class. Always a mega moment. We're going to let the cars come into pit lane as well. Oh, sorry, into Parc Ferme first. Archie Johnson just bringing them in. We'll catch up with Charlie in a moment. He's got his crash helmet on. Over there, though, P1 and P2, Zach Lucas and Gary Miller. Don't know whether Joseph Knight's going to let us through. We'll nip over after Joseph Knight and grab a quick word. Zachary Lucas, well done.
Thank you.
A win.
Yeah, it was hard, but I got there.
Good to see. Everyone was saying, like, the tyre decisions, when you've got to make the decision an hour before the race because of the pit walk, you know. But it was great to be able to do that.
Yeah, it paid off for sure, being able to change the tyres. We made the right call. It was a pretty hairy first few laps, but once they got warmed up, we was in our element. Yeah, hopefully another couple of good races tomorrow, and we see where we can get.
Good stuff, good stuff. We're still working out points and things like that. I'm hearing different things coming through, but P2 obviously got the better of Gary in that one, so that was a good close race between the pair of you.
It was a very close race. Yeah, I had a bit of damage, and the rear end on it was very loose towards the end, so I'm going to have to get the team to have a look at that. So, but yeah, all good. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Zachary Lucas back on the top step off the podium. Let's have a word with Gary Miller, P2. Gary, well done.
Thank you very much.
Closing up there.
Yeah, I had him at the end. The back tyres just went off, but it was trying to get him moved on clean, and I just couldn't quite get there. And then next thing, all of a sudden, Alistair was there, and I think three of us were side by side on the last lap coming down the last corner. But yeah, no, delighted. Back on the podium now, it's brilliant. It was that was a good race.
Good stuff from the organisers to get it back out. You know, you've been at other things where they get canned pretty early on, but
no, it's great to get back out there and get a good race. And the top 3 in the championship were door to door again, so that was brilliant. So no, well done to Zach. He drove well. He hung on to it at the end. It's just Morgan Kidd and Blackburn were just unlucky. If the safety car hadn't come out, they had the makings of you in the first race, to be fair, even though their wets had gone off. So their gamble didn't pay off and ours did. So look, it's a good day. Nothing to do to the car, so I'm happy. Go again tomorrow.
Nice one, Gary. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Very quick, we've got Audis on the grid. I apologise to Audis. Alistair, P3, but we reckon on countback, we reckon you've got the title.
Haven't a clue.
Well, because the points go, we're hearing that if Zach has a perfect weekend, you tie on points, but you've got more wins.
news to me.
So if that's the case, congratulations. If not, we're going to go again anyway tomorrow.
We're going to go tomorrow anyway.
But what about that? Rod, a story for the race, coming through from the back and up onto the podium. Mega drive from you.
Yeah, the initial start, I got boxed in on the inside, turn 3, brake there, they made touch the brakes, just wouldn't stop, had to pull the handbrake. Unfortunately, I collected John. The safety car, or the red flag, restarted. Blessing the skies. I was so careful, I lost a few places at the restart, but once the tires switched on, the car was mega, absolutely mega.
If it is, congratulations. Congratulations, well done on the great. So, well, with this guy, got his first class win as well. So from one champion to another potential champion. We've been having a lot of chats this weekend, haven't we? How about that? You happy?
Well, I'm really happy to speak to you, to be honest, because that means obviously means I've done something good. You know, a win is brilliant. My first win in the AM class is just outstanding. You know, nearly having that podium, nearly got it, but you know, Alistair's a bit too good for me. You know, he's got all the experience in the world, which I'm still learning. And you know what? I hope next year, if we do race, you know, we have no money at the moment, so any businesses, sponsors out there who, you know, would like to invest in a future touring car champion, then, you know, please, you know, DM me on my socials, on the website as well, charliesmotorsport.com. Have a look and, you know, have a look at your next champion.
Charlie Ellis, well done. We've got Audis on the grid. Congratulations. Glad we caught up earlier as well. Lots of screen time for you. Let's go back to Andy McEwen now. Demon Tweaks, Audi TTs. And I'll be back up in the box in just a few minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard, where another championship is coming to a thrilling conclusion here at Silverstone, the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Racing Championship in its debut season as a championship, a fully fledged championship, the title going right down to the wire between three drivers really, Bradley Burns, Matt Luff and Carl Swift. Carl Swift a bit of an outsider, Matt Luff is 14 points adrift of the championship lead, and actually the race getting underway here. I thought they were going to get a green flag lap, but the race is starting, and it is Matt Luff who took pole position after qualifying earlier on today. Brad Burns, though, the title leader, is past him already into turn 1. So Matt Luff, all of that hard work done in qualifying, well, he's now going to do it all over again, although he's gone back past Brad Burns already. So Luffy back into the lead. Burns wants the lead back into Village, can't get it done on the way in, and Matt Luff stands his ground as the race leader. Oh, that's Swift sideways. Carl Swift had qualified. 5th on the grid. I think he's still 5th as they head out of Village and down towards Chapel, but it's Luff that leads. It is Burns in 2nd place. It's side by side then for 3rd between Sam Heading and Ross McCarr, and Ross McCarr, having qualified 4th, is up into 3rd actually as they head down the Hanger Straight for the first time of asking. So yes, 14 points between Brad Burns and Matt Luff after the drop scores. It is all to play for therefore. Luff needs to try and beat Burns in all 3 races. Brad was up the inside there as they went through Stowe Corner, as behind there Charlie Budd is on the outside line of a whole group of cars heading down through the right-hander. The leaders arrive at Vale though, and it is going to be Luff, by the looks of it, who leads the opening lap of the race, but Luff really could do with other drivers getting in there and sort of separating those top 2 in the championship, because 3 wins I don't think would be enough for Luff. He really needs other cars to separate those 2. They head down across the start-finish line. The leaders, I can tell you, are absolutely together. They're making contact on the start-finish straight, and Matt Luff almost ending up in the pit wall there. Brad Burns, I think, is going to go through, is he? Luff tries to hang tough on the outside. He can't quite do it, and as they head down towards Village, we've had a tangle on the start-finish straight as well. That is the 113 of Andrew Rogerson and the number 78 also involved there, Richard Forber, both of whom are getting going, but Matt Luff loses the lead to Brad Burns after a very, very physical tussle going down the pit straight, but Luff knew that he had to try and hold on to the advantage as long as he could, and Brad Burns it is who has managed to find a way through. So Burns leads, Luff 2nd, 3rd for Sam Heading now, 4th Carl Swift. So Ross McCarr has slipped down the order. He was 3rd at the line. He is 6th now as they head down towards Stowe Corner, where Matt Luff might be about to try another move here maybe. No, not quite close enough in the end on the way into the turn. The trouble is there is one sort of drying line now. That is quite clearly going to be the grippier and quicker line. To overtake, though, you have to go off that onto the more slippery side of the road, and that is going to be tricky to do. So Matt Luff just needs to try and dig deep here, find the performance that he had in qualifying, where he took pole position by only about half a tenth, admittedly, but he was quicker than Burns. He is sticking with Brad for now, and really needs to try and find a way back into the lead. Will Stacey there in 5th position now, having gone past Ross McCarr on that lap. There's a lot of gravel on the road after that incident towards the back on the previous lap. The leaders negotiating that safely though. as now things just start to settle down ever so slightly. Top two getting away. And these two fighting for the championship. They both had very differing seasons, though, it must be said, because really Matt Luff was one of the stars early in the season, picking up race wins and podium finishes right from the start of the season, really. Whereas, oh, that's a moment for Pelosi. That is, sorry, no, Oliver Devine King, I should say. Sorry, Oliver Devine King in the number 75 going off, coming through Farman Village. But, yeah, Brad Burns took a minute or two to get going in the championship this year. And Matt Luff has really found himself under attack through the second half of the year. Now he is the one putting Burns under attack, though. And again, they trade a little bit of paint turning into Stowe Corner. That gives Luff, though, a slightly better exit. But no, Burns stays in front for now. Good battle, though, setting up between these two. An awful lot on the line, Richard John Neal. And you can tell how much Matt Luff wants this.
Yeah, he does. He was very, very pleased to get that pole position.
And
Brad Burns is going to... That's a rare mistake from Bradley Burns. Leaves the door open, and Matt Luff was much, much smoother coming into that and gets the lead. But the one thing you know is Brad Burns will fight back. He has lost very little.
Yes, he's still right there, but what that does is bring other drivers into the mix. That's what Luff needs, really. I was saying just before you got here, 3 wins won't be enough for Luff if Burns is second every time. Matt needs other drivers to get between them, and, well, not really through anything of his doing. Other drivers are now in contention. One of those other drivers is Carl Swift. He's up the inside of Sam Heading. He is into the side of Sam Heading, and Sam holds on to the place, went off the track to do it, but I think we can fairly safely argue that he didn't do that by himself, and so he hangs on to that third place. Here comes Burns once again with a good exit onto the back straight. Every time Luff gets in front, Richard, he then seems immediately to come under threat again from Brad, who maybe on corner exit is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, absolutely superb. The teammates racing hard. I had an interesting chat. I don't know if we saw it in the lunch break or any other time about how the team share data and effectively go out with the same settings. They share all the data, so they're racing. The team's got obviously doing well, but within the team they have the same material, the same access to all the data, and Brad Burns just at the moment and is there contact again? This is like touring cars.
Well, I think that was and Luff now gets over the curb a bit too hard. I think it's just that the rear of Burns' car is breaking traction through the club chicane, but that time it was Luff that made the bigger mistake, clouting the curb, and that opens the door now for Carl Swift to move through maybe into second position. This takes a bit of the pressure away from Brad Burns. Matt Luff tries to hold on around the outside of Swift. It's difficult to go side by side through here, and I think he's going to have to give that one up. So, sorry, it's not Swift, is it? Sorry, it's Sam Heading, I beg your pardon, who is up into second position. Carl Swift there in fourth place with Will Stacey and Ross McCarr still in tow. So it's a 6-car lead group. And Will Stacey, former MX-5 and Lotus racer, up the inside of Carl Swift. And he will move through into fourth position.
He does. Will Stacey running with Rob Boston. So we've got Area and Rob Boston all at the top of the mix. Adam Blair getting a little bit of form back as well. Nice to see Adam back after... Has he been back since his exclusion at Snetterton? Can't remember. It was only on it wasn't on a speed issue. It was I think a branded part or a sticker or something on the part that lost. But good to see him back, and he's getting some form back. Is Adam Blair back to where he was last year? Yes,
indeed. That was someone going wide. There's a lot of debris down at Stowe Corner. Adam did race here at Silverstone in August. Right. That was the last time that he raced with us. Will Stacey there was running wide through Stowe Corner, so having gone past Carl Swift a corner earlier, now loses that place, and nearly another one to Ross McCarr. But it's just sort of split the pack now slightly, hasn't it, at the front of the field. Brad Burns leading, also has the fastest lap at the moment, worth a bonus point. Oh, no, he doesn't. Adam Blair, the aforementioned Adam Blair, steals that point away. So Adam Blair...
Have we mentioned Paul Luty yet, by the way? We've got to say thank you for the...
Yes, he brought us a very thoughtful gift. Yes, earlier on, a dark chocolate caramel wafer biscuit, pack each for us. Clearly realised we were going to work up a bit of an appetite today with all this racing to talk over. And yes, thank you very much, Paul, who has treated us very well all season long.
Come back next year.
Yes, please do. We don't have favourites, but we do like Paul Luty because he brings us chocolates. It's an easy way to our hearts, isn't
Sorry
it?
to do that as a tangent, but
no, absolutely. Where is Paul then at the moment? He is...
Not that far away. He's in 11th at the moment. There's David Robb, who we had a nice chat with this morning as well.
Yes, absolutely. So both of them knocking on the door of the top 10. Leaders then down through Stowe Corner. I'd say they're getting closer together again slightly now, those leading three. Matt Luff just starting to regroup maybe after getting shuffled out earlier on, and Sam Heading I think is closer than 9/10 now to the race leader Brad Burns. 9/10 was the gap at the start of the lap. I think that's coming down, so they're all compressing together as we move now into the second half of the race.
Yeah, looking good for Bradley Burns at the moment, because Sam Heading might be just looking behind him and seeing Matt Luff closing in. Carl Swift, who was the 4th man at the start of the year, still back in 4th position. 5th position, Will Stacey. Lovely to see Ross McCarr up there. Adam Blair, fastest lap, 1:16.573 for the man in 7th place, trying to close up on the lead 6.
And he's with them now, look. He's with Ross McCarr and Will Stacey. It was briefly Matt Luff who had the fastest lap. The track clearly getting quicker. Every single driver in the top 13 set their personal best lap last time around on lap 6 of the race. So the track conditions clearly starting to improve quite significantly as the sun does now break through the clouds. There was, I'd heard, a threat of more rain at 3 o'clock. At the moment, though, I'd say blue skies ahead mean that we should hopefully have fairly consistent track conditions again before too much longer, as the leaders accelerate down towards Stowe Corner for the 7th time. We have 6.25 minutes to go, and Matt Luff had better get a bit of a wriggle on here if he's going to have a chance of challenging Brad Burns for a race win. Still some good battles to be had further back. There is Adam Blair, who turns his way through. Adam had a best finish, I think, of 5th in one of the races earlier on this season, that coming at Snetterton. And here he is trying to get into 6th position now around the outside of Ross McCarr, but that's a difficult move to make. The outside through the left, the inside for the right. It looks like it might work though, and Adam Blair's car working well.
It is working well, and both of these guys, of course, were front runners last year. Much bigger field this year. Arguably, we've got more quality is the wrong thing to say, but lots of quality drivers coming in. Certainly nothing wrong with the quality of the likes of Adam Blair and Ross McCarr, and all the drivers that were in it last year. Charlie Budd up to 9th. He's having a decent run here as well.
Yes, he is, and the top 10 completed by Morgan Root as Carl Swift gets a bit of a tap in the tail maybe there from Will Stacey. Will Stacey trying to break through into 4th position. The lead gaps, by the way, came down again slightly that time, and so Sam Heading certainly matching, if not slightly quicker than Brad Burns that time around. Sam Heading, who has been a bit of a revelation really this year since moving into the championship, with more rear-wheel drive experience than front-wheel drive coming into this year, but he has been extremely quick. And yeah, he is going to be a threat next year if he decides to do a full season. Got that win here, remember, on the national circuit back in August, and would like to get another one if he could. He's chasing down the race leader Brad Burns. As here, Will Stacey does the same sort of thing to Carl Swift, whose championship really unravelled at Alton Park, didn't it? He qualified on the front row of the grid, got caught up in that start line incident, didn't take part in race 2, and from that point on really hasn't ever looked quite as competitive as he did at the start of the season, where he won the first 4 races of the season on the bounce. Carl Swift, he really looked like he was going to dominate this year, but it just hasn't quite gone to plan through the second half of the season for him. Sam Heading now takes the fastest lap meanwhile, and that was only fractionally quicker than the leader, half a tenth or so, but he's keeping the pressure on, isn't he?
He is keeping the pressure on. Just having a quick look down for Masters, because we've got Patrick Booth heading that one. It's one of our podium things, one of my podium duties to have with that. Sean Smith is here but not racing. Both of his cars, his and Ruby's cars, sold.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Shame to lose them from the grid, but
might
it sounds...
be back.
Oh, okay, okay.
Might be back.
We'll see. Hopefully they will. I know a lot of people have really enjoyed their season racing here in the TTs, even those who maybe, for whom things haven't quite gone to plan. They even, I was chatting to Steve Foden earlier on this morning, said, oh, I've had a rubbish season. It's been a real nightmare, but still learnt a lot, you know, and he was sort of accepting, I think, that it was never going to be easy stepping into a championship like this. No front-wheel drive experience ever for the reigning Mazda MX-5 champion, and well, he qualified for this race 15th. He is running in about that position now, I think, yeah, 16th position, but even he admits that he's learnt a lot and it's still been worth doing, even though the results haven't necessarily been exactly what he was hoping for.
But when he does get going, watch
absolutely,
out.
Absolutely. Really talented
driver. We rub our hands
driver.
together with anticipation for that, we really do.
We definitely do. Now, Matt Luff rubbing his hands together maybe because he's just set the fastest lap of the race. That is worth a bonus point, but also it means he's closing back in now slightly on the leading 2. Here, meanwhile, comes Adam Blair, and he's closing in on 5th position, goes up the inside of Will Stacey into Village. Will wanted to close the door, but couldn't do it on the way in. Instead, concentrates on the switchback on the exit. Look at Will's hands working away on the wheel there. He's back to the inside into the right-hander that leads onto the hanger straight, and I think he's going to go back through, shovels Adam Blair wide. Adam, in fairness, keeps on coming though, keeps his foot in it, and they're still side by side as they head down the hanger straight, with Ross McCarr looking to make it 3 wide. He goes to the inside of both of them with all of the momentum in the world, and that is the wetter side of the road, but it's the shorter distance into Stowe Corner. Stacey backs out of it, he doesn't fancy it. Adam Blair keeps his foot down though and manages to move through into that 4th position with McCarr, I think, coming with him.
He is. Cracking races. We'll have more of this next year as well. Bigger numbers. There's lots of people talking about coming into it. Stop the talk. Get out there. Get on the grid. Andrew Rogerson is in the Sean Smith car, by the way. He's one of the new ones this year. Wanted to have this meeting, had a misfire on the car, but said, get that out of the way. Just use this as a shakedown. Looking forward to a full season next year.
New fastest lap now for Brad Burns as he responds to Matt Luff closing in last time around. So the top three pretty even at the moment. Carl Swift here nipping around the outside of a slower runner. And the next group of cars coming up pretty quickly behind them as well. Into the braking zone at Village they go again. And they all take a tight line on what is now pretty much a bone-dry circuit, I think, up there. Drying out remarkably quickly here. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, so time for 2 more laps. Well, a lap and a half now, I suppose, really. The leaders already well on their way down the Hanger Straight. And just 0.8 of a second between the top two. Another 0.8 of a second then back to Matt Luff in third. And then 4.3 seconds, the gap back to Carl Swift, who's a bit lonely in fourth now. Adam Blair might not have enough time to catch him, I don't think, before the end of the race. Then Ross McCarr, Will Stacey and Jason Pelosi, and someone was backwards on the Hanger Straight in the background, weren't there? There was a lot of smoke as someone had either had an engine blow up or were pointing the wrong way. I was pretty sure I could see the back of an Audi TT coming towards me then, though, rather than the front. And yes, maybe it was engine there. Morgan Root there slowing, and yes, that is actually just a lot of smoke coming from the back of the car, and that is Morgan Root's day done.
Shame for Morgan, not having the rub of the green, but he was in the top 10, so decent-ish performance there for Morgan, but it all goes to pot. He'll have to do more in the later stages with 26 seconds, less than that now. Bradley Burns, first again, doing all that he can here. A little bit of... Paul Luty.
And Charlie Budd.
Charlie budded.
Yeah, that's for 9th position. Paul was actually trying to get past Charlie, I think, there, but found that the outside line at Abbey, not necessarily the best place to do that. The leading three remarkably evenly matched. Brad Burns was 6/1000ths of a second slower than Sam Heading on the previous lap, and Sam was about 1500ths slower than Matt Luff behind. I think Heading is closing in slightly on this lap, though. So as they head for Stowe Corner, Burns needs to just be a bit careful not to take his eye off the ball, but this could be a crucial race victory here for Brad. He's got the fastest lap of the race as well, unless anybody else can beat it on the final lap, and this will put him very much one more step closer towards the championship. Through the club chicane he comes then. The time has ticked to 0. It's going to be another race win for Brad Burns. He's won already on 7 occasions this year. It's win number 8 for Brad Burns, and a big step towards the championship title. Sam Heading second, and Matt Luff will be very disappointed, I think, with third place, having led early on. Carl Swift comes home in fourth, and Adam Blair takes the fastest lap on the last lap. So in doing so, takes a point away from Brad Burns. The Morgan Root car, meanwhile, continues to expire ever more smokily. I think they need to get a fire extinguisher on that before it gets any worse. In the Masters class, by the way, Patrick Booth, well, had been caught actually in the closing stages by Jonathan Williams. Did Jonathan manage to get past him? They'll be the next two here. They're coming up to the line, and is that still Morgan Root ahead? I think Patrick Booth ahead. Yes, it is, by 1.5 in the end, just in the Martini livery number 33 car, similar livery to Ross McCarr, of course, who was up there towards the very front of the field. But it was a fascinating race, that, and a very, very good defensive drive from Brad Burns, really, because even when he got the lead, he wasn't really able to get away there. Sam Heading was always about 0.8 of a second behind. Fastest lap, by the way, wasn't set by Adam Blair. It actually went to Ryan Edgecombe, who was all the way down in 12th position, but set a really good lap at the end, a 1:16.0. That was half a second quicker than the leaders were going at the end, and about 0.2 quicker than anyone else did all race. So really good stuff, that, from Bradley Burns, who manages to pick up the fastest lap point and takes it away from the championship contenders. Burns then with an 8th win of the year, and now moves to, I reckon, 19 points clear of his championship rival Matt Luff, who was only 3rd. Sam Heading between them in 2nd position. Carl Swift was in 4th ahead of Adam Blair, then Ross McCarr, Will Stacey, Jason Pelosi, Charlie Budd and Paul Luty to complete the top 10. David Robb, Ryan Edgecombe and Sam Meagher were next, ahead of Luke Handley in 14th place. 15th position went the way of Steve Foden, who picked up a place there towards the end, probably as a result of Morgan Root's non-finish. Dan Budd was 16th, Joe Weaver 17th, Patrick Booth in 18th, won in the Masters class narrowly from Jonathan Williams. Brad Kaler was 20th, then it was Joe Moss, a guest driver, in 21st. Oliver Divine King 22nd, Paul Savage 23rd, Tim Gray, Andrew Rogerson, Dave Richardson, and Morgan Root not classified as a finisher. He and Richard Forber both failing to finish the race. TTs will head back to the paddock. They'll be back out again tomorrow. 2 more races still to go to settle it. The championship's certainly not over yet, I don't think. Let's just double check the maths on that one, though. Pretty sure. Oh, well, now, hang on. Is that enough? I think Brad Burns might have just done enough there, because Matt Luff, if he were to win the other 2 races with fastest lap, would score 51 points each. That would move on to 712. I think even if Brad Burns didn't race now in the next 2 races, that might be enough for Burns to still win the championship by a couple of points. Again, we'll get this all clarified overnight so that we can let you know tomorrow for certain, but it's looking good for Brad Burns, who may well have one hand on the championship trophy. Let's head down now to hear from Richard John Neal and our race winner.
Normally, we have a nice, neat sort of area where the top 3 line up and then we grab them, but they've gone straight through to Parc Ferme because basically we were a little bit too slow coming down. So Bradley Burns is in Parc Ferme, I think right at the other end. So we'll try and grab him and get him down. We'll see whether we can have a word as well. Patrick Booth won the Masters. Have we got Patrick around as well? Let's have a quick look. Scott Woodbus is busy trying to sort them all out at the moment. I think we'll lose service if we go into the area. I think Ryan Edgecombe here got fastest lap on the last lap. Hey Ryan, I think you got fastest lap according to TSL. So he'll take that. Here comes Scott on the winners. So just coming down now through the Parc Ferme area, making them work. So we're going to get them over here. All the cars are safely in Parc Ferme now. So we'll go around. Bradley Burns. Bradley Burns. So our top 3. Bradley Burns. Here we go. Let's have a quick word. Congratulations. Cheers. Matt had the measure of you in qualifying, but you got the better of him in the race, and it was a good TT race as we're used to seeing now.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was brilliant fun. Me and Matt said we wish it was like that all year, fighting. But yeah, that was a real good fun race.
One hand on the trophy?
Yeah, it's just come here just as a normal weekend and then just do as well as I can. So I'm here to just, if I can take a place, I'll go for it. And then what is at the end of the year.
This formula, we've seen a couple of cars swap hands and people coming in. It does provide some super racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the closest racing I've had all year, especially with Matt, side by side, down the inside, a bit of rubbing, but yeah, that was brilliant.
We were having a debate earlier on. I was up in the commentary box, Brad. Do you prefer on points being ahead or the chaser? Sometimes it's better to be the chaser on track, but points-wise, better to have those in the bank?
I don't really think about it, to be fair. I literally just go out there and try and have a good race with them, but it's much more fun battling than just like Fruxton got a little bit of the lead. So that was a little bit not as exciting as that coming through. But yeah, that was brilliant.
I get to be battling with teammates who you can count as friends as well.
Yeah, exactly. As we said, he'll fine, had a bit of contact, but yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah. Nice one. Bradley Burns, well done. We'll probably catch up with you a bit later on. Second position goes to Sam Heading. All right, Sam. I meant to look up, this was what time it is. Oh, we're not at 3 o'clock. I was going to say, find out how the Arsenal. Oh, it's a break, isn't it, from football anyway?
Yeah, unfortunately a break, but yeah, we'll get back to it soon, so that's a bit exciting.
So, aside from that, decent second position there, really close between you guys and a good race.
Yeah, not bad actually. It was quite exciting actually, because obviously you got Matt and Brad up front, putting on a good show for us all. Managed to pick up the pieces in the end, but yeah, just a bit shame I couldn't quite get close enough to Bradley, but he's just so quick round here.
You're sort of new to this because you switched over from Super Cup. We made a lot of that story, but you've really got into it, dialed into it very quickly indeed. It must tee you up for a full season next year, surely.
Oh, 100%, yeah, 100%. I'm definitely doing this next year. I think the only thing I need to improve on is my launching off the line. I literally just struggle so bad to get these off the line, but yeah, do a bit of winter testing, I think, just launching, and yeah, we should be all right next year.
That's good. Plan for the rest of the weekend, obviously, to try and get as much as you can out of it, but how are things playing out? Is there much to mess around with, and does that vary from what the other drivers do in the team?
Yeah, well, obviously I don't have to worry about the championship at the minute, whereas the area boys, they're fighting for the championship. So I think that's going to play probably into my court. I think because I'm not, I've got nothing to lose, so I can put pressure on them, and it's whether they want to win the championship or not.
It's good to see the likes of RBR coming up and doing the business. How much coaching do you get, or and advice do you get off Rob?
Well, also I learned from the best tonight, Rob Boston. He's a bit of a masterclass driver, so yeah. Also we'll go do a bit of data now, see where Brad's beating us, and yeah, hopefully next race should be all right.
Nice one, Sam. Well done. Always a pleasure to see you on the podium. Congratulations. And our pole position man, Matt Luff, takes third position. Matt, we had a nice little catch up this morning after pole. Not quite the way you wanted, but still another podium.
Yeah, I mean, championship slowly slipping away. I think mathematically it's still possible, but that wasn't the result we wanted at all. The race was good. I thought these cars were quite boring for racing, but as it turns out, when you're both desperate enough, the racing gets quite interesting. So, yeah, it was a really good race between me and Brad. I think those first sort of like 3 or 4 laps, when the cars got quite hot, after that it was too difficult for us to sort of do anything about it, so we kind of sat behind each other in a train for the rest of the race. I mean, yeah, it could have been a lot worse, but I think we're still mathematically in contention, so the dream's still alive.
I think that's what we're hearing as well. You're saying these cars, I don't think they're boring to look at. So if you put one on its own, they look fast on their own.
I know they look fast, yeah. I think it's quite difficult to race with them because they're quite heavy cars. So when they get really hot, it becomes quite unpredictable. But I mean, we've still had some amazing races this year, and as you saw on that one, that was pretty hectic. So yeah, more like that would be good.
It would be good. We'll let you go. Plans for the evening? Have you got data, is it, or are you going to have a chill?
I'm revising for an exam. So
what's the exam?
Oh, it's accountancy, ACA. So I.
Sorry to hear that.
Funny enough, I quite enjoy it. So yeah, I'll do some revision. I don't know, get some food in the restaurant, go to bed.
I was going to say accountancy is the future. They seem to run a lot of things.
Well, I have to pay for racing somehow, so.
Good luck with that. It's on a serious note. Enjoy that, and we'll see you tomorrow. Matt Luff, congratulations, Matt. Great to have a chat with you. Patrick Fletcher took the. Patrick Booth. Patrick Fletcher got my Mazda head on. A week too early for Masters. Apologies for that. Patrick Booth won the Masters. I can't see Patrick here, so we'll maybe have a catch up with Patrick tomorrow. In the meantime, we're looking ahead. The car's not quite out on the grid yet, but our next race here at Silverstone is for the Fiesta Junior Championship, so we look forward to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. Well, the jury out maybe on the TT Championship as to whether the title has been decided or not, but certainly in the Fiesta Junior Championship, it could well be decided inside the next 20 minutes or so, because the championship leader, Jenson O'Neill Going, arrives here at Silverstone with a very, very healthy lead in the championship. He is some 80 points clear of Finn Leslie after the drop scores have been calculated. He's had a brilliantly consistent year as well for Jenson O'Neill Going, more race wins than anybody else, and he really is in a good position coming into this final round of the season, where really just finishing the race should guarantee him the title. However, he's not always had things his own way this year, Jenson O'Neill Going, including here at Silverstone, where he had a mechanical issue in the third race back in August on the national circuit. That definitely didn't help him, and that will count as one of his drop scores, actually. Really his only properly bad race. He had a bit of an iffy race at Brands Hatch, the third race of that weekend, but apart from that, very, very consistent. Rarely off the podium, Jenson O'Neill Going. Didn't have a stellar weekend at Thruxton last time. He did manage to win the second race, but the other 2 races he lost a few points to Finn Leslie, who still needs a bit of a miracle to beat Jenson in the championship. Pole position, though, stealing the headlines away from all the championship contenders, was Maggie Webster. Maggie Webster, who was in the gravel here on the international circuit in the non-championship round at the start of the year, now on pole position. So brilliant effort in qualifying for Maggie, who took pole position by 5 1/1000ths of a second over title contender Finn Leslie. Row 2 then for Jacob Hodgkiss and Alfie Garford, with the championship leader Jenson O'Neill Going starting 5th alongside Tom Merritt. 4th row then for number 315, Billy Blockley and Archie Davis alongside him. Row 5 is George Foxlow and Jensen Mason, with Callie Clifford and Henry Foote together on row number 6. 7th row, Jake Wardle and Jack Sant, with Oliver Heron and Hayden Gray next. Good to see some new names popping up towards the end of the season, maybe drivers looking for a full season campaign next year. Bobby Holmes and Ben Doughty are together on row 9, Ben a bit further back than you might expect, with Aaron Beattie and Atlanta Le Breton on row number 10. Row 11, Jack Burgess and Josh Jarvis, with Harry Lindley hopefully at the back, although Harry didn't set a lap time in qualifying earlier on. So with Maggie Webster having taken the point for pole position, not Finn Leslie, Finn missing out on that point by 0.05 of a second, it means that we think if Finn Leslie were to win all 3 races, with fastest lap in all 3 races, the maximum amount of points he could score is 682 for the season, while Jenson O'Neill going only needs to score 14 points across the weekend in order to match that tally, and if it were to end on a tie, we believe that Jenson would win on countback. So in other words, if Jenson O'Neill going can finish 16th or better in this race, we believe he would be the champion. Jenson is the grey, white and pink number 272 car. Finn Leslie, the only man that can beat him, is in the red number 26 car on the front row of the grid. So it is not won yet, definitely, for Jenson O'Neill going, but he just needs to stay out of trouble. In these conditions, though, you never know what might happen. There's trouble lurking around every corner, and in a class of car as competitive as this one as well, you just know that there is going to be some action. And Maggie Webster up there looking for a first win, I think, looking for a first ever podium in the championship as well, I'm fairly certain. Best finish so far this year for Maggie Webster. She's had, I think, 3 9th place finishes, so this is a lot further up the grid than we're used to seeing her, but we often see this at the end of a season in junior racing in particular. Drivers really start to come on song as they put into practice everything they've learned through the season. So rev starting to rise then, the race about to get underway, green flag waved at the back of the grid. Maggie Webster and Finn Leslie together on row number 1, and Finn Leslie knows he needs a bit of a miracle here to keep his title hopes alive. Right then, we are ready to go very shortly, I believe. 5-second board has been shown, and the lights on the starting gantry will go red. I think they've given Luke Souch from the BRSCC this very big responsibility. I'm not sure I'd have trusted him with this, but anyway, the lights go out, away they go, and Maggie Webster makes a really good start from pole. Look at Jenson O'Neill going as well, though, in the 272, coming up the middle of everybody. Jenson will want to go out with wins here, but doesn't really need to. He's into 2nd place, though. He's 2nd already. Jenson O'Neill going with a demon start from 5th on the grid, is challenging for the lead as they go up towards Village for the first time. What a remarkable start that was. He goes to the outside of Maggie Webster now through the right-hander at Village and challenges for first position. He's a bit wide over the curbs, but he will go through. So Jenson O'Neill going from 5th on the grid to the lead as they head out onto the back straight for the first time. That is absolutely astonishing. Maggie Webster slots into 2nd, 3rd is Hodgkiss, 4th Finn Leslie, so it went completely wrong for Finn. Not as wrong though as it has for Ben Doughty and Jake Wardle, who appear to have tangled at Village on the opening lap. But Jenson O'Neill going championship leader is the race leader as they head down towards Stowe Corner for the first time. Now, how hard will Maggie Webster race him? Because Maggie will know, I'm sure, that Jenson O'Neill is going for the championship here, but Maggie really, really wants a race win, and she knows she's got the pace to do it perhaps this weekend. As they drop down the hill, though, she's dropping away slightly now from Jenson. Jacob Hodgkiss there in 3rd. Maggie just snatching a break as she turns into the club chicane. Oh, and more drama further back. Someone off wide. That's Foxlow, I think, who shot straight on. Not sure how he did that, but hopefully kept it out of the gravel and continued. Oh, digs his way out of the gravel and does get going once again. Right then, out onto the main straight we go. Callie Clifford there getting elbowed a little bit wide. O'Neill going leads by 8.5 tenths then. Webster 2nd. Hodgkiss in the end, actually 1.3 seconds back. Didn't have a great run through Vale and Club that time. The first side-by-side battle is this one a little bit further back, and that is the 85 of Jensen Mason on the inside line. And a big dive here from Alfie Garford, trying to find a way past Finn Leslie. Now, Finn Leslie 2nd in the championship. He is only 11 points clear of Jacob Hodgkiss. So Jacob Hodgkiss, who is ahead of Finn at the moment, he'll be definitely gunning for that 2nd place in the championship if he can get it. And at the moment, going absolutely the right way about doing that. Down the back straight they go, and Finn Leslie in big trouble here, really. He's got Alfie Garford up the inside, he's got Tom Merritt to the outside. They're 3 abreast heading down the hanger straight, and Finn Leslie's caught in the middle of it. Now, how's this one going to sort itself out? Down into Stowe Corner, somebody will have to give way. Who's it going to be? Well, perhaps predictably, it's none of them, really, but Tom Merritt on the outside line has to duck back in behind those other 2. Through will go Alfie Garford, and Garford into 4th position, but Finn Leslie's championship hopes, as slim as they already were, are evaporating right in front of our eyes here. He clearly doesn't have the pace early in the race. Oh, he's late on the brakes. There was a big moment for, I think it was Jensen Mason behind them, but they're all still there somehow as they come out the other side of the club chicane. Down to the pit straight they go. Oh, my word, that's Jacob Hodgkiss banging doors with Maggie Webster, who forces him off the edge of the road, and that all got a bit silly down the pit straight. There's damage, I think, perhaps to Jacob Hodgkiss's car, and Jacob did not appreciate that. Steams round the outside of Maggie Webster and goes into 2nd position, but that was all a little bit unnecessary, really, down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Alfie Garford is up into 4th position, and Finn Leslie here desperately trying to hang on to 5th. That is now Archie Davis, isn't it, coming up the inside. Tom Merritt's lost a place. Billy Blockley getting up the inside of Jensen Mason, who is, again, just trying to get into this fight if he can. The lead, though, held by Jensen O'Neill going by 2.5 seconds, and needless to say, a race win would be enough, we believe, to wrap up the championship with 2 races to spare, especially with Finn Leslie's race just unravelling. He's now getting into it with Archie Davis down the hanger straight, and just slipping backwards. Tom Merritt buying into all of this as well. He's on the inside line as they turn towards Stowe Corner and head down the hill through the Vale into the club chicane. Maggie Webster back ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss, by the way, so Webster back into 2nd place now, not going down without a fight, as again that unloaded left rear wheel just snatches across the ground into the club chicane. Over the curbs they all go. Billy Blockley there with Jensen Mason behind, and Callie Clifford with a bit of schmozzle there she was involved with. I'm not sure who that was that she was getting tangled up with through the final couple of corners, but anyway, they're all still there as they come out the other side. Bobby Holmes, I think that might have been in the number 55 on the outside line. Lead gap nearly 5 seconds, though, as these two continue to battle over 2nd place. Now, let's keep it clean, please, Maggie and Jacob. It's a good battle in the making here. They round the right-hander, Hodgkiss to the outside. Maggie again shovels him off the edge of the track. Jacob forces his way back onto the road and then drags across the front bumper of Maggie's car as well. But by going in on that tight line, look, he's run a lot wider than Maggie Webster on the exit of the corner. He's all over the grass and the runoff area, and Webster gets the run. But look, Alfie Garford now joining in the fun as well. Garford with a double slipstream here will be right with them by the time they get down to the end of the hanger straight. Webster back through into 2nd position, and Hodgkiss now could be under attack for 3rd as they head into the braking zone. Late on the brakes goes Garford. Is Hodgkiss going to be able to hang on? Yes, he does, I think, on the outside line. And Jacob Hodgkiss at least hanging on to 3rd, but all of this fighting is allowing Jensen O'Neill going to streak away in the distance. He's got the fastest lap point in the bag at the moment as well, and that would definitely seal the deal in the championship. Battle here further back, Finn Leslie involved in this. Tom Merritt goes past, but then Finn Leslie with a brilliant cutback sweeps back through. Richard John Neal rejoins me in the commentary box, and Richard, we've had some terrific racing so far. A little bit of touchy-feely stuff there through the final quarter, but Tom Merritt and Finn Leslie absolutely neck and neck.
They were, yeah. So is this going to put Jensen back in the mix for the Silverstone Championship as well?
Yes.
We've got 2.
Yes, it will.
That will keep a little bit, because obviously the overall championship is absolutely key. But Maggie coming under a bit of pressure here, locks up. What a send-off for the Mark 6s. It's been such a great car for the Fiestas, but the future has been with us now for 2 seasons, and these are great cars, the Mark 7s.
They absolutely are, and that Mark 6 that Jensen O'Neill going is in, by the way, is the very same car that Aaron Thompson won the championship in nearly a full decade ago, back in 2015.
I'm glad you said that, because I nearly said Bobby, only because I saw him earlier on.
Yes, I nearly made the same mistake as well. Yeah, it's exactly the same chassis, and of course Jensen O'Neill going as an even younger youngster back then, watched Aaron win the championship in that very car. That's why he specifically wanted to race that car this season to try and win the championship again. Now, look at this mess going down into Stowe Corner. Callie Clifford on the inside line is about to pick up at least 2, maybe 3 places, and one of them at the expense of Finn Leslie, whose pace has just deserted him.
It has, isn't it? Finn dropping back. That's not good for him. He was relatively confident when we spoke to him this morning. And, well, it's a big ask to be able to claw down the points lead that Jensen O'Neill going has at the moment. But he will try nonetheless. And once the championship is done, if indeed it is done in this race, it frees up the other races for the weekend to be for their own right, and the championship of Silverstone as well.
Exactly, which is a 3-round championship within a championship. They had a a non-outright championship round anyway here on the international circuit at the start of the year. Of course, they raced on the national circuit in August, and now here again at the end of the year on the international circuit. We'll talk about that when we can. For now, Jacob Hodgkiss is round the outside of Maggie Webster again. These two I don't think will be exchanging Christmas cards at the end of the year. They've got into it a few times in this race already. Jacob Hodgkiss goes through, but I'm not convinced was on the track at the time, Richard.
Very possibly not. They're having a good run at the moment, and I love Jacob Hodgkiss. Heart on his sleeve, that lad. Every time, really, you can see the emotion, can't you? Good or bad,
yes,
from Jacob when stuff like that's happened. But he's getting under pressure here from Alfie Garford, and apologise, I was calling it Weratools, it's Weratools because it's German.
Yes, it is, yes. I think I have been told that and forgotten it
yep.
as well. So anyway, the Weratools car on the inside line, not able to go through. The inside at Stowe should be the place to be, but I think it's still a bit damp up on the right-hand side of the road there, so he's not made the move stick yet. He's on the outside through the Vale and into the club chicane, where again Maggie Webster is just dragging that left rear wheel along the ground. Hodgkiss fending off Garford for now. Jensen O'Neill going, meanwhile, has already completed the lap. He is that far ahead. It's like he's in a different class. The official margin, 8.9 seconds over this squabbling group of cars for second, I should say. And there are more on their way, because Billy Blockley, Archie Davis, Tom Merritt and Jack Sant are not that far behind either.
They're not. You know, Jensen's almost into next season. What does he do next season? Because he could come back, but he'd be on a little bit of a hiding to nothing, wouldn't he? If he came back to do it in a Mark 7, if he didn't win it, people would moan, and if he did, they say, well, you know, he's.
Yes, I don't know what his plans are for next year, actually. I don't also know what's happened here at Abbey Corner. Someone going straight on, having to run through the runoff area. That car was 194, which was Jack Burgess, wasn't it? Yeah, Jack Burgess, who had made a bit of progress from 21st on the grid. That progress now undone, as once again it is Jacob Hodgkiss in the thick of a battle. He's waving at Alfie Garford. Whether to say work with me, I don't know. It almost looked like he was pointing him to the outside line. Garford did go to the outside and wasn't, at least on corner entry, able to get the move made. Then you've got Blockley, Davis and Merritt, who I think are closing, but they've now kind of started battling each other as well. Is Maggie Webster safe in second place? That's the question. I fear the answer might be no, because Hodgkiss and Garford, despite their battling, are not really dropping away, are they?
They're not, and she's got 5 minutes to hang on for a first podium. She's used to winning trophies in autograss, which is quarter-mile short oval racing on the dirt. So, obviously, was happy to work with the others this morning, the Mark 7s, get a tow. Tow or not, it's some achievement, isn't it? Everyone had equal opportunity in qualifying, and I've said, whatever happens in the race, Maggie, that's with you for always, that pole.
Ooh, second place might not be with her for long, though. Jacob Hodgkiss almost up the inside. Now, look, that has opened the door nicely for Alfie Garford to go to the outside. He is desperately late on the brakes. Webster on the inside will lose the momentum on corner exit. Through goes Garford, through goes Hodgkiss, and just like that, she's off the podium. But I think she's got good pace. She might yet get stuck in again here. Looks to the inside, through the right-hander onto the hanger straight. They all run wide. Maggie's on the grass, Garford on the grass as well, and that could bring Hodgkiss now onto his tail again as they head down the straight. It's 3 abreast, is it, behind? Yes, it is. Billy Blockley on the outside, Archie Davis in the middle, and Thomas Merritt on the inside. You don't know where to look, Richard.
We don't know where to look. Billy Blockley trying to work his options out for next year. Bought a Ginetta with his dad.
Really?
What they're going to do with that, I don't know, but they're going to have a lot of fun, that's for sure, as they go side by side. So it's O'Neill going still clear. Maggie Webster down behind the battle for P2. They're all trying to sort it out, but at the moment, Garford hangs on to it. Maggie dives hard on the brakes. What a move.
Fantastic move. She got the run. She saw the gap. She committed. It was squeaky clean, and she's back into second place. That was one of the moves of the day from Maggie Webster. Took full advantage of the side-by-side racing in front of her, and that's racecraft. That is good, proper racecraft, and that's what they've been learning over the course of the season. As I said before the race started, you often get this at the end of the year. Drivers who perhaps at the start of the season weren't all that quick, they learn with every lap that they do, and they get to the end of the year and suddenly something clicks, and something has clicked with Maggie Webster this weekend, and she's not going to go down without a fight. She's back into second position, but can she stay there to the line, I wonder, as they head side by side. Look, Hodgkiss and Garford behind. Meanwhile, Finn Leslie check puts him in 16th place now. He's just not had the pace since the start of the race, and any slim championship hope he had very much now slipping over the horizon.
It is, isn't it? Yep, sad to see, but he'll bounce back. The one thing I know about Finn Leslie is that he will give it his all in the remaining 2 races for sure. But this is the battle for second position. Maggie Webster, what a move that was. You know, anyone who thought that it was all done and dusted, forget it. Did she do karts before?
I'm not sure, actually.
I'm not
I'd
sure
imagine
you
she
get
probably
into
did.
using brakes like that on the dirt track ovals. But,
No.
so where she learnt that from, I don't know. But it was a great move and good driving from the others involved as well.
It's a good racing family, isn't it, the Webster family? So I'd be surprised if she hadn't done a bit of karting, whether that was at a professional level or not, I don't know. But Scott Woodward doesn't think she has. Anyway, regardless, this is very impressive stuff. She is still in second position, and she's going through now onto the penultimate lap of the race with an ever-extending queue of Mark 7 Fiestas in her mirror. We've got Hodgkiss third, Garford fourth, Merritt fifth, Davis 6th, and Billy Blockley in 7th position. Then a gap back to Henry Foote in 8th, Jack Sant in 9th, and Jensen Mason completing the top 10 at the moment. They stream through the left-hander at Farm onto the brakes into Village. Again, defensive line from Webster. Hodgkiss tries to go right round the outside. Is this one going to work? It might do. He's squeezed predictably over the exit curb again, but Maggie Webster will still have, I think, a bit of an overlap here heading into the right-hander. She will, I'm sure, try and take full advantage of that, but watch the cars behind. They will have a better run now onto the back straight. Hodgkiss goes through, and that might not be the only place that Maggie loses here. She's on the outside looking in, and she might get freight train down the hanger straight.
She may well do, and if it's going to happen, it's going to happen here. Look at this, they're all jockeying for position. So here they come. What's going to happen? Maggie on the outside run. Jacob Hodgkiss is there in P2 at the moment. Maggie does get squeezed through. Archie Davies through on the inside now.
Yes, he is. So that's all really gone from hero to zero a bit for Maggie Webster, but she's got another lap and a bit to try and fight back and get back onto the podium, which the way that these positions are shuffling could still be a reality. Hodgkiss then second. Oh, and there's contact further back. Merritt is sideways. No, and Maggie, I think, has maybe picked up, yes, damage steering. And Maggie Webster's race is over. What a shame. Didn't really see how that started. Tom Merritt's car undresses itself right on the racing line, but Maggie Webster is out, and that car, I don't think, is going to be able to recover itself under its own steam. We've got 1 lap to go. It will at the very least be yellow flags at the club chicane. What heartbreak, though, for Maggie Webster. The drive of the season for her. She gets out of the car, and she deserved a lot more than that. She is fairly frustrated, as you would imagine. Doesn't slam the door, though, in fairness. That's a good, cool head that she's got on her shoulders. But unfortunately, a missed opportunity there, really. Not necessarily through her own fault, but a race victory, maybe, certainly a podium, that unfortunately slipped through her fingers. But for Jensen O'Neill going, he is now only a few corners away from a historic race win, but also championship win provisionally here. He has got, we think, more than enough points to wrap up the title, pending any post-race scrutineering investigations, of course. And this car and driver combination have been absolutely mesmeric this season. He, we think, is going to have more than enough now to wrap up the title with 2 races to spare. He picks his way through the bits of debris that have been left at the final corner. Jensen O'Neill going, though, comes off the final turn, sees the checkered flag, and provisionally wins the 2024 BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, and in magnificent fashion, in the car that carried Aaron Thompson to a title all those years ago. And Jensen O'Neill going gives it its 2nd championship in just under a decade. Jacob Hodgkiss comes home in 2nd. His chances of finishing 2nd in the championship have just taken a big boost as well, with Alfie Garford coming home in 3rd, and the rest of them streaming through behind. Where is Finn Leslie, I hear you ask? Well, he's not made it to the line yet. He was running in 16th position last time I checked, and unfortunately that is going to pretty much end well, certainly end his championship hopes. Will he even now be able to hang on to 2nd in the championship? I wonder. We'll have to wait and see. Still waiting for Finn Leslie to appear. He should be the next car through. That is Hayden Gray. And the next one through there, Finn Leslie. I wonder what happened to Finn there. Started on the front row of the grid. Maybe they went for a wet setup and it was just a bit drier out there than they thought. I'm not really sure, but Finn Leslie down in 16th position. And again, not really the result that he would have liked. So, Jensen O'Neill going provisionally is the champion, and he and the Jam Sport team will be very pleased with that. And of course, it's not just the Jam Sport team, but Jensen's father, Jamie Going, is the boss man of Jam Sport, so this means a lot to him to carry his son to a championship in one of his own cars, and as I said, a car with so much history as well, is a really special achievement for not only driver but team as well. So Jensen O'Neill going the winner dominantly in the end in the first race of the weekend here at Silverstone, and with that takes the championship. Jacob Hodgkiss second and Alfie Garford in third, Archie Davis fourth ahead of Billy Blockley fifth, then Jack Sant, Thomas Merritt, Henry Foote, Jensen Mason and Callie Clifford inside the top 10 after all was said and done. George Foxlow was 11th ahead of Oliver Heron, Jack Burgess and Aaron Beattie. 15th position went the way of, in the end, Hayden Gray, with Finn Leslie 16th, Ben Doughty 17th, Atlanta Le Breton in 18th, Jake Wardle 19th and Maggie Webster in 20th place, while not classified in the end as a finisher after that tangle that she had with Tom Merritt, unfortunately, and also failing to reach the flag, having retired to the pit lane, were Bobby Holmes and the 69 of Harry Lindley, who I'm not convinced. Oh no, Harry did take the start, actually, having not run any laps in qualifying, did take the start, sadly retired only a couple of laps in. So, Fiesta Juniors then retire to the pit lane. They'll be back out again twice more tomorrow, and of course we'll also have the final 2 rounds of the Champion of Silverstone. Well, in that category, Jacob Hodgkiss picked up, 46 points for that race. Alfie Garford, 44, I think I'm right in saying. Sorry, 42. And Jensen Mason, who was third in that championship, was, where was Mason? He was 9th position. Tell you what, we'll carry on with the points calculations whilst we hear from Richard John Neal and our podium finishers down in the pit lane. Richard, over to you.
So we're in Parc Fermé because the championship provisionally won, so Parc Fermé conditions just to get everything checked over. Jensen stood on top of the car. Jensen. Congratulations, congratulations. In front of your car, we'll just move you over a wee bit so we can see you here. A nice jump on top of the car. I think repeating a move that happened in this particular car a few seasons ago, but that was another one. You are the champion.
Yeah, it's quite weird to say that I'm the 2024 Fiesta Junior champion. You know, my dad's worked so hard over the years, especially in these cars. Aaron Thompson won in this car, and it's a brilliant time to finish the season off in the Mark 6. Can't use it next year, and now it's a championship-winning car. I can't thank anyone else enough, especially my engineers, Phil and Andy, and my family, all my sponsors. It's just mega.
Talk us through the story of the day so far. Obviously, Maggie got a good qualifying. When you watch the race back, you'll see Maggie did well, but what was the story for you in qualifying and then off the start of the race in this one?
To be fair, I was just being a Billy in qualified, and I just I don't know what I was doing, but all I know is that everyone was saying to me, you need to just finish top 15, so I thought, I can't do that, and straight away I just went straight into that win and led the whole race, so yeah.
And you've got 2 more races to go. We were trying to work out, and it's incidental now, but there's a Silverstone trophy still on offer. Does that put you back into a shout with that? Jacob's obviously scored well there. He's leading that one.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think we're quite far behind, 50 points, so we'll see how tomorrow goes.
So what are we going to see from Jensen O'Neill going for the rest of the weekend?
Hopefully 3 wins.
Congratulations. 2024 champion, Jensen. Well done. Jensen O'Neill going. Jack Werrell's going to have a quick word for the audience here today. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Jacob Hodgkiss, who's over here talking to Esther Crow. We can interview Esther as well. Watch Esther make a beeline disappear. Esther, how proud are you of your new champion?
Oh, absolutely. Just, well, yeah, can't say any more. He's driven so well this season, shown really great maturity on and off the circuit. He's a great advocate for the Fiesta Juniors. He's looked after so many of the youngsters that have come in. Absolutely fabulous. Bless them. And actually, they've done so well today. And actually, just generally, really proud of the paddock. They've been fab all season.
There's some great moves and great racing there. I'm going to talk to Jacob Hodgkiss, who was involved in a super battle back then as well. Yeah. But more of the same. We've got the scholarship to look for. 2 more races this weekend to look forward to. Then the scholarship, then next year.
I know. And I just held my breath for 15 minutes. So.
Breathe now. Yeah. And thank you for chatting on camera for a change.
Yes, thank you very much.
Is that it for the year?
You didn't give me any choice, did you?
That was a rarity. Esther Crook, championship. Thank you, Esther. Cracking job by Esther Crook over the course of the season. Jacob Hodgkiss is now over there, having got sidelined. So let's have a quick word with Jacob. Alfie Garford's there as well. Jacob, Some pretty good moves in that one, I've got to say, mate. Well done. Thank you for entertaining us. That was a hard race, and obviously Maggie gave you guys a bit of a workout. You got the better of her, and then sadly she got involved elsewhere with Thomas, I think it was. But talk us through it from your perspective. That was a race.
From my perspective, I think we got held up quite a bit because obviously Jensen cleared off at the start, so it's unfortunate we couldn't get past Maggie to get with him. But she used some versatile moves to keep me behind, so we'll have a look at what happens as a result of that. But yeah, overall it was a really good race with Alfie. I'm glad with the result.
We've got 2 more races to go. You're leading the Silverstone Championship. Your performance in that race did no harm to that, and the Mark 7s, of course, as well. Yeah.
Mark 7 now.
Yep.
Finn finished down the order, and we took second, which is 48. So we came into the weekend 11 points behind. So we should be at least close, if not in front.
I'm glad you did that. We've got so many maths to go through this weekend. We'll be doing it this evening, but
yeah, I'll be doing the maths too.
That's good. I mean, it's been you've had some frustrations this year. You know, we've seen you having to shake, and you get seasons like that. But to come away in a good, healthy position, as you say, potentially now leading the Mark 7s and leading the Silverstone, with the bad luck you've had, it's not that bad.
It's not bad at all. I think you look at the first half of our year, and I'm so happy that we managed to come back and fight for this championship, because I've wanted it since last year, and it was gutting earlier in the season, especially at Snetterton. That was a really down weekend for us, but you know, we pulled it back, made some consistency up, and you know, made the points up. So.
Nice one. Thanks for chatting to us. Well done. We'll see you for the races tomorrow. Jacob Hodgkiss. Alfie Garford next. Oh, I'm getting the wind up. We'll have a quick word with Alfie. Oh, good race. Frantic, wasn't it?
Very good race.
Got to make it a quick one, mate. But
make it quick. Anyway, thank you to Jacob. The racing was clean and fair, and it was very hard racing, so I enjoyed that one a lot.
Congratulations. We'll see you back tomorrow.
I hope so, yeah.
Alfie Garford there. We're looking forward to our next race. Honda Civics coming up in just a couple of minutes' time.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, cars already out on their green flag lap then for the Miltech Sport Civic Cup's first of 2 races this weekend, the penultimate race in the championship. And after qualifying earlier on this morning, championship leader Max Edmondson has already taken another step towards claiming the title, because he already had a big championship lead, over 50 points, arriving here at Silverstone. He then extended that championship lead by 5 more points in qualifying, because in Civic Cup, as in TCR, if you qualify in pole, you score 6 points. If you qualify second, you score 5, and so on, all the way down to 6. While Edmondson got pole, 6 points, Josh Files, his really only championship rival, only managed 6th on the grid. Bad news from a track position perspective, also bad news from a points perspective, and Josh Files is really going to have it all to do now to claim the championship. The grid then as follows: Edmondson on pole, Lewis Ken. Good to see Lewis qualifying on the front row. I wonder whether he can finally grab that first victory of the year. Then it will be Wesley Swain and Liam McGill, row 2. Another brilliant pair of efforts in qualifying, particularly from Wesley, who will be the first of the FN2s on the grid. Then it's Spencer Stevenson and Josh Files, second in the championship, with work to do from 6th. Row 4 then for Harvey Caton and Dave Marshall, who entertained us at Thruxton last time out. Alistair Camp and Dan Petters on row 5, with Alex Kite and Jack Riddell on the 6th row. 7th row, Jordan Brennan and Jamie Petters, then Aidan Hassan and William Butt, with Mark Hughes and Scott Smith together on row 9. 10th row, Gary Townsend and Anthony Gannon. 11th row, Simon Welch and Jackson White, with Harry England lining up at the back of the grid. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, joined by Jack Oliphant for today's races. And Jack, Max Edmondson on the verge of a championship in a slightly less dramatic fashion, honestly, than last year when he beat Dan Thackeray with a race to spare. Here he has the chance to do the same thing again, but he comes here with a much bigger lead, and I think we'll be feeling very confident having stuck it on pole as well.
He looks confident. I had a chat with him earlier on, with himself and Josh Files, and a little bit of an interview. If you want to go and catch that, I'm sure it'll be on the Facebook page and everything like that shortly. But yeah, Max Edmondson confident, and Josh Files not so confident in his brakes. I'll talk about that later.
Okay, that could be interesting. Right then, we are about to go racing. 15 minutes on the clock. Penultimate round of the Miltech Sport Civic Cup here on the Silverstone International Circuit. The red lights go on, they go out now, and off they go. Max Edmondson then looking for a good start from pole. I think he's got a good start from pole, in fairness. Lewis Kent not that quick away, and Wesley Swain will move into second position. Wesley Swain, who's never had a podium in this championship before, in second position through the first corner. Marshall is sideways through the first turn, gathers it all together, but loses a heap of momentum and a heap of positions as a result. Spencer Stevenson look moving ahead of Lewis Kent as well, who snatches the brakes into the right-hander at Village. Josh Files doesn't look like he's gone forward either. A slightly messy run through the first few corners, but crucially, Jack, well clear of it all, was our championship leader.
Yeah, Max Edmondson doing exactly what he needed to do. I don't think Wesley Swain has got the pace really to go after him in terms of the overall race pace. Well, I imagine that's what Max is thinking, but I am very impressed by Wesley Swain. I'm probably selling him a bit short there, to be honest. This is the fight that we really need to be keeping an eye out on, isn't it, Andy? Because as we go into Stowe 2 wide, nearly 4 wide behind.
Oh, and Files is in the middle of that 3 and 4 wide racing. Look, losing more places. Through goes Alex Kite. Oh, who is sideways and gets into Harvey Caton. They're both out of shape. Do they gather it together? Somehow they do. And Alistair Camp just manages to dodge it as well. But yeah, some dramatic stuff going on in the midfield. That actually gained Josh Files a few positions. They're all locking up, though, all struggling with cold brakes, seemingly, in the early stages of the race. They come through then at the end of lap 1. Max Edmondson leads. Wesley Swain is second. Wesley was only 9 1/1000ths of a second slower than Max in qualifying, and he was third on the grid. The top 3 covered by less than 100th of a second. Blink of an eye stuff in qualifying, and Wesley within a second still of the race lead at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, Wesley is doing brilliantly, isn't it? We've seen Dave Marshall pretty much going sideways as we go to the second corner. They are sideways again. Dave Marshall's actually on the grass. Is he going to be able to stop it? It's very slippery out there. We've had a lot of moisture out on the track, haven't we? And there's loads of them. Even there's one of the Petters facing the wrong way going into the second or third corner. That is absolutely astonishing. Maybe we'll get a bit of a better look at it. There is. It's Jamie Petters, isn't it? Now he's going the right direction now, but the car looked a little bit slow. And I think he is pulling off to the side of the road. Jack Riddell and Alex Kite were the other two, I think, who had been grass tracking with Dave Marshall. There is Petter's car crawling to a halt as Lewis Kent has a go here at Spencer Stevenson for third place. I think he's got ahead of Liam McGill and now sails round the outside at Stowe Corner, 2 wide at Stowe Corner, ran out of grip, and he will slip back behind Liam McGill as a result. So, well, Lewis Kent showed some good promise in qualifying on the front row of the grid. It's just slipping away slightly now in the early stages of the race as he battles with one of his area motorsports teammates there, Liam McGill, another couple behind in the shape of Josh Files and Alistair Camp. So through all of that, actually, Jack, Josh Files held his grid position, but that's not enough. He needs to beat Max Edmondson in this race, and that doesn't look that likely. Slipping away is probably an appropriate term there, Andy, because I think that a lot of these drivers are probably underestimating how moist the track actually is. You know, going around the outside of Stowe, even if you're just missing the apex, basically if you're anywhere off the actual racing line here, it does seem to be the cars are struggling a little bit. It does look dry on the pictures. Don't get me wrong, it looks quite dry out there on the track from our commentary booth as well, but it's quite obvious that a lot of these cars are struggling with the grip around the outside specifically. But it is a good battle, to be honest, with Spencer Stevenson. And of course, Spencer Stevenson is Paul Winfield's potential champion, isn't he, incoming after this race. So it'll be great to have a chat with Spencer if he's on the overall podium as well. But he's got a long way to go because Liam McGill is going to try the long way around the outside, the Lewis Kent approach to getting the podium position. But no, actually, maybe he learned to see what he saw what Lewis did earlier on and thought, you know what, I'll live to see another day. Yes, indeed. So they all are going to arrive down at the Club Chicane pretty much together. McGill launches up the inside of Stevenson from a long way back, but got the move made. He's run a little bit wide, and that will maybe give the others a chance to get on the attack as well. Lewis Kent there given a helping hand from Josh Files, has a nibble at Stevenson and has to bail out of it. Edmondson leads with the fastest lap, now 1.6 seconds back to Wesley Swain, and then this the battle for third. McGill, Stevenson, Files, Kent, Camp all together, and Josh Files does now finally pick up a place. That's into 5th position now for Josh, but really more through the cars ahead squabbling, you'd have to say, than outright pace. Now, you mentioned brakes. He's snatching a brake there into Village. To be fair, he's not been the only one in this race. What have you learnt from Josh so far today? Well, we obviously didn't cover qualifying earlier on, so I don't know if today's gentlemen will have known this, but he ended up going straight on at Stowe, nearly rolled the car because one of his brake calipers decided to explode on him. So he lost brakes as he went in. It ripped all the rim up as well, it ripped the tyre up, and as I said, he nearly almost rolled it apparently. Now, he's fine. Obviously, he was happy to do the interviews and everything. He was chatting about it, but it's not what you really need as you're going in towards the fastest corner on the circuit. No, not at all. And
into that corner now. He's under attack again from Lewis Kent. So having gone past Lewis at the end of the previous lap, Lewis now tries to get that position back, and I think is going to do so. Well, maybe not. Josh Files is right there with him now and has the inside line into the club chicane, and Lewis Kent, I think, might have to give this one up. Is he going to give it up? No, not really. He's up the curb. He's got the inside line now. It's the great thing about this layout, isn't it? It's left, then it's right, then it's left, then it's right. If you're on the outside for one corner, it's probably the inside for the next one. And it might be Alistair Camp who's got the inside now into Abbey Corner. He gets a run on the pair of them. 3 abreast amongst the area motorsport teammates into Abbey Corner. And Campy, I think, is going to go through.
Yeah, well, we might be sort of hinting at Camp almost being out of position from qualifying. I think most people would expect him a lot further up, but qualifying in 9th place. He is doing TCR this weekend as well, so he had to jump straight from TCR qualifying into the Civic Cup, which may be why he was took a couple of laps to get used to it, as Josh Files flies up the inside of the curve. Anyway, he didn't quite get the move on Lewis Kent, but as they come out onto the back straight, it's very, very close indeed.
They're all running right, though. That was Files and I think Petters, Daniel Petters, who's got the fastest lap, by the way, Dan Petters. Black and white warning flag number 127 for exceeding track limits. That is Scott Smith a bit further down the order. But as they arrive at Stowe, it's this time Petters and Files going door handle to door handle, and Dan, despite running wide at the previous corner, completes the manoeuvre down at Stowe. He'll now set off after Lewis Kent ahead. Unless, of course, Files comes back at him into the braking zone. No, he can't quite do it. So Dan Petters then slips through. Behind them, by the way, Harvey Caton and Dave Marshall, both of whom have been in the wars in this race already. They're completing the top 10. Marshall slipping ahead of Caton there, but I think both of them were catching these two before that little moment. So we'll see if that gap continues to come down. The lead gap is going out. Max Edmondson to Wesley Swain went out by another 4/10 that time. So 2.3 seconds now the advantage for Edmondson, who provisionally is in a position good enough to win the championship for a second year in a row. And given how much more competitive the series has been this year, it is all the more impressive that he's managing to do this potentially with one race still to spare. But he's got to get to the flag, doesn't need any dramas, doesn't need any mechanical issues, and nearly 8 minutes of the race still to go. A lot can happen in Civic Cup racing in 7.5 minutes or so he won't be counting any chickens just yet.
No, you've got to always be on your toes, haven't you? And as I said, it's slightly slippery out there. You don't want to be caught out. One wrong curb hit or something like that, and suspension could go, or you could get dragged wide at Stowe and you could end up in gravel. All these sort of things can play into your head when you are just trying to lap nice and calm, qualifying laps after qualifying laps for 7.5 minutes. Trust me, it takes an awful lot of concentration. It's a lot longer than you think, Andy, out there when you're actually leading a race, isn't it? But Max is used to that sort of thing.
Are you used to that sort of thing? Are you speaking from experience there, Jack?
You had to dig it in, didn't you? You had to dig it. I'm more used to it than you are.
Well, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true, Jack. I'll give you that one. Right, across the line they go. Camp now with the fastest lap. Look at that. Top 5 for Camp, having started down in 9th position on the grid, on the tail of Spencer Stevenson. We see this quite a lot from Campy, don't we, really? Not necessarily the best qualifier in the world, I think, by his own admission, but he is one of the best racers on the grid. He's got that car in the sweet spot now, and he's moving forwards.
There's a lot of talk about Dave Marshall and Alistair Camp in the FN2s, obviously, like that. Wesley Swain seems to have got the qualifying and the race pace down, hasn't he, from him? I think that's big props. He's outperforming an experienced driver like Alistair Camp. And yes, okay, his qualifying, Alistair's not always as good as it can be. We know he's a seasoned pro in terms of on the racetrack, and he's about to perform what looks like another inside move up to Stowe on Spencer Stevenson. Spencer Stevenson gunning for that Paul Winfield Championship, of course, but Alistair Camp just moving a lot out in front of him into 4th place then. A nice clean move. That was about as simple as you can possibly get. Now, Wesley Swain is also eligible for the Paul Winfield Trophy. However, he's not really in the championship fight. That looks like it is still going Spencer Stevenson's way. However, Wesley Swain is winning this race in terms of the Paul Winfield Trophy, if that makes sense. Hopefully it makes sense. There's a lot of things going on, isn't there, when championships come to a head. Luckily, there's no drop scores or anything like that. That keeps it slightly more simple, Andy.
Yes, it does indeed. I really advocate for that in every championship. No drop scores at the final round. Keeps the pressure on for the drivers, takes the pressure off the commentators. It's win-win as far as I'm concerned. Wes Swain, by the way, best finish of the year so far, I think 8th. I'm sure Phil Kings will correct me if I'm wrong, but still well on course for a career best finish as one of the Petters, Daniel that was, sails into Village an awful lot quicker than he should have been. Hopefully managed to get the car stopped before it hit anything solid. Whilst that was happening, we did have the change there between Stevenson and Kent, with Lewis Kent now back into the top 5. But yeah, Dan Petters has got that going, I think just behind Dave Marshall.
Yeah, well, luckily, unlike the other Petters, Jamie, it was facing the correct way when he went into the corner. So, yeah, luckily managed to keep it going. He was doing could also be Wesley Swain's second Paul Winfield Trophy win.
Ah.
So it might well be his best on the road. It's also best in class, or his second first place in class, I should say, actually. Again, these stats get quite confusing. But hopefully you're figuring this one out at home, even if the commentators aren't particularly helping alongside you. Max Edmondson, all he needs to do to win this championship is finish in the top 3. He's absolutely solidifying that, isn't he? No worries about it whatsoever for the time being.
Very much so. I mean, look at this. Headlights ablaze, 3.3 seconds to the good. Utterly dominant here, Max Edmondson. He's been far more dominant this season, actually, than he was last year when he won the championship. He had sort of a 3 or 4 way championship battle. Took him half the season to sort of clean up his act, as we spoke about a lot last year, really, getting himself involved in some rough and tumble stuff maybe at the start of the year, but then cleaned up his act in the second half of the year, was absolutely immaculate through the second half of last season, and he's continued that into this year. And I think really from day one this season, way back at Brands Hatch in April at the start of the season, Jack, I just feel like this has been a Max Edmondson who has the pressure lifted off his shoulders. He's here to have fun. He's here to enjoy race meetings, not just worry about points and championships. He's proven himself now. He's come in this year much, much more relaxed. I think that's the only reason he's been able to beat someone of Josh Files' calibre, who many expected to come in and dominate himself.
I think it's an important thing to see as well. A lot of drivers can win championships out there, but and a lot of players in other sports can win championships. It's how you level yourself up against tougher competition. And I think obviously Max Edmondson, he admits himself he didn't expect to win the last championship, but he came into this year with that sort of level up of competition around him. And will he sink or will he swim is the question that we were sort of on our tongues at the first couple of rounds. He's definitely swam, hasn't he? I mean, he's raised himself, and that's what all sponsors and potential people that want to bring him into teams and everything are looking for, is whether you can rise to the occasion or whether you just sort of drift along with it. Max Edmondson has risen. He has definitely upped his game, and it's exciting to see him do so well this season. I'm excited to see where he goes, what he does next year as well, as we see a lot of other drivers in this Civic Cup starting to raise their game as well.
Yeah, indeed so. Some real talent on the grid this year in Civic Cup, as there always has been, but yeah, definitely a step up in 2024. Now, look at those ominous black clouds starting to loom overhead. I have noticed a couple of drivers, Lewis Kent, Alistair Camp, with windscreen wipers on intermittently. Is it starting to drizzle maybe? I think perhaps it is. They drop down into Stowe Corner, and the battle is on for 4th position. Sorry, for 3rd place. Oh, come round the outside of McGill. There is contact between the teammates, and Alistair Camp's car digs its way out of the gravel, but that takes him out of podium contention. I was just about to say, Jack, that they were battling each other, but catching Wes Swain in 2nd position, and it all went wrong down at Stowe Corner.
Yeah, I think that's Lewis Kent up into now 3rd place, isn't it? Basically, is that back where he started? It must be. No, he started on 2nd place, isn't it? But back in the podium positions, Liam McGill. It just looked like Alistair Camp almost took 2 bites of the cherry there, maybe turned in a little bit early. But yeah, very, very uncharacteristic that the Civics would actually have that much contact. We haven't seen that much over this season, have we? And I know that's. People would be thinking, oh, well, he's supposed to say that as commentators, but we genuinely haven't. Yeah, there's a lot of other championships out there that you're seeing red flags and crashes and safety cars every race nearly, whereas the Civics, we haven't really had any of those sort of problems, have we?
No, absolutely not. Yes, exactly. Immaculate driving standards generally, and there was no malice in that. It was just perhaps the conditions catching them out even. It does look like it's starting to rain maybe out there, and when you're racing this close together, easy to get it wrong, I suppose. They don't often get it wrong, but it is possible even for drivers of this calibre. We've had a 5-second penalty now, by the way, for Scott Smith for exceeding track limits, a little bit further down the order, but what does this all mean for the podium battle? Well, Wes Swain looking a bit more secure now in 2nd position. His gap back to Lewis Kent was 3.2 seconds at the start of the lap. It's also brought Spencer Stevenson back into play now for a podium place. He's in 5th position and on the tail of Josh Files, who is up into 5th. So actually that's changed hands on this lap after the line. So Files up into the top 5 and might now have a go at Liam McGill, I reckon, his Area Motorsport teammate, as they come through now, Jack, to begin the final lap.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do the dash that Richard John Neal would have to do normally and get down into Parc Ferme in a minute to have a chat to a couple of our drivers. It's a bit of good race, hasn't it, though? It's a shame that we've had a little bit of contact at the end, but actually I can see Alistair Camp going into first corner. Just caught my eye, potentially going for another move. So he's not done yet. He's still keen on it, but Lewis Kent may not have race pace. He's certainly got some decent pace in the wet, though, and you never know what tomorrow is going to bring.
No, you definitely don't. And with the championship potentially over going into tomorrow, the gloves will come off, I suspect, for that final race of the season. Have heard heard, Jack, by the way, they might not be stopping them at this end of the pit lane. It might be the other end. So we might not hear from the drivers live on the live stream, but head over to the Miltech Sports Civic Cup social media page and you'll be able to hear from them there instead. So Max Edmondson, this is our only chance maybe to congratulate him on winning the championship, which he's about to do in fine style. This will be his 9th win from 16 races, more than 50% his winning hit rate, and he has had absolutely no challenge at all in this final race of the season. 7.5 seconds his lead over Wesley Swain. Let's not forget Wesley, though. He's going to hang on to take a first ever podium in the championship. Josh Files trying to go for third, but the headlights flash and it's a second consecutive championship for Max Edmondson, who crosses the line to win here at Silverstone. Wes Swain comes home in second and Lewis Kent in third position. Fourth will just be Liam McGill, ahead of Josh Files and Spencer Stevenson. And did Alistair Camp get past Daniel Petters? Yes, he did. Alistair Camp back into 7th position, and it will be a bit of a disappointing 7th place, you'd have to say, really, for him. So Max Edmondson confirmed, provisionally anyway, as the champion. The Paul Winfield Trophy and the Goodyear Diamond Award also, we believe, have been wrapped up now. Spencer Stevenson, the champion in the Paul Winfield Trophy, and Mark Hughes claiming the Goodyear Diamond Award as well. Mark Hughes, who was 14th in that race, just came across the line there, claiming the Goodyear Diamond Award as well. So all of the championships settled going into tomorrow. Josh Files should be pretty much secure in 2nd place in the championship as well, so that final race of the season tomorrow will just be for the glory of winning the final race of the year, which I'm sure they're all very keen to do. So the drizzle arrives again here at Silverstone. Definitely started to get a bit sketchy out there on track towards the end of the race, which no doubt played its part in that collision between Liam McGill and Alistair Camp down at Stowe Corner. But it was a thoroughly entertaining race until that point, and we look forward to having the Civic Cup drivers back out again tomorrow. As I said, we're not entirely sure where they're going to be pulling into the pit lane. We may or may not have the chance to hear from our top 3, but if we don't, then big congratulations to Max Edmondson for claiming the championship for a 2nd year in a row. So the cars will shortly arrive back in the pit lane. As we're waiting, let's have a little look at the provisional result. It was Max Edmondson with the win by 8 seconds in the end over Wesley Swain in 2nd, Lewis Kent in 3rd, and Liam McGill 4th. Josh Files 5th ahead of Spencer Stevenson, Alistair Camp, Dan Petters, Dave Marshall and Alex Kite to complete the top 10. Jack Riddell was 11th ahead of Aidan Hassan and Will Butt, with Mark Hughes in 14th place. 15th position went the way of Anthony Gannon in the end. 16th position Gary Townsend. 17th Jordan Brennan, with Scott Smith, Simon Welch and JB Petters completing the top 20. Jackson White 21st, and Harvey Caton classified a lap down. He pitted after the little bit of contact that he had earlier in the race, presumably just for some repairs. But he's been able to get at least a classification there, albeit not the result necessarily that he was hoping for. There is a crowd of people gathered down below the podium area, and I think we might have a chance to hear from our top 3. That's excellent news. Let's head down then and hear from our podium finishers, Jack Oliphant and our champion.
Thank you very much, Andy. Now, I'll be honest, there is chaos pretty much out here, but I can find, finally, where they've parked Max Edmondson. And Max Edmondson, who is your champion for Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Max, that is absolutely mega. You got a big cheer from behind you from the Pro Alloy boys. We need your hat on, so you'll get that rushed in a minute, but what a way to seal it. What a dominant victory there you had as well. I mean, it dried up, played into your hands a little bit, but off the start, it didn't look like there was any question.
Yeah, I just got a good start. Got a good start. I saw that Lewis didn't, and then he started battling behind. And I thought that I knew I had the experience edge over Wesley, and I just thought I kept it consistent and just kept lapping.
How does it feel, a double champion, back-to-backs? That is something special, isn't it, really? Almost such a competitive grid.
Yeah, feels good. Obviously, I won it last year, came back to prove myself, and I've done that again, so I'm happy, yeah.
We were saying in commentary, me and Andy, that we think you've almost levelled yourself up this year. I mean, last year you almost didn't expect to win it. This year you had the sort of newcomers in, to challenge you, and all of a sudden, even from Brands Hatch onwards, you stepped up, you took those victories, you were the person to beat all year. Is that how it felt for you?
Not really, I just sort of, well, last year obviously I struggled at the start. I wasn't expecting to be as fast as I was, so I was driving like a bit of an idiot. So it sort of kept me head level towards the end of it, and that's how it came to me. And this year I've just came in with the same mentality, and yeah.
What's on the horizon for you then? What's it mean to win the Miltech Sports Civic Cup for the 2nd year in a row? Where does your sort of trajectory think that's going to take you?
I don't know. It's all about money. I've got big aims for next year, but obviously I can see if we can bring them to life. So thank you to all my sponsors who made it possible this year. Without them, I wouldn't be here.
Absolutely. And just a note on a couple of the other drivers. In fact, Lewis Kent is coming in to say well done. I mean, you've beaten off some really top-class opposition. Lewis Kent, obviously TCR UK champion. You've got the likes of Ali Camp, who's obviously won this championship before. Josh Files. I mean, you are really mixing it with the top echelon of British motorsport, aren't you?
Yeah. But obviously you don't think what they've won when you're going around the track. You just think them as the other guy who you need to beat.
Well, you've certainly done that. Very well done. Max Edmondson, your Miltech Sports Civic Cup champion of 2024. Now, I believe we got a time for a couple of more interviews, so we're going to crack on. Lewis Kent, I'm actually going to bring you over since he's basically come over and introduced himself. Big well done. I have to be honest, though, that looked like hard work, that race, unlike Max's.
Yeah, I don't think starting on the wet side of the track was the most optimal idea for me in qualifying. Yeah, just had a bit of a problem off the start, got wheel spin, couldn't stop it. Had a couple of cars come past, you know. I had a couple of times I had a look down the inside of Stevenson and he just decided to turn across me, which I thought wasn't very nice. I was very nice myself to lift off, but yeah, we could have had a big accident then. But yeah, it's just a bit of inconsistency in some drivers, not looking in their mirrors, doing stupid moves, but you know, I paid off in the end when two of my teammates unfortunately tangled in front. But yeah, happy with it. We were catching Wes at the end. Nearly had the second. I knew we were going to struggle to keep up with Max, but yeah, it's good. It's still good to have a podium. Still good to be able to get in front of Ali as well. Brings us still into that 3rd place fight. And yeah, hopefully tomorrow same again happens and I can pick up some points and hopefully Ali has a bit of bad luck.
It's been a bit of a hit and miss season, unfortunately, for you, hasn't it, really? I mean, I know you'd have been preferred to have the conversation that I just had with Max, but is there always that sort of what could have been, or are you going to sort of step into next year very quickly before we jump to the next race?
Yeah, I've had some really bad luck. I've had a wheel fall off, I've had a linkage fall off, I've had DNFs left, right and centre, but it is what it is at the end of the day. It's racing.
Motorsport for you, isn't it? Fantastic, Lewis. We'll speak to you in a bit. Right, back to Andy McEwen for the next couple of races.
Thank you very much, Jack. Great to hear there from Max Edmondson, then our provisional champion in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. We now move on to our second dose of mini racing for the weekend. It is the Mini Melias, their second race of the day. Of course, that first race earlier on was the race that had been cancelled from Cadwell Park earlier on in the season. This, though, a proper Silverstone race, if you like. And, well, unfortunately, they had the wettest of the conditions earlier on this afternoon, and it's raining again here in time for race number 2. It's Jeff Smith on pole, Andrew Jordan, of course, now joining him because he didn't race at Cadwell Park. He will be on the front row for this one. Then Ben Coleman and Aaron Smith, row 2. Row 3, Rupert Deatheny and Curley, with Jodie Leese and Phil Bullen-Brown together on row number 4. Row 5, Colin Peacock and Endath Owens, with Ryan Taylor and Mark Sims together on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7, Kane Aston, a lot further back than you might expect. Rob Howard alongside him. James Cuthbertson and Sean King on row 8, with Joe Polly and Damien Harrington, row 9. 10th row, Mark Cowan and Gordon Pocock, with Steve Yule and Mark Burnett together on the 11th row of the grid. And then we get into the Dunlop Mini Libras, where Richard Colburn is at the front of the field, Hugh Turner next, then Phil Harvey and Julian Proctor, row 2, Josh Evans and Steve Trench together on row number 3. So, after the race earlier on today, which of course still counts towards the points, even though it's not it wasn't actually scheduled for this weekend. It still counts all the same. It was won by Aaron Smith over Rupert Death and Jeff Smith. So that championship lead gap comes down between the two of them. In the Libra clash, Josh Evans came into the weekend just 6 points clear of Julian Proctor, while Julian Proctor was able to claim second place in class, Josh Evans only third. So again, that gap came down to now next to nothing really coming into this race. But the heavens have well and truly opened ahead of this second 20-minute mini race of the day. And this is going to present a real challenge to the drivers, because a track that had just about dried out is now starting to get pretty soggy and slick once again. And of course the Melias do have the option of a slick tyre. I wonder whether all of them were able to change from those slick tyres to the wet tyres before they were released onto the track. That will be the question. Richard Don Neal, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't fancy being out there on slick tyres right now.
No, I wouldn't fancy being out there. If I'm honest.
Yes, it looks challenging out there, doesn't it? But it was a good race earlier on today, and of course we've now got some new faces. Andrew Jordan in particular up there on the front row now, who didn't take part in that race earlier on today, and this is going to be his first taste of the conditions like this, because it would have been dry when they qualified earlier on today, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Andrew, and very relaxed, I've got to say, very smiley, very happy, just here to enjoy it. So what better way to go into a race?
Yes, and a former rallycross star as well, Andrew Jordan, so he's pretty handy in a car that's a bit low on grip. So yeah, don't count him out, that's for sure. The red lights then will go on very shortly ahead of this second 20-lap race of a 20-minute race of the day. Do they have another formation? I guess they do. There's a green flag waiting, so that gives us a bit more time to build up to this race. Jeff Smith then on pole. That's good news, but remember earlier on today he qualified better than Aaron Smith, and Aaron was ahead of him halfway around the first lap, so keep an eye on Aaron Smith, that number one car, fourth on the grid. What can he do? He was really quick in that race earlier on today, beat Rupert Deeth to the victory. Do you think he can do it again?
He'll have a go. Did Jeff Smith retain fastest lap? I think I left, me exit stage left.
Yes, he did. Yes.
Oh, you did, yeah. And he said he had a misfire as well.
Really?
I spoke to him after the race.
Right,
so
okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, very good, yes.
So if they've got that sorted out, he'll be in the mix for this one.
Yeah, you'd imagine. So that's interesting, because we did sort of note that he dropped back a bit more than we expected mid-race. Came back at them towards the end, but really because they were battling in front more than anything else. Then the Libra class coming through behind, so that the battle between Julian Proctor and Josh Evans. Julian Proctor, the number 595, Josh Evans 474, and those two were not that evenly matched actually in the race earlier on, to be honest. Josh Evans was in the end 15 seconds behind Proctor, and Proctor moving in now on that championship lead, so that's another battle worth watching. The Libras don't necessarily get the same amount of coverage as the Melias, hopefully a bit easier in this race to sort of flick between the two classes, but there's some good racing to be had down there as well. The slightly cheaper versions of the Melias and good entry level into the series. We see a similar thing with the Mini 7s and the 7Ss as well, but the Mini Libra battle, we've got Proctor starting 4th on the grid, Evans starting 5th. So again, Proctor slightly out-qualifying Josh Evans in that session earlier on today. Getting a good look here at the back end of the track. I think the rain has pretty much passed now through certainly the start-finish area, so it might start to improve again, but the damage largely done, I think, really, Richard. It's very damp again out there. Any hint of a dry racing line has gone, and as we saw in race 1, these cars can be particularly lively on cold tyres.
They can, and they can be very entertaining, which is no doubt what we will see as we head into the first of the meeting races. The other one was Cadwell Park without the ups and downs and twists and turns and narrow bits.
Technical terms there from Richard John Neal. That's yes, it's certainly a tricky circuit, Cadwell, but this one, as I said, it looks a lot easier than it is. I think you've got to be very smooth around here and carry the speed through the sort of medium and high speed corners. But it's got these two really technical sections as well, which are not easy. We've seen a lot of drivers getting it wrong through Village and the Link, and then down here at the Club Chicane as well, particularly in the wet. It's easy to out-brake yourself, run wide, then you're offline for the next corner, and then you're leaving the door open in mini racing, sometimes for 3 or 4 of the cars to come sweeping through. So, difficult track. Look and listen opportunity to the cars as they accelerate towards their good positions. And the track there, I don't think it's got fully wet, has it? They're not really cutting grooves through any standing water, so hopefully once they get some tyre temperature up, they'll all be good, and we should have an entertaining battle on our hands. So, Jeff Smith on the right of shot on pole position, pole on the outside line here at Silverstone, because that is the racing line, the grippier side of the road. In the wet, of course, though, it's not always the best place to be, because the rubbered up side of the road gets quite slippery when wet, so that might favour Andrew Jordan on the inside line, but Jeff Smith and the others who were out earlier on today, well, they've had a bit of experience in these conditions. Andrew Jordan might just take a lap or so to get himself up to speed. The 2013 British Touring Car Champion, Andrew Jordan, but he's made a name for himself in mini racing since, and will be very keen to try and get another race win here if he can. He's not done a full season. They did the middle part of the year, I think, didn't they, through Thruxton and Anglesey. Back again now at the end of the year, and Andrew Jordan then What can he do? Can he go and get a win? Well, it's time to find out. The red lights go out, and it is a good start by Jeff Smith, I think, there from the outside of row 1. Someone stalled further back. Thankfully, they all missed them. Not sure who that was, but they've all managed to keep going. And as they head down into the first corner, there it is the number 99, Mark Cowan car, that has gone nowhere, but now does get into first gear and accelerates away off the line. It's Jordan the leader. It is Smith second, and Aaron Smith with another really good start, look, up into third place already. Ian Curley fourth, and Rupert Deeth actually the one struggling down to fifth.
Yeah, Rupert will make his way back up, won't he, for sure. Endaf Owens is next up. Need to go and have a chat with Endaf actually before the end of the day about something else, but that will remind me. Mental notes. Actually, mental notes are no good at my age. There we go. You forget them. But yeah, super stuff by Andrew Jordan out front at the moment, and it's not going to affect championship-wise, is it, for anybody? So that's the good news. Even better news is we still get the entertainment, but Jeff Smith, dropping back. Jordan's away, isn't he?
He absolutely is. Now, this could affect championship situations. Aaron Smith versus Jeff Smith for the championship. Remember, Curley sideways in fourth, the 3 abreast further back. Who was that steaming around the outside? Quite cracked the number of the orange car, but this is proper mini-melia racing. Smith did not get past Smith. Aaron past Jeff, if you're following me, but he is now back up the inside again into the club chicane, and I think might just be able to slip through. Yes, he does. So the number 1 car back ahead, and can he stay there till the line? Well, at the moment there is a whole queue of cars sort of forming behind these two. Ian Curley, then Endaf Owens, who nicks up the inside of Rupert Deeth. The 84 car is the orange machine that was going great guns on the outside. Ryan Taylor, as a few of them find out just how slippery the curbs are, and a spin for Colin Peacock further back, right in front of the pack. Oh, and another one off into the wall, and that was sort of inevitable. That's the number 20 car that I think lost it in avoidance more than anything else, Mark Sims, and he, unfortunately, his race very much over. The race for now continues, though. It is Aaron Smith the leader, Jeff Smith second. Sorry, it's not. It's Andrew Jordan leading, isn't it? A country mile ahead of this almighty battle going on for second place.
Yeah, good old scrap here. Bad news. It shows how well everybody was doing and just how easy it is to lose one of these cars in avoidance. The reaction just making the car twitch, and is it still there? Or
it is, yes,
yeah.
Yes. Car's too badly damaged, I think, so that's going to need recovery. Yeah, that curb, so slippery. We saw quite a lot of spray kicked up from the curb, didn't we, as the leaders went over it, and Sims getting out of his car now, by the way, is unfortunately going no further. Hands out of cockpits, red flag is out, in fact, so the race being stopped, but the good news is Mark Sims, I can see out of the window, climbing out of his car absolutely unaided, but the race being stopped for the second time today because of a car in the pit wall, and a similar one really to before. Once a car gets sideways, it's very difficult for the others behind to avoid it, and that's what happened really for Mark there, but he catches his breath, walks away, and the Silverstone pit wall claims another victim. But yeah, race stoppage will definitely get a restart. Not good news for Andrew Jordan though, because he was steaming away, wasn't he?
He was, yep. Making hay while the sun didn't shine, particularly. But yeah, getting away, and Jeff Smith gets another bite of the cherry. To be fair, we still had 15 minutes to go, or 17 minutes to go, so we can all put it back in, as we'll see in mini racing. So they'll form up here. Will they? They probably won't re-grid because the car that's being attended to is where they want to be, but they might hold them and re-grid unless we end up doing it like the. But there were 2 cars, weren't there, for the Fiestas earlier on?
No, I think there was just the one. Yeah, yeah, but it was a bit further down, wasn't it? Right on the sort of front row area in that instance. But yeah, saw there Mark Sims' car very badly damaged down the left-hand side, front left corner, bearing the brunt of the impact, really. But yeah, they will re-grid them. It'll be back to original grid order as well, I suspect here, Richard, because they had only completed 1 racing lap. So it'll be back to the original grid order. There is a good view of just how much damage was done to the front left corner. And like almost every racing driver, as soon as they establish they're okay, the first thought then is, right, how bad's the car? How much is this going to cost me to get it fixed? I sadly think we won't see number 20 out again this weekend. But that is at least good news that Mark is out and surveying the damage on his own 2 feet. Right, then we're going to take a short break here from Silverstone whilst the marshals and recovery crew do their thing, and we'll have a restart for the Mini-Melias on the other side of this break.
the driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
Now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
It's great to be able to welcome you along to Blyton Park, the first ever BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
the Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody. We have got cars back on the grid ahead of a restarted race for the Mini Miglia Championship. Now, the cars released onto a green flag lap. The time has started to tick down, though, so the race, I think, may have already started. Now, you'll notice the pit wall there with a couple of little scrapes down the side of it. Well, little scrape, not really the best way to describe the reason for our second red flag of the day. Here is, if you're just joining us, the reason that we're under red flag conditions. We had only done just under a lap of racing when it all went wrong coming out of the final turn, and this is what happened. Look at the leaders. They all come out wide onto this exit curb. Look at the amount of spray on the curb as they run wide behind. Colin Peacock had a big spin, miraculously wasn't collected by anybody else, but unfortunately behind, one driver did lose control heavily into the wall, and that was the reason for the red flag. Mark Sims, who'd started 12th, dropped down the order a little bit on the opening lap, got out onto that curb, and around he went. But now the conditions looking slightly better. It's still very wet, don't get me wrong, but the sun now starting to break through the clouds. It's a crystal clear sky above us all of a sudden. That rain shower passing through. It should now remain dry, hopefully, for the rest of the day. And with the sun out, Richard, hopefully the track conditions will improve even over the course of this 20-minute race.
I hope so. I've got to go off one of my random tangents. You know, we talk about the scuff marks on the pit wall.
Yes.
They used to, as you can imagine, we used to get quite a lot of those at Rockingham.
Yes.
Just a wall around the outside. And a guy used to photograph the scuffs and sell them as abstract art.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really
That's a
weird.
new one.
And charge a lot of money for them.
Oh, did he?
You know, Mark Proctor did that one. Where's Mark Proctor's royalty? Anyway, it's very tenuous to what we're talking about.
No,
so
close
take
enough.
pictures of the scuff marks and sell it as art.
That's interesting. That's interesting. There are a couple of NASCAR tracks in America, where one in particular, Darlington, where they have to repaint the wall after every race because so many people scrape up against the wall, and the quick line is up against the wall at that particular track. I won't bore you with a NASCAR story, but yes, it's Silverstone slightly less common maybe to see people getting into that wall. 2 in a day is definitely more than I've seen before, but it's just a sign of the conditions, both of them sort of caused by the slippery conditions through Club Corner. But look here at Stowe, I'd say that's a dry line already starting to emerge, so it'll be an interesting situation this. Whether the Miglia drivers had gone out on slicks or not, I don't know. They do have the option of a slick racing tyre or a wet tyre. But actually, at first we were saying, well, they need to be on the wets. Maybe now, if you're on the wet tyres, by the end of this now seemingly shortened race, you're going to start running out of grip, surely.
You would think so. It's going to be a tricky race again, but again, we've got quality drivers in here, right the way down the order, and it should be an absolute stomp once again. These guys got one race tomorrow?
Yes, I believe so.
They've had 2 today, and
yes,
great that they're catching up. How does it work with the Cadwell meeting, a BRSCC one?
Oh, now you're asking.
I wonder where the money gets juggled on that.
28th of April. No, I don't believe that would have been a Cadwell meeting. I don't think so. Sorry, BRSCC meeting at Cadwell. You know what I meant. Yes, it was definitely a Cadwell meeting. It was just the second race that the Sunday race that didn't happen. So, and I'll be honest with you, I can't remember why. Whether it was weather or delays that caused that, or maybe a bit of both. But anyway, they got it in early on this morning.
This year.
Yes, we've had a bit of rain in 2024, haven't we? It's definitely been a year for the rainmeisters, hasn't it? Those who are good in the wet conditions have generally come out of 2024 pretty well. And again, some slick conditions for the drivers to contend with here. The race, as I said, has officially started. The time has started to tick down. So by the time they're all gridded up, it's going to be a 16-minute race by the looks of it. The restarted race then, this penultimate round of the Dunlop Mini Challenge Mini Miglia class, supported by Mini Spares. The green flag then waved at the back of the grid. Red lights go on. Out they go, away we go, and is it going to be another good start made by Jeff Smith, or is this time Andrew Jordan going to get off the line better? Yes, he does. So Jordan then holding the lead this time into the first corner, and Jeff Smith will slot in behind him. Jordan looked like he skated a little bit wide there. We'll see who had the advantage coming off the corner. Yes, it is still the former BTCC champion. Jeff Smith, of course, former BTCC frontrunner as well in second, and Aaron Smith, not the British Touring Car Championship racer winner, Aaron Smith in third, but a very, very strong contender in the Mini Melia Championship, and he is Jeff Smith's rival for the championship, and they are nose to tail already as they head for the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, Ben Colburn up in the mix as well, so a nice wide line there from Jordan. This is where they cross the track, and I was party to one of the driver briefings this morning. Generally, I think everybody okay on that point. If they do go over the line, it's not an issue there. Different matter on other parts of the circuit as Jordan leads us down. Ben Colburn getting stuck in there at the moment in fourth place.
Yeah, Ben Colburn had a poor start the first time round, but he's right in the thick of it now, isn't he, in fourth place, as Jeff Smith almost rattles down the side of Aaron Smith's car. That was pretty robust. They make contact again on the exit of the corner as they bang wheels down through the Vale into the club chicane, and Colburn goes around the outside of both of them. Fantastic from Colburn, who sails into second position. Smith gets the better of Smith, Aaron ahead of Jeff, and now Ian Curley joining it as well. That did not go to plan for the championship leader.
No, it didn't. Nice little swap there, and Colburn read that exceptionally well. So let's see what further he can do. So Jordan from Colburn, and then the two Smiths, A. Smith, J. Smith, followed by Ian Curley, NF Evans. Rupert Deeth down in 7th, progress to be made there. Watch Owens.
Yeah, Deeth started 5th, so as on the initial start, lost a bit of ground, I think, in the first few corners. But Ben Colburn, no doubt about it, he's the fastest man on track right now as he closes in on the race leader. Deeth is starting to make some progress past Kane Astin there. Remember, Kane 3rd in the championship. It's not really been his weekend so far, though, and he's dropping down another position there. That is, I think, 8th now as they head onto the back straight for the second time. So actually that was Astin briefly ahead of Deeth, and then Rupert Deeth reclaiming that 7th place as they went into Village. Right, down the Hangar Straight, Ben Colburn going for the race lead. Colburn to the outside, uses the slipstream, but Andrew Jordan will stand his ground on the inside line. Who has the grip? Who's got the better line through Stowe? It might well be Colburn with the momentum on the outside. No, I've changed my mind. It's Andrew Jordan who holds on to the lead, but only just. Colburn is clearly signalling his intent and wants to try and lead this race, doesn't he?
He does. Now, I'm going to be a bit lax here. Has Ben Colburn had a win in the championship yet?
Hold that thought. Ben Colburn, no, he hasn't done a full season either, in fairness. He's had a second place at Cadwell, the race that did happen at Cadwell. I think that's the best he's done. So no wins yet.
And he's a capable driver, so absolutely no. It's a question of when, not if, that Ben Colburn gets the win. Could it be here?
Could well be. He's positioning himself well, isn't he, in the second position in the wheel tracks of Andrew Jordan. Doesn't look to the inside into Village, look, because he knows that the best place to pass here is down the Hangar Straight into Stowe Corner. No sense in going for a move here that will lose you momentum and probably lead to a loss of positions by the time we get down to Stowe Corner. Through the right-hander they go. The leading 4 starting to get away now, really, from NF Owens in 5th, Ian Curley 6th, Rupert Deeth 7th, and Kane Astin in 8th. Who breaks ranks first, though? Down the back straight. Will it be Colburn? Yes, it is. To the outside. Jordan moves over to cover. That might leave a gap on the inside. No, it doesn't. Jordan sort of squeezes Colburn over onto the wet side of the track, and Jordan will therefore retain the advantage. Aaron Smith, interestingly, not really able to do anything with Colburn either there. So good defensive driving that from Jordan. And the positions, for once, don't change down the back straight.
No, they don't. Colburn still putting in the attack now. Here comes Aaron Smith. I thought Aaron Smith was going to try and do a Maggie Webster down the inside there, but it wasn't to be. Just keeping his tinder dry at the moment. Jeff Smith, fastest lap again. Smith always popping those in when he's not at the front, but he's using it to try and claw his way in, so he'll be picking up a little bit of a tow. NF Owens lights ablaze in 5th, just a little bit further back from Jeff Smith. Then Ian Curley in close proximity, but it's about the lead 4 at the moment as Kane Astin now gets fastest lap. Conditions are changing, improving as they go on. Colburn, I would argue, the busiest driver of this foursome, wanting to chase and defend at the same time. He's a little bit closer to the leader, Andrew Jordan. Andrew Colburn, we could invent a new driver there, couldn't we? I'm sure there'll be one along.
Oh, well, there is another Colburn in the race, remember, down in the Libra class, and that is second place at the moment for Richard Colburn.
Senior Colburn.
Indeed so, but here comes Colburn Jr. going for the lead again to the outside of Jordan, gets his nose ahead, but it's so hard to actually break through into the lead, isn't it? Because Andrew Jordan gets the side draft, then he's late on the brakes into Stowe and manages to go back ahead. So still Andrew Jordan with the lead, Ben Colburn second, Aaron Smith third, and remains status quo as we drop down through the Vale and into the club chicane. Colburn to the inside line. There's no grip there though, and he loses the back of the car. Amazingly, no contact, but I think Jeff Smith was delayed. Yes, he was. Then he has contact with Curley, and Jeff Smith suddenly losing a whole heap of places as Aaron Smith gets the lead. Explain to me exactly how that happened, Richard. He went into the corner in third, comes out of it with the lead, and about 5 cars between himself and Jeff Smith.
Yeah, absolutely frantic for the lead. The message is from Ben Colburn that he was told I tipped him to win, so that was the end of that.
Right. Yeah, that'll do it.
Now P2 and fastest lap. Super stuff.
And suddenly NF Owens is in the fight now as well, in second place, because just as quickly as I said Smith was leading, Jordan got the advantage back, brought NF Owens with him. Now, where is Jeff Smith? He was 6th at the line, so it could have been worse, but he's losing points that he can ill afford to lose at the moment to Aaron Smith, who at least is down to the bottom step of the podium, sideways there. I think that was Kane Aston, wasn't it? So Jeff Smith gains another place now, back into the top 5. It's changing almost too quickly to keep on track of it, isn't it? But another place gained by Jeff Smith, and he will now try to get back into contention. That wasn't his fault at all. It was Colburn getting sideways, and Smith had to throw the anchor out to avoid running into the back of him. And, well, he now is the one with work to do. He's gone past Ian Curley as well, though. So into 4th position for Jeff, as Aaron Smith slips up the inside, does he, of Endaf Owens? Yes, the Welshman has to let him go. And Aaron Smith now sets his sights, not for the first time, on Andrew Jordan.
Is he going to be able to get past, though? The one thing that you see Jordan do is, or very rarely, is cede the lead or cede a place, even in this mini racing, which we know is fiercely competitive. But if anyone can do it, it will be Aaron Smith. And Aaron just starts to make the move, comes offline, and you can see how dry it is there. Maybe had a couple of wheels on the damp part of the circuit there, as Curley goes to the outside again. Curley still vying for 5th place with Ben Colburn in the mix as well.
Yep, indeed so. 3 abreast action here. Kane Aston on the inside, Curley in the middle, and that's Phil Bullen-Brown, isn't it, in the fluorescent orange number 5 car on the outside line. Great racing going on here at the front of the field in the Libras, by the way. The Libra class being led pretty comfortably by Hugh Turner in 15th position. 2nd place in the class is Richard Colburn, and 3rd is Josh Evans. That's significant. Josh Evans, the championship leader, remember, in the Libra class. He lost some points to Julian Proctor in the race earlier on. He's ahead of Julian by 6.3 seconds in this one, so looks set to undo the damage from race 1 earlier on today. For the overall race lead, though, it is 3 abreast through Stowe Corner. Aaron Smith on the inside, Endaf Owens on the outside, Andrew Jordan in the middle. Who is the last of the late breakers? It's all of them, really. Smith backs out of it, and Owens to the lead.
Endaf Owens goes past Jordan and Smith. Super stuff from him, 3rd to 1st. He will get a lap led on his stats. Not that will mean a great deal in terms of mini racing, but as soon as the move is done, Jordan is back on the case, and he's got momentum out of that final turn down the Hamilton straight and tees up a return to the lead.
Oh, he's on the wet side of the road, but he goes through, and Aaron Smith wants to go with him. He slides through on the inside line. Endaf Owens leaves him, is left just enough room on the outside edge of the road, and Jeff Smith joining in as well. They bang doors, Smith to the outside, and Endaf Owens will not relinquish 2nd position. This brings Jeff Smith and Ben Colburn back to the party, as Smith crucially gets back ahead of his title rival, Aaron Smith. How quickly things can change.
Absolutely mega stuff, as ever, from the Mini 7 Racing Club. Superb from the Melias. Ben Colburn is back in the mix as well. Rupert D, distant 6th. Really surprised to see him that far back at the moment, though. Definitely going to come from the top 4. I can't say definitely in mini racing. Probably, definitely coming from the top 5.
Yes, at the moment you would tend to agree with that, but I would say that with some caution with 7 minutes still to go. Through Stowe they come then. It is Jordan who, through all of this, seems to consistently come out with the race lead, doesn't he? He gets shuffled back a bit, then seems able to get his way back to the front of the queue and stay there more effectively than anybody else. The others constantly trading positions. He always seems to lead at this part of the lap, and that's the key, isn't it? You don't need to lead at Abbey or at Stowe. As long as you're in the lead at the line, you will ultimately end up with the race win. Jordan once again leads them across the line, then back out in front with a personal best lap to boot, with Endaf Owens in 2nd place. Jordan with 2 wheels on the wet curb into Abbey. That's brave.
It is brave. He holds on to it, though, so 2 tenths clear, very nearly 3 tenths clear as they cross the line that time around. Owens still chasing hard. Here is the battle between Kane Aston chasing Rupert Death in the 23. So when you look down, you've got Colin Peacock in 10th, so really you could pick any one of the top 10ers on a normal day a winner, but the top 5 still go round pretty much in formation.
Yeah, they do. Now, with 5 of them together, a big hole in the air being punched for those towards the back of that lead group. Can Ben Colburn and Aaron Smith take advantage of that, I wonder, as they head down towards Stowe Corner once again. This is the 8th lap of the race, 6 minutes still to go. And what order will they emerge in out of Stowe in a moment? Well, it is Jeff Smith in the lead. Who predicted that? From 3rd to 1st, Jordan down to 2nd, Owens 3rd, Aaron Smith 4th, and Ben Colburn still there in 5th position. But Jeff Smith, the championship leader, is on a mission here. He knows a race win here would really help him in the championship with just the 1 race to go. And Aaron Smith suddenly finds himself at the back of the group now, so it's all falling apart for Aaron. He's got time just about to fix the situation, but with Jeff Smith out in front, this is not what Aaron Smith was hoping to see.
Was that bumper askew at the start of the race, or is that a feature of this one?
On Jeff Smith's car,
yeah.
That was the little collision he had with Ian Curley, I think, down at Club earlier on. So it doesn't seem to be slowing him down, though, does it?
Not at all.
No.
Someone will protest it.
Surely not. Let's not put that idea out into the universe. Good battle going on further back. There's the 1-2-3 car. Hugh Turner leading in the Mini Libra class fairly comfortably, as I've said. Josh Evans is still 3rd ahead of Julian Proctor. And that gap is now 10.5 seconds, so we're not likely to see a change there. But Hugh Turner mixing it with some of the Melias and running in 17th place overall. So lost a couple of positions since last I checked on him, but he's running well still at the front of his class. We've had a Melia into the pit lane as well, by the way. Mark Cowan showing in the pit lane and potentially pulling in to retire. This battle continues to rumble on out onto the hangar straight. We're into the final 5 minutes of racing now. Still, any one of 5 drivers realistically could claim the race win. Who it's going to be, though, Richard, we've no idea.
Absolutely no idea at all. Perm any one of the 5, with Aaron Smith in 5th as they crossed the line last time out. Smith, NF Owens now showing at the top of the timing tower. So it's Owens, Smith with the fastest lap, Ben Colburn in 3rd place. Don't write off Colburn just yet, still hungry for that first win. Will he be able to do it?
Well, he's 3rd now, having picked up a place against Andrew Jordan. Remember I was saying a couple of laps ago, Jordan was sort of steadily leading the race, never seemed to get shuffled too far down. Well, he's down to 4th. Well, he was down to 4th. He's now back up to 3rd again, ahead of Colburn, but that might be 5th in a minute, because Colburn's coming back at him and Aaron Smith is there too. So, literally changing by the corner here. Jeff Smith to the lead. Endaf Owens led at the line, but Jeff Smith back out in front. So that front bumper damage definitely not slowing him down. He is back out in the win with 3.5 minutes to go, with Owens in 2nd position. Jordan, I think, was 3rd, but that may have changed again by the time they get down to Stowe Corner. Here they come. Yep, Owens to the outside. Can't make it stick, but that little side-by-side racing brings all the others back together. It's going to be a typical Mini Melia finish, this, I think, isn't it? It will be decided in the final couple of corners. But where do you want to be, Richard? If you've got free choice of which position you want to be in, going onto the hangar straight on the last lap, what are you picking?
P2's always handy.
Yeah, I think so. Or P3.
Or P3. Or 4 or 5. Let's hedge. Let's sit on the fence.
Not in the lead, I think, is the answer.
I'm wondering why the top 2 just don't work together for a couple of laps and try and break the toe and get away from the other 3 and then sort it out. That's what you see in Legends. Mind you, there are a lot more teammates in Legends cars racing, to be honest. And, of course, they have the luxury of being able to bump draft and push each other on most circuits.
Yes, that is true, but I don't know, I always get frustrated with drivers. I have the same thought almost all the time in one-mate racing. They never listen, because when you're in the heat of battle, they just want to overtake each other. They just want to get to the front of the group at all times, and I don't know, it's much easier for us, I think, to take a step back and look at it logically than it is for a driver who is in the heat of battle out on track.
Same with media training, you tell the kids stuff and they just go away and ignore it, you know.
Yes, that does seem to be the case. Right, Andrew Jordan for the lead, 3 abreast. No, there's not quite the space. Endaf Owens is debating the lead with Jeff Smith, and Jordan goes with him. So Jordan up into 2nd position. 2 more laps to go. So
that
the drivers.
My P2 argument, because he was P2.
Ah, yeah.
So we'll see if he's still in front when they get to the line. Andrew Jordan's going to have a say otherwise. What do we reckon?
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, Jeff Smith, meanwhile, is battling Aaron Smith. Remember, that has championship implications. Jordan is sideways in front of Jeff and just manages to gather it all together. But no, you're absolutely right. 2nd place was a good place to be that time. But was Jordan on this occasion quite content to let Endaf Owens go through, because he knows it's not where you are now that matters, it's where you are at the end of the race. Now, I thought I saw an exhaust on the road on the exit of the first corner. I suspect it may have come from Mark Burnett's car, because he's pulling over to retire just a couple of corners later.
All go, isn't it, at the moment? If my P2 theory is correct, we could be seeing Andrew Jordan take the win, but don't discount Jeff Smith, who wants to have a look up the inside. It's too far back. Ben Colburn in 4th place, and just as I was about to say, it's only 4. Still Aaron Smith popping his nose up in 5th place. Colburn getting closer to Jeff Smith. That will take the pressure off P2. Smith coming under pressure, or does it? No, it doesn't. Endaf Owens still there, though.
Yes, he is. Owens was very wide, ducks back into the slipstream, but here comes Jeff Smith. Maybe 3rd place is the place to be. He pulls out early. Colburn goes to the inside, 3 abreast for 2nd position, and Andrew Jordan trying to defend from the wall, 4 abreast for 2nd position. Aaron Smith to the outside. Jeff Smith bails out of it, and Aaron Smith could suddenly find himself ahead of the championship leader. Out of Stoke Corner they go, down into the Vale for the penultimate time, but Andrew Jordan managed to hold on because, Richard, they all fanned out behind him, they all slowed each other down, and the race leader going onto the hanger straight is still the leader. Owens is sideways off the nose of Aaron Smith, and Jeff Smith goes through into 3rd place.
Sometimes you just need to be in the right place to squeeze through a misfortune of somebody else, and that has completely changed the complexion of this one. Ben Colburn now is P2. Has he got enough to get past Andrew Jordan on this last tour?
I think so, because the only reason the 2nd place car didn't go through last time is because they ended up side by side with other people. That not going to happen this time, is it? Ben Colburn has no one in his mirrors. He is free to attack Andrew Jordan, so this could be a fascinating run down the back straight for the last time. We're on the final lap of the race. Jeff Smith is in 3rd position with Aaron Smith 4th. That's good news for Jeff's championship if he can stay there, and Aaron Smith carrying a bit of damage as well. Right then, here we go. This is it. It's go time. Down the hanger straight for the last time, and Ben Colburn surely is going to try and make a move on Andrew Jordan. Jordan pulls to the inside to defend. Colburn looks to the outside. Doesn't do it. Looks back to the outside again. Tries to get the side draft, which he does. That slows down Andrew Jordan. It pulls Colburn alongside, but he's got to go the long way round now out of the right-hander at Stowe. Is it going to work? No, there's no room. Andrew Jordan hangs on. It's now realistically going to come down to a braking battle into the club chicane. Jordan will defend the inside line. Joe Polly's car expiring on the start-finish straight. That won't bother the leaders, though, who turn through the club chicane for the final time. Andrew Jordan surely now is home free. He's defended this lead impeccably all race long, and he will come through to claim a race victory here at Silverstone. Andrew Jordan the winner, Ben Colburn 2nd, and Jeff Smith, another good result for the championship, in 3rd position, back on the podium again. Aaron Smith comes home in 4th, Endaf Owens in 5th, with Rupert Deeth, Kane Aston, Phil Bullen-Brown, Ian Curley and Ryan Taylor completing the top 10. Colin Peacock, after that scary spin that he had in the first attempt to start the race, will come through in 11th, waiting for the Mini Libra winner to come through. That will be Hugh Turner. Hugh has slipped down into 18th position overall, by the way, but still running well in the lead of his class. He's at the back of that group, I think, isn't he, Hugh Turner? Yes, comes through to claim the Mini Libra class victory, and it will be 2nd place for Josh Evans. Now, that's significant because Josh, remember, lost some points to Julian Proctor, in the race earlier on today, but Josh Evans will come through to claim 2nd, and actually 3rd goes to Richard Colburn. Because Evans got past Colburn there in the closing stages, so Evans will extend his championship lead quite significantly over Julian Proctor, and that's not necessarily the way that we thought that was going to go earlier on in the day. But yes, that is a very good drive from Andrew Jordan that we've just seen there. You'd expect nothing less, I suppose, of a former British Touring Car champion, but Andrew with brilliant defence. That's exactly how you're supposed to defend a race lead, because very often if you come over all defensive out in front, you can end up losing yourself places rather than gaining them, but that wasn't the case for Andrew. He held on to it nicely, and he is a race winner here at Silverstone. So, Andrew Jordan victorious in our 2nd Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares Melia race of the day. Ben Colburn came home in 2nd place and Jeff Smith in 3rd. Aaron Smith 4th, ahead of Endaf Owens, Rupert Deeth, Kane Aston, Phil Bullen-Brown, Ian Curley and Ryan Taylor to complete the top 10. Colin Peacock was 11th, ahead of Jody Leese, Rob Howard and James Cuthbertson. 15th position went the way of Damien Harrington, with Sean King and Gordon Pocock next, with Hugh Turner claiming the win in the Libra class. Josh Evans moved up to 2nd in that class later on. That's significant. It extends his margin now over Julian Proctor in the championship. Richard Colburn came home in 2nd in the class, with Proctor 3rd and Phil Harvey 4th. Sorry, Colburn 3rd, Proctor 4th, Harvey 5th, with Joe Polly in 23rd place overall. And then those who, well, in fact, she didn't reach the flag because her engine blew going on to the final lap. We also lost from that race the number 79 machine of Mark Burnett, 99, which was Mark Cowan, and the 24 for the second time, unfortunately, today of Steve Ewell, and 20, of course, Mark Sims, heavily into the pit wall, bringing about that red flag, but he was absolutely fine. The car was not, but the driver, thankfully, emerged unscathed. So, Mini Melia's done for the day. In fact, Mini's done for the day. The 7s will have 2 races tomorrow. The Melia's will have 1 further race. We've got 2 more races to come today. Next up is the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, a 45-minute pit stop race for the always entertaining Club Sport Trophy. And then we move on to TCR, the TCR UK Championship, their first race of 3 this weekend, the championship decider for the TCR UK Championship. That will bring the curtain down on day 1 here of our Silverstone finals weekend. We are running still, I think, about 5 minutes ahead of time as well, which is good news. Right, let's head down then quickly to Parc Fermé to hear from Richard John Neal and our podium finishers.
Welcome down to Victory Lane for the Dunlop Mini Melia and Libra Challenge, and it's Andrew Jordan who takes the honours. Andrew, we managed to have a quick catch-up this morning. Always better to have another one when we come out with a super win. The great thing about mini racing, again, you just never, ever, ever know how it's going to... How do you work out the tactics for a race like that?
Well, before the red flag, my tactic when it was damp and slippy was just to get gone. I had a lovely lead. So I was a bit disappointed to see the red flag. But then after that, once I knew it was going to dry up a little bit, I thought that there was no way we were really going to get away. So I didn't want to really lead onto the last lap, and I've made a mistake onto the back straight on the penultimate lap. And then I saw he'd gone, so I could cover James then in a straight line down, not James, sorry, Ben, down into Stowe. So the side draft's really big on these cars. So someone can pull out of the slipstream, but you can do a lot with your car to slow that down. So it worked okay.
Is P2 the better place to be, or does it depend how many cars there are? Because there were 5 of you in the group for most of the race. Yeah, and obviously the tow from 3rd or 4th is bigger. So once I saw myself and Ben had a little bit of a gap for the last lap, I was quite comfortable then, really. If Jeff had been a bit closer or Endaf had been there, I'd have been a bit concerned about not the car directly behind, but the car behind that. So their car was really nice. It was good, kept me busy. Did you have a look at the Cadwell race as it was, race 1 of the day, and did you watch what was going on there? It was wet then, so yeah, I had a little eye on it, but that was pretty steady in terms of mini racing, so that was a bit more like it. And I think someone had put some fluid down towards the end at Vale, so it was quite slippy, and yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. Nice one, well done, Andrew. We're going to try and got cars on the track, so we'll catch up with the other guys. Let's whiz over and have a quick word with Ben Colburn, who's having a word with Dad. Actually, we've got a Colburn double act here, so I'm going to find out. I always ask people, who's your favourite Colburn? Is it James, Richard or Ben? We've got 2 of them here. These are my 2 favourites. James, I'm only joking. Good podium there in the Libra.
It was indeed, yeah. I should have done a bit better, but I really enjoyed it. It had a really good race. It was slippy to start with, but after that it was good. Dried out nicely. Ben, my fault. I was tipping you for the win there. You've still not had it, but you're going to get it.
Yes, I know. We've got one more race tomorrow, so it's got to be that one. It's got to be that one. I mean, I was hounding Jordan that whole race until obviously the little mistake, but I got back through. So it was a great racing, and just hopefully we do one better tomorrow.
You got the pace and the racecraft. It's just how it falls, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got to have that little bit of luck in motorsport. I mean, as everyone does. So hopefully that comes my way tomorrow.
Fingers crossed for you. Thanks for chatting, guys. We've got the Club Sport cars out on track. Can I have a quick word with Jeff, who's having a picture. Jeff, we didn't get to talk to you after race 1, so super job, even with the misfire. All sorted now?
It's still playing up a little bit. It won't pull off the corners quite right, so yeah, it nearly ended in disaster. Ben got it sideways going in the chicane, and I've just caught him as he's slid back across, so we're still there, so we're still leading.
This is just fantastic racing. racing with great drivers.
Yeah, it is, and that's what I love about it. You come to this, and we've got the likes of me and Andy, of very experienced drivers. There's guys been in the club for many, many years, know all the tricks of minis, so are just as quick as us. Lads like Ben that just beaver away at it, and it's so competitive. It's a flip of a coin who's going to win the race. It's crazy, brilliant.
And obviously the championship, we're nearly there.
Nearly there. We've got one step closer, haven't we? I think I need to go and do the points and work out the drops in a minute, and we might be popping champagne. I don't know yet.
Fingers crossed. We'll see you tomorrow either way. Thanks very much, Jeff Smith. Thank you very much for having a quick word. Very quick. I think we're going to grab Hugh Turner. Is Hugh there? Hugh Turner? Hugh, nice to meet you. Congratulations, Libra win, well done.
Yeah, it's first one of the year, so long time coming, but last round of the season, fantastic. So yeah, really happy.
That's excellent. I've got to be quick because we've got the Club Sport cars on track, but super job, and you seem to be pretty well clear.
Yeah, I think down Hanger Street, the power of the car helped, and I picked up some Migglers and got the slipstream, which just really pulled me along. So yeah, lucky.
And all good for tomorrow?
All good for tomorrow, yeah.
Nice one to you. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Thanks ever so much. Club Sport time now. I think we're going to try and find out who's starting the two driver cars. But in just a few moments, we'll be up to Andy McEwen with the grid. But Club Sport Trophy next up.
Yes, thank you, Richard. The cars out on the track then. The BRSCC SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy, always an entertaining addition to any race weekend. They've supported TCR UK a few times this year already, and they're back again here at Silverstone. A 45-minute race, a mandatory pit stop for all cars in the middle 15 minutes, so from minute 15 to 30. And it is a big grid of cars. I'm not sure whether they're going to get... Yes, they will get another green flag lap because it's a rolling start these days for Club Sport Trophy. So, yep, we'll get an opportunity now to take a look at how they're going to line up on the grid. Then we've got 43 of them to get through, so we'll get started as soon as we can. It's Chris Murphy on pole position, the 721 car. That is the BMW, one of the BMW Z4s that set the fastest lap time in qualifying. A 124.425, though, was only 3/100ths of a second quicker than Feroz Bellamoria in the always rapid VW Scirocco. Jim Benson, number 59, starts third in his Lotus Elise. We've seen him racing BMW compacts in the past very successfully, but Jim now in a Lotus Elise. And then the first of the two driver cars, that's the number 77, which is the Rob Boston and Sam Reuter Mazda MX-5. Row 3 then for Callum Bates, the number 10 car, that is another one of the BMW Z4s. And Matthew Bolton, number 29, which is an M3 BMW starting from row 3. Fourth row of the grid then for Alistair Lindsay and Kieran Power. Alistair Lindsay in an Audi TT, Kieran Power number 24 in another one of those rapid BMW Z4s. Then Shane Kelly, 111 Shane Kelly, former Formula 3 racer in a Morgan Plus 4, starting from the inside of row number 5 alongside the 153 of Kevin Sterling. That is one of the Renault Clios, a very well placed Renault Clio actually, inside the top 10 overall. Steve Wood and Mike Parsons are together on the next row of the grid. Steve Wood in a BMW Z4, and Mike Parsons in a VW Golf. And then on row number 7, Richard Clark and Martin Cully. Richard Clark, number 25, is a Mark 7 VW Golf, and Martin Cully in, as always, his very well prepared Seat Leon. That's well up the grid actually, just knocking on the door of the top 10. Row 8 then, another two driver entry. That's the 777 car, sorry, the 177 car, I should say, which is Darren and Joseph Duke's BMW Z4. Stephen Harrison, number 4, in a Renault Clio is next. Then you've got the number 32 machine. That is shared by Mark Jones and Steve Kite, a Civic Type R. And they will have Andrew Stevens alongside them in his Mini Cooper. 10th row of the grid then, completing the top 20, that is the Watling and Wheeler number 14 car. Nick Watling, Jack Wheeler in a Ford Fiesta ST150, and they've got Barnaby Francis in the number 8 Mazda RX-8 next. That's always a fun car to watch. Paul Savage, number 124, is next. A late addition, I think, Paul Savage to the entry. The 124 car is looking out of the window, an Audi TT, I can tell you, and he has got James Alford in the VW Golf in theory alongside him. James Alford in the number 116, but I'm not. Sorry, the Honda Civic, I should say. I think he's out of position slightly on the grid. Then the Adcocks, Matthew and Phil Adcock in their Class E front-running BMW Compact. They have got Lee Reynolds, the number 60 next. That is a Honda Integra, followed by, on the 13th row of the grid, the Matt Massey number 241 car, which is a Honda Civic Type R, and the number 91 Nobolivsky car that is shared by Richard and Christoph Novobilski, I should say, in their BMW Z4. Right, we're just past halfway. Stick with me, everyone. 14th row of the grid, number 64, which is the Adam Schaefer Peugeot 206, and alongside him, Ian Howes in the number 227 car. That is the BMW 1 Series of Ian Howes. That should be one to watch. Next up is David Cox and Barry Cully together, completing the top 30. David Cox, number 151, is a VW Golf, and Barry Cully, number 11, in the other one of those rapid Seats, one of two Seats on the grid in this race. Then we've got Christian Goodall and Sergei Miniev on row number 16 of the grid. Goodall number 96 in a Honda Civic Type R. Sergei in the number 79 is in a BMW 325 Ti. Then we've got two cars actually being shared by two drivers. First of all, number 48, that's Michael Nash and Veer Aldridge in a BMW 46. And alongside them, the Hayes and Bruce, number 93, a BMW Compact, although only Marcus Bruce was entered on the official entry list, so he may be going it alone. Then Adam Radford, 35th on the grid, the number 40 car in a BMW Z4, a bit further down than some of the other Z4s. It runs in a different class, I think, to the other ones, with Richard Sutherland, number 78, next in his BMW Compact Cup car that I'd imagine we'll see him out in tomorrow in the Compact Cup itself. Stephen Watson and Chris Fantana are next, row 19 of the grid. Stephen Watson, 107, is a Renault Clio, and Chris Fantana, number 22, is a Mazda MX-5, Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. Craig Emerson and Anthony Paddock then share row 20. Emerson, number 75, is a BMW, and Anthony Paddock, number 114, is a Mini Cooper S. Penultimate row of the grid is Stuart Kilroy and Gary Hobbs. Kilroy in a Peugeot 207 GTI, and Gary Hobbs in his number 38 Hyundai Coupe, which ended up in the gravel trap on the start-finish straight in qualifying this morning. And at the back of the grid, 43rd and 44th respectively, William Guy in the 507, a late addition to the grid, and the 115 of Gary Paddock in a Mark III Mazda MX-5. So as always, an eclectic mix of cars, a big grid of cars set to do battle for 45 minutes in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. There are, of course, several different classes out there. Classes A through to E. We'll pick up on who's doing well in each of the classes once the race gets on. But Richard, John Neal, what a fabulous sight they make as they pour down the Hanger Straight, and what a great race we've got in store.
Absolutely brilliant. And shades of other things that we've got to come for BRSCC next year in terms of shorter races, maybe more races rather than the one per meeting. Will this still run? Is this in addition to? I believe
so, yes.
Fantastic. So you can have your longer races. I know that the club were listening to drivers saying, hey, you know what, we'd actually quite like some shorter ones, some sprint races, as opposed to endurance. But we can't call these endurance, I know we'll. but super entry. I did try and get the starting drivers. Did you get those through? Did we ping them anyway?
I haven't had them, no.
I think, to be fair, I've probably asked Lindsay Close to do a little bit too much. She's coordinating about 4 championships today. I did ask if it was possible, but the only one I can tell you is that Adcock Jr. starts. That's the only one I know for sure.
But that one I can normally figure out, because if Phil's not in the car, he's normally messaging me, so we would probably have figured that one out in the end anyway. There you go. Right then, race about to get underway. Chris Murphy and Feroz Billamoria on the front row of the grid, and off they will go. Billamoria with a good start in the Scirocco. In fact, the Z4 quite slow away. Steaming round the outside was Matthew Bolton in the number 29 BMW, and another one in the pit wall, and it's the 107 car, the Renault Clio, that has found the pit wall this time around, and that's going to be a race stoppage. Surely that car was quite a long way down the order, I think, on the grid. How they got there, I don't know. Stephen Watson's race, though, coming to a very premature end. In fact, it hadn't really started, had it, to be honest, when he ended up in the pit wall. So that will require a safety car at the very least, I would imagine. But for now, Billamoria leading in the Scirocco, the BMW of Bolton second, and that is the Mazda, that's the Boston and Reuter car, isn't it, in third? Who's starting it, we don't know, but the Rob Boston prepared car running well in third place.
It is, you know, my mum always said things happen in threes, and that hopefully that'll be it for the weekend. Always really, really sad to see a car picking up that damage, the amount of love and attention, money as well as time that goes into these cars. Seeing, we never ever like seeing them in the. I get quite cross when people post these accident video compilations on YouTube. These people should be banned from it.
Yes, it's not. I mean, it's easy for us, isn't it, to look at it as a form of entertainment, but for the drivers and teams involved, they're pouring blood, sweat and tears into this, aren't they? And especially at a level like this is proper club racing, the Club Sport Trophy, and the drivers who do this don't have an enormous budget that they can throw at mending or completely replacing a car if needs be, and especially for it to happen so early in the race, that is a real shame, isn't it? But hopefully Stephen Watson's okay, and they'll be able to move him and the car out of harm's way pretty swiftly. But there you can see the Renault Clio. It's gone in absolutely head first, hasn't it, into that concrete wall, which is fairly unforgiving, as you can imagine. So the cars then pick their way through, and Billamoria leading. Brilliant start that from Matthew Bolton, though, up into second position from 6th on the grid.
Wow.
The power of the BMW, but it's one thing to have that power, you've then got to find the gaps to utilise it, which he absolutely did.
Just thinking about you're right, he did absolutely use it real well. Is the class structure for this similar to, obviously it's 5 classes in the new Club Sport or production series that the RSCC are putting together, and the Sprint Trophy. I'm wondering whether it's the same power output.
That is a very good question.
I should have done a comparison before I got into the box, but to see whether it's going to be similar, or whether people will be able to double up in, effectively opening up. They will be championships after the first year. Of course, you're not allowed to have a championship first year, but second season you can.
So I will have an answer for you shortly. I've got the class structure for the new series, the Pro Sport Sprint series, and I will double check that against the Club Sport Trophy. So talk amongst yourselves, everybody, and I'll have an answer for you shortly.
I was going to, when we were, those of you that have, it seemed a long time ago now, when we were at the other end of Silverstone, had a Club Sport Trophy race, we were talking about the fact that series, as we look, see driver okay, which is good. Medics just checking him out. I said in the pit walk for the Fiesta Senior race that the medical care that you get at the circuits these days, well, not just these days, but forever, has been great. But it gets better as things go on. I think we're going to have a look and see what happened off the start, Andy.
Yeah, is it that pesky curb again? Oh no, he's on the inside. Huge tank slapper. Oh, he nearly had it.
Unlucky.
And crunch. Now, not quite as substantial an impact as I first feared, in fairness, so maybe it's more superficial than anything else, but cold rear tyres, front-wheel drive car, so easy to get into that tank slapper situation. And of course, the one thing you don't want to do is spin into the pack, because you never know what's going to happen then. So, yeah, really unfortunate that.
Well, Andy's saying, Steve, that not much damage, you'll be round to fix it. No, I'm joking. I'll go back to what we were talking about in terms of series. Remember, there was the consultation, and I got all upset about MSUK saying, consultation's a done deal. It wasn't, was it, with series? They've actually listened to the motorsport community, which is great. So well done to MSUK for doing that. Rather funny thing, though, after that, on the Monday, after making the comments, I don't. Are you on LinkedIn?
I'm not, no.
LinkedIn, you can see who's viewed you, or see what companies have viewed your profile. And after I made the comments, the Monday after I made the comments, 5 people from MSUK had viewed my profile.
Oh, really?
Who's he? But top job. They listened, they sorted it out. So things like modified 4, I think it was modified 4s we were talking about predominantly.
Yes, I think it was,
because they got the down at Navarra. I'm not sure when that is. Have they had that yet, or is it coming up? But
not sure.
Sure. We were talking about the series not being able to, have more than 6 events, go outside the country if they wanted to, and of course this is a series, and there was the illusion you're not allowed to say that you win anything. And I think Club Sport Trophy, probably all the club need to do is maybe just add on series to it, trophy series. Yes. You've got to give someone a pot, haven't you? For
absolutely. It's the least they deserve, I think, isn't it, for coming out, supporting the club, and, as I said, putting all of that time, effort and money into getting the car on the track.
Yeah.
You do that for a reason, not just to have fun, that is a big part of it, obviously, but, you need to have something that you're fighting for, and I think that's fairly common sense, if you ask me, but there you go. Right, I've got an answer for you, so I forgot what the question is, if I'm honest. Were you specifically talking about
Botswana?
That I don't have an answer for. Was it the Production Cup you were asking about, or was it the Pro Sport Sprint series?
Well, either. If you've got both there, that would be...
Well, I do. I came prepared, Richard. So the Production Cup is identical to this. So it's exactly the same class structure, all about power to weight ratio. So Class A, 206 to 235 brake horsepower per tonne. exactly the same as in the Club Sport Trophy.
So you can have shorter races.
Yeah, exactly, yes. So that is very much the idea. Then you've got the Sprint Series where there is no power limit, basically. So it's anything above 351 brake horsepower per tonne will go into the top class. So essentially whatever you like will go into that top class, and then
Carrera
down.
Cup cars sitting around looking to come into that.
Quite, absolutely. Yeah. They're pretty much open to anything. There was talk last night over dinner about a couple of old Mosler GT cars that might be sitting around, and getting those things out on track. That's very much the idea, I think, of that, really.
Thundersport, isn't it?
Exactly that. And the lowest class, Class F, will be for cars 150 to 190 brake horsepower per tonne. Well, that's kind of the most powerful car you tend to see in this. That's very much for your big sort of grunt and go cars. And then you've got the Production Cup and the Club Sport Trophy running to exactly the same class structure, but different length races. Hope that answered your question.
Spot on. And anybody listening who wanted clarification, relatively new announcements, I think the last 14 days or so, those went out. And there are pages, well, Andy's proved the point, there are pages up on the website ready to go. There's the university.
No, I was reeling that off from my head, Richard.
You did?
I knew all of that.
Yeah.
No, I would definitely recommend going to the BRSTC website. It is a very useful tool, whether you're working on the championships or interested in getting involved.
Just out of interest, what browser do you use to look at it?
Chrome, normally.
Yeah, Chrome's better.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, what's the other one? The other main one.
The blue one?
Yeah.
Showing the extent of my knowledge. I do have that open at the moment as well.
It doesn't work as well in the blue one. It's better on Chrome.
Oh, does it?
I don't know whether the developers want to look at that. Yeah.
I hadn't realised that.
So on my Mac, I put Chrome on it, and it's much easier.
There we
if
go.
They're listening, give Luke and the team something to do.
Worryingly, they do listen to us as well. I can't think why.
Poor souls.
Someone's got to, I suppose. So yeah, well, there you go.
They both work, but I just
the Chrome's better.
Is a little bit better. Yeah.
Right, okay.
A little bit more.
Notes to everyone at home: if you do want to go and read the regs to the Club Sport Trophy, get yourself on Chrome. That's going to be the best way to do it for now. Over the way, that's a little winter project.
It's easier on Mac actually to have two different browsers because it's easier to toggle between two browsers than two tabs in one browser.
Yes, yes. I mean, I struggle at the best of times, but yes, I have seen that is the case. So, who knew I'd be getting IT lessons from Richard John Neal?
That's not a lesson, no. It's just, you were there already.
I've learned some things. That's definitely true. Right. Back to the race, which in fairness, we haven't really had much of, have we? Because we only had half a lap or so before the safety car was scrambled. The track has now been cleared, though, as you can see.
That was quick.
That was very quick, yes. And a shout out to the marshals, as always.
Why didn't they do the Fiestas that quick? I'm joking, marshals, all right.
I refer you to your earlier comment. You can go out there and do it quicker, maybe.
I've been invited actually to a marshal to do a not a training day, but a day with them. I've just got to work out when I can do it. Probably be start next year before we get into Tokyo.
That'd be good.
But yeah, it'd be fun if we can find a pair of overalls that fits me. But
I'm sure we can accommodate. It's something well worth doing, to be honest, because I think we've had this conversation probably before, but I do think a lot of people involved in motorsport, either competing or working in the industry, really do take for granted a little bit what the marshals do, what the recovery crews do. We kind of think they're there to go and clear up the car, and it's all pretty simple and straightforward. Every incident is different, and they have to be able to respond to each incident in the correct manner, making sure that driver safety is as a priority, and then they deal with it as efficiently as they always do. So there's a lot more to it than you would think, I would imagine, and it's a special breed of person who can go and stand out in all weathers on a day like this, still be enthusiastic about it, still enjoy themselves, but ultimately they're there to do a job, and they do it tremendously well.
Marshal training, I think recruitment at Driven by Racing, which is the middle weekend in November here on the national circuit. So good event last year, good fun, managed to go for both days. Not sure if I can make it this year, unfortunately. I will try, but there's odds tests and all that kind of thing going on as well as we go racing again here.
Yes, we do, and it is for Rose Memoria with the lead, but for how much longer? Matthew Bolton already looking to try and get to the inside into Abbey Corner, can't quite do it. Then you've got the Boston and Reuter MX-5 behind, and there, look, Shane Kelly and that awesome Morgan making some ground up as well, but this is a terrific tussle for the race lead. Bill Amoria leads, front-wheel drive Scirocco, rear-wheel drive big beefy BMW in second, and the little Mazda MX-5 in third. Then the Lotus moves up into fourth position, picking up an extra position as they all try and shuffle through the right-hander at Village. and head off down the Hanger Straight once again for the first time at full racing speed then, and hopefully we'll keep green to the end. We've only got 9 minutes actually until the no, I'll tell a lie. We've got 4 minutes until the pit window opens because we really have eaten into this 45-minute race, haven't we? There goes Shane Kelly moving through on the inside line. And Shane Kelly, former Formula 3 racer, now getting to grips with something a little bit different in the shape of the Morgan.
Yeah, with the uni lads and lasses looking after
Yes.
him. Is it the same team as its uni
I think
Derby,
it is,
isn't
yes.
I think,
Yeah.
who look after one of the radicals as well, really getting stuck in. We interviewed them. If you watch the live stream back from Snetterton, we did quite a long interview. Shane wasn't at the talk that time, so bless him, the chief engineer came out and there was a little argument in the pit, so who's going to do it, who's going to do it? And the lad that came out, apologies for not remembering his name, but came out and did a super interview until Shane came over and took over at the end of it. But all part and parcel of the learning for those guys. So university team running the Morgan, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely so. And that was always the case when he raced in F3 Cup as well. It was always a car run by the university. And he was winning races regularly when he was pretty competitive as well. 4 or 5 years ago, probably then into the Pragas he went as well, where he again had race wins, all supported by the uni students. So it's a great programme that he's been involved in and continues to be involved again. Right, 2 BMW compacts together. Matthew Adcock on the outside line. And Phil Adcock waiting in the wings. I should give them their 30 seconds of limelight, shouldn't I? Because Phil did give me some good information before the weekend, saying that his wife has actually made the trip to Silverstone this weekend.
So she's entered as a third driver.
She got there before me, unfortunately. No, she is here for only the second time since Phil has been racing. Apparently she was here a number of years ago to watch a BMW Compact Cup race, and poor old Martin Gadsby ended up in the pit wall, funnily enough, right in front of her, and she decided, no, I don't want anything to do with this, I just want to watch from home. So she's made the trip to Silverstone.
Was she coincidentally standing on the pit wall where Clio went in?
I do hope not. I do hope not, although, yes, they're based right underneath us, the Adcock, so they may well have been.
Adcock called?
I can't remember.
Oh, sorry,
I'm going to try and look through. I was desperately searching through the many messages that I've had, and I can tell you Jane is her name. So
Jane.
Good afternoon, Jane. Good to have you here at Silverstone. And how are your lads getting on? They are leading in Class E, as so often, Richard, is the case. That car always goes well.
Yeah, but apparently Junior was 4th in qualifying at one stage.
Right.
A message was sent on the radio. He said he was going to send a message on the radio. They've got radio communication. Said that he was going to go for pole. And Nick said no. But he ended up a little further down. But that was the little gem from. Thank you to that to Nick for that. When are you getting your go, by the way?
Well, it's just as soon as Phil can persuade me to do it. I think maybe over the winter. Definitely over the winter.
Have you done your ARDS course?
No, not yet.
Driven by Racing, about 3 or 4 weeks' time. ARDS course.
Yeah, it's in the diary. It is in the diary, genuinely. It's, who knows, this time next year, Richard, you and Scott will be up here and it'll be me out there. Maybe not going for pole, but we'll see. Anyway, the BMW leading its class at the moment. They might as well get the wins in now, mightn't they, before they plug me in for a couple of races next year. The Z4's also going well here, battling with Shane Kelly in the Morgan. All of the Z4s sort of coming together here, 4 in this group alone, and they produced some pretty good racing in the past as well. This is all going on just towards the back end of the top 10, and some familiar Club Sport names in this group, but that Morgan continues to march forwards.
Yeah, great car, isn't it? And it's amazing how often they pop up, and it's great to see. One make championships absolutely fine, but every so often you just need the antidote to it. See all the different types of cars battling with each other. And it's also great to compare sizes as much as anything else.
Yeah, no, absolutely it is. It's I do like multi-class racing. It's why I'm glad that there are some new series coming along now that very much sort of do that, because it creates a completely different kind of racing. Different cars are quick at certain parts of the circuit. Some are better in a straight line, some are better through the tight corners, some are better through the high-speed corners, and at a circuit like this, which has got a little bit of everything, it does produce fascinating racing. One-make racing is great, I absolutely love it, but yeah, this is a nice little change, isn't it, to have such great variety of car out on circuit at the same time. It is the Scirocco, though, that leads the way of Feroz Billamorian. Matt Bolton in second. They both run in Class A, by the way. Class B, though, this is the battle for the lead. Jim Benson in the Lotus Exige has now caught the Rob Boston and Sam Reuter MX-5. They both run in Class B, so that is a genuine battle for the class lead. Class C is being led at the moment by the number 64 car of Adam Schaefer, the Peugeot 206 GTI, down in 23rd place overall. Class D by the number 150 of Andrew Stevens, the Mini Cooper, and Class E, as I mentioned, being led by Matthew Adcock at the moment, down in, where is Matthew? 28th place overall. Richard Sutherland in another compact, running second in that class at the moment.
Could have saved you the time looking it up. Paul McCurlin said, same class structure. Thank you, Paul. Paul's watching.
Oh, right, best behaviour, everyone. So, battle for second place then. Yes, thank you, Paul. Down the hanger straight they go. Bolton doing his best here to keep the two Class B front runners behind, but those two going side by side now. Jim Benson to the outside of the MX-5, the Lotus a bit quicker, maybe in a straight line. Who's going to be later on the brakes though? The Mazda on the inside. The A-Team car manages to stay in front for now, but a really entertaining tussle this between two quite similar cars in some ways, really. Both sort of lightweight, rear engine, two-seater sports cars, and both of them seemingly very evenly matched. For now, the pit window could shuffle things up, of course, but for now, those two pretty much inseparable, as we are about, though, to head into the traffic. It's coming a bit later into the race than normal because of the safety car, but the leaders have now caught the back of the pack, and this, as we know, Richard, often presents a completely different dynamic to these races.
It does. So many things that you can add into this, isn't it, with the multi-class part, and of course the pit stops will add a different dimension to it as well. Sferros continues to gap Matthew Bolton. He is away. I'm wondering whether the one car drivers are going to pit earlier and get it out of the way.
It's sensible, really, in case you get a safety car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Safety cars, in theory, not that likely here at Silverstone, but we've had a fair few, haven't we, really, over today so far. So, yeah, that's probably not a bad shout. Of course, what you don't want to do, though, is get trapped a lap down if there were to be a safety car, and because it's such a long pit stop and a relatively short lap, that is a real possibility. Firoz Billamori just did the fastest lap, 1 minute 15.1. As one of the Z4s was in. That was Adam Radford, wasn't it, the number 40. The only driver, though, so far to have come in for his mandatory pit stop. So Bolton there, scything through the traffic, and big slide for the Boston and Reuter car, which runs in second place, the lead of the class, third overall. They sort of forced one of the Honda Civics out wide. That was the number 241 car. Matt Massey drifting wide over the exit curb, but Matthew Bolton in second position, not able to quite live with Billamoria's pace, and through the traffic, that big BMW looks a little bit cumbersome, doesn't it? Just not quite getting through the slower cars as quickly, certainly as the more agile Class B cars behind. And you can see there how the number 77 Mazda, the 59 Lotus have closed right back in again, up through the top end of the circuit. There is the leader, Firoz Billamoria. Slow, was he not, out of the right-hander then? That car did not look to be accelerating in quite the way I would expect it to. But to be fair, everyone, I think, struggling a little bit for traction out of the corner. Is the tcruk going slowly? Maybe not, just being cautious, I think, in traffic. We'll keep an eye on that lead gap, though, that was 4.6 seconds at the beginning of the lap. And yeah, I don't think it's come down particularly over the first half of this lap. We do, though, have an issue there for the number 14 car off there. That's possibly why they were slowing, actually. Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler's Fiesta is off. That's on the right-hander that takes them onto the hanger straight. And that possibly is why they were going quite slowly. Then the Misty Racing Mini going slowly as well at the Club Chicane. I think that one might be destined for the pit lane before too much longer. So that car does its best to stay out of everybody's way. The MX-5 slips through, and Matthew Bolton sets fastest lap because he's pitted. So too is Firoz Billamoria. So the top two both pitting. They will set a fastest lap in doing that because it's actually a shorter route to the timing line by going around the inside of Club Corner. So the two leaders pitting, and to your point, Richard, both of them single driver entries, and both deciding to get this pit stop out of the way nice and early.
Yep, give them a nice stint to run to the flag. Don't have to worry. Job done, all over. Might, of course, have decided as well that it might work traffic-wise. What I don't know is whether these guys, you can see most of them have got people around them and teams around them to help time the stop from run in to run out. Some people, very bravely, that turn up on their own, do it on their own.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't be able to cope with that, personally, but...
No, I think that would confuse me as well. Change there for the lead, by the way, because that is Jim Benson now ahead of the Boston and Reuter car. That's not only for the leading class, but of course with the Class A runners pitting, that's now for the lead. So whether either of them will pit this time, I'm not so sure. Let's see, they drop down the hill. No, they're going to continue battling, but the Lotus is now ahead of the Mazda MX-5. That's been coming for a while, but Jim Benson hadn't yet been able to make the move stick. In traffic, though, he managed to slip through pretty effectively. Out through Club goes Stuart Kilroy there. The Watling and Wheeler car being attended to by the marshals, bit of smoke and steam coming from the front of it, which they'll need to address. But Jim Benson then officially now classified as the race leader, pitches the car into Abbey Corner. Such a spectacular corner that. Really quick right-hander at the end of the Lewis Hamilton straight. And more traffic beckons for those two. Alistair Lindsay is third now in the number 6 car, and then Shane Kelly in the Morgan up to fourth, but not a huge amount of cars heading for the pit lane yet, Richard.
No, there aren't. I guess with the safety car, there might be some readjustment for the 2 driver entries just to make sure that everyone gets an equal chance of racing laps, which is a key consideration that will be thought about. So here comes the Boston Reuter Mazda chasing hard. Last time, didn't we say we thought it was going quickly and it was Rob Boston? It was actually the other way around.
Yes, I think we did. So you'll notice I've not attached a name to that car yet in this stint. We'll wait and see who gets out of it at the pit stops. But it is going quickly again, isn't it? Closing back in on Jim Benson, actually. Number 60 there, the Integra. Reverses out. Lee Reynolds in the number 60 car. Again, a solo driver. Waits for there to be a gap in the traffic because the Misty Racing MX-5 was coming in. And then off they will go. The outright leaders coming up to lap now, the Class E leaders. The Adcocks, in fairness, don't have a huge amount of opposition in that class this weekend. Richard Sutherland is out there, Chris Fantana in an MX-5, and then a couple of others as well. The 507 is Class E car, and that's Matt Bolton. Well, he pitted, and I think maybe on his outlap, Richard, that car has stopped at the side of the road.
It has. Is that going to necessitate another safety car?
Hope not, really, at this point in the race. Because that would mix things up quite a lot, wouldn't it? But where is it, is the question. Oh, well, I wondered whether it was...
That out, aren't we?
Yeah, we had one car off on the exit of Chapel, but I can't see another one, so not really sure. But wherever he is, hopefully he's well off the track and, yeah, be able to carry on racing.
Loads of Mazda battle. Now, if you'd have told me about, you know, it might be to do with the settings, but you generally think that they'd be around about the same sort of height.
Yes.
These cars, but they're not. The Mazda just looks that little bit more beefy, doesn't it?
Yeah, the big rear wing on the back of it does a lot of that work, I suppose. Who's this that we're watching in the pit lane? It's one of the Fiestas, 151, was that? No, that would be a Golf if it was. No, I think it was. I think it was David Cox in the VW Golf, which looks a bit like a Fiesta in Scott Woodward's defence. And it is the Golf that is parked in pit lane. And they will send them back out again as we get a bit of a Civic battle here. The 116 car nipping up the inside of the 96. 116 James Alford, 96 Christian Goodall. Was that for position? I'm not convinced it was. Alford looked to be going a lot quicker than Goodall. Already starts to pull away now. The overall race leaders not that far behind, and still the Boston and Reuter car sticking with Jim Benson, having lost the lead, not being dropped one little bit. Alistair Lindsay now pits from 3rd position. So probably half the field, maybe just over half the field, have now made their stop with about 6 minutes of the pit window still to go.
All good, so good progress so far. And who's the leading stopper? The big screen.
Well, hard to tell, isn't it? Because it only updates at the end of each lap. But I think, well, Billamoria is 23rd, having stopped. I think he's the highest placed car that has exited the pit lane, if that makes sense. So I think Billamoria will still be in a good position. What lap times is he running, though? He's doing 1:16s. So, yeah, a little bit quicker than the race leaders, in fairness. So I think he should still be comfortably the leader after the stops. And of course Matthew Bolton, who was second, no longer running, so that takes the pressure off Billamoria quite a bit.
Be interesting to see whether any of the top runners actually switch over to the new series for next year, or do both.
Yeah, well, exactly, yes. Will they run on the same weekends or not, do we think? Shrug of shoulders. I guess the calendar's not yet.
Now in case Paul's going to answer this one. Yeah. So Paul we could actually get Paul to send the fixture list over as well, couldn't we?
That'd be a good idea, yeah, if you could, Paul. Yeah.
Promote those as well. I know he's done them. He did tell me he'd done them. So.
Really? Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'll be getting an off in a minute, won't I?
Yes, I would imagine they'll go for different weekends where they can, in the hope that people will do both. I suppose that makes the most sense, doesn't it? But drivers would like that too. Get more opportunities to go out and race, not have to pick one over the other, as the race leading car and indeed the second place car have a rather close moment with the 79, and in will come Jim Benson now. So Benson had slipped back behind the Boston and Reuter car in all of that. and decided he'd had quite enough of that. It was the Sergei Miniev BMW that nearly collided with both of them, and into the pit lane comes Benson. So this will be interesting because they were absolutely together at the start of the pit window, and they're going to pit on different laps, so it looks like this car will be heading in this time based on the hand gestures coming from within the car that time.
So what do you reckon, Sam Reuter?
I'm going to go Reuter, yes, but it could be Boston. But if I had to choose, I'd say Reuter. But
I reckon you're right. It's one of the two.
Yes, good. Glad we agree.
Probably there.
We'll find out. Let's get a camera trained on that, please, when they come in, so that we can figure that out once and for all.
All very well, but Laura won't exactly know where to be. So
no, that's, and we don't know where to be either. So
that's the difficulty of getting the starting lineups as well.
Yes.
Had the Honda race been immediately before this, I could have done the quick whiz of the holding area while that was on, but of course we had the Mini Meglias, so we're unable to do that. As into pit lane, the Nash Aldridge BMW.
Is that Nash or Aldridge?
No idea.
No, me neither. Can't see a name on the helmet either, which is, that should be mandatory, I think, for us commentators' sake. We often don't see a driver not wearing a helmet or not in a car, so
it's nice to know. I mean, just to sort of fill you in if you're watching a stream for the first time, it's difficult at this level always to get the information on who is where. If you are in one of these Cars Future events, feel free to ping us a note, come up and see us, tell us. We do try and get the information, we do ask for it, but equally this type of event, the officials have quite enough to do without chasing around, you know, on my request. But can you tell us who the...
Yes.
So it is nice to know, and apologies to those families and friends watching where we perhaps haven't known, but literally it's difficult to, you know, to get the starting information through sometimes. Yeah. The only thing you can do is like formalise it and put it on the entry, but that's extra bureaucracy, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, well, yes, and then half the time they change their mind anyway. One of the other championships we cover quite a lot with the BRSCC is the Fun Cup, where they do have to tell us, and they still don't stick to it anyway. So it's all well and good telling them these things, but strategies can change on the fly sometimes, can't they? The good news is Laura, our roaming camera operator down in the pit lane, has got 3 minutes to locate the number 77 Mazda, which is now in the pit lane, and try and figure out who got in and who got out, because that's how long the pit stop is. It's a fairly lengthy pit lane, but I think all of the Club Sport drivers are together pretty much at this end, the pit entry end of the pit lane. But we have now pretty much had all of the cars in. There are 2 cars, I think, that haven't yet stopped. Number 10, Callum Bates in one of the Z4s. As out wide goes one of the Civics up at Village Corner, and the other one, the number 8, the Barney Francis Mazda RX-8. They're the only 2 that haven't yet stopped. So within a few minutes' time, we'll have a proper idea of what the order is going to be post-pit stops, but particularly going to be interesting to see what happens in that Class B battle.
I would expect, I mean, Firoz is climbing up the order. He was in 12th on the last lap.
4th now.
Okay, so he has now climbed up the order. I just looked a shade too soon there.
Shane Kelly coming through. I think he's going to be well up there as well, isn't he? After this is all said and done.
Firoz looking for a 3rd outright win of the year. He won at Brands Hatch and Donington Park. I'm normally the kiss of death for Firoz. So he... I must admit, he didn't seem pleased to see me this morning.
Oh, no.
So he probably thinks, I never win when he's there.
Oh, right. Well, there's the Mazda.
Yep.
With either Sam Reuter or Boston in it. It's back out on track. I reckon, does Rob Boston have a red crash helmet? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Okay, we still don't know. Anyway, what I can tell you is it's out in front of the Jim Benson car by the looks of it. But again, not much between them really. So that is going to be the battle, I think, isn't it, to watch for through the second half of the race. It's much the same margin really as it was before the pit stops, as it should be, because there is a minimum pit stop time that they all have to adhere to. And in theory, you shouldn't gain or lose any big chunks of time in the pit lane. And that certainly has been the case here. The difference, of course, is that Jim Benson is fully up to speed. Whoever is in the number 77 car is not, and I think that's why we're about to see Jim Benson immediately move up to challenge for the lead, when only a couple of corners earlier he was several seconds back.
He was several seconds back. I'm just wondering, pit stop strategy, if you didn't know, if you're on your own, you just follow someone else in.
Yes.
And then go when they went.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. Most of them will have a race countdown clock, I think, in the cars, so they can sort of look at, right, that's the time it was when I came in, let's wait 3 minutes possibly, but it is tricky because it's that pit entry line to the pit exit line. It's not just 3 minutes stationary, it's 3 minutes in the pit lane. That can be a little bit trickier to gauge sometimes, but anyway, here comes the lead change. Benson up the inside, and well, it's going to be second place overall, but that is the lead of Class B once again in the hands of the little Lotus.
Yeah, good stuff then from Jim Benson. Makes up that position. Now we should see, how long is it 10 minutes for the pit window? 15.
So it's just closed, but they probably get another lap,
probably
don't
missed the
they?
flash on the screen.
Possibly. Yeah, pit window closed on the timing screen, it says. And yet, we haven't had a stop for Callum Bates still in the number 10 car. Barney Francis came in, but not Yates. So, see if he comes in this time. He might just have squeezed another lap out of that stint. He's on his own anyway, so it doesn't really matter when he pits as long as he does it within the window. Down the hill comes the 77 car. One of the Z4s giving him a hard time now. I don't think that's for position, but the Z4 pretty quickly in this second part of the race. Oh no, collision, and around goes the 72, which is yes, it is. And 93 was that? 83, 93. I think Marcus Bruce in his BMW Compact that tangled with him. It was 93, I'm hearing, and there it is, getting going again. No major damage done, but a good example there of how you can easily end up tripping over someone in the traffic.
Very easily done, isn't it? And again, that's a trait of multi-class, big grid racing, which we've got here.
Yeah, exactly so. And that's a narrow pinch point, isn't it, up at Village? Always is. So, this time through... Oh, well, Bates still hasn't pitted. So he's ignoring the mandatory pit window. He wants to get his moment in the sunshine and lead the race, which he is doing in the BMW Z4. But he won't keep the win if he stays in front until the end of the race. Phil Adcock there comes through, just battling with the James Alford Honda Civic. Is that for position? No, it's not. Phil Adcock, 25th place overall, still leads in Class E. There's a smoky Z4 just ahead of them, look, going wide and slow. That's the 91, and that is the Richard and Krzysztof Nowobilski car, which is, unfortunately, looking like it's destined for the pit lane and retirement with the smoke emanating from the back of it. Hopefully not dropping any fluid on the track. So, still waiting for Bates to pit as well. He's just gone through again. I think he's definitely missed the pit window now. Just gone through to complete the 22nd lap of the race. And leading by some way. Well, he might end up winning this race, but it's not a win, sadly, that he'll be able to keep. I don't think you'll be interviewing him in the pit lane, put it that way, Richard.
Well, he might be, and it's a penalty because we've had that happen before.
Oh.
With people coming in and then getting the penalties afterwards.
True.
So he might do. But then I've got a question that I can ask him.
Yes. And I can't wait to hear the answer. Yes, so I haven't actually found him on track. I think he is somewhere around the Hanger Straight area at the moment. He's so far ahead, nearly a full lap ahead of anybody else. Feroz Bellamoria will end up inheriting the lead eventually. There is Feroz in the background, just turning into Club Corner. So a couple of Mazda MX-5s getting themselves together, a Mark 1 versus a Mark 3. Heading down the main straight. And again, cars across several different classes here. You've got Richard Sutherland's Class E BMW Compact in this group as well. The VW Golf up the inside is running in Class B. And behind them all, Feroz Bellamoria about to inherit the overall, well, should be the overall race leader. He is 55 seconds behind Callum Bates. He's lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker than him anyway, but with 10.5 minutes to go, won't catch him unless Callum does eventually decide to come in and serve this pit stop. Close moment there, coming out onto the Hanger Straight as well. There is Bellamoria in all of the traffic, the green and white VW Scirocco. And Feroz Bellamoria on course seemingly for another race win, but there's no such thing as an easy win in this category, is there, Richard? Because even if you're miles in front as he is, you've still got lots of overtaking to do, and lots of back markers who seem intent on roughing each other up. That's the second bit of contact I've just seen between these two.
Well, of course, they're all having their own battles, aren't they? And, you know, they've got to try and be mindful. The 150 car is the lead Class D. Mini Cooper of Andrew Stevens, multiple winner this year in Class D, and having a Good old race here with Dave Cox.
Yes, who bounces
Who's
up over
having
the
an
curb.
argument with the curve.
Yes, this is all getting very feisty between these two. Out through club corner they go, across the line, and another lap in the books, but very close call for both of them. And Villamoria not really wanting to see this now, as he comes through as still not the race leader, because Callum Bates has yet to stop, but he Froze Villamoria will assume that he's in the lead at the moment, and just trying to stay out of trouble here, which is easier said than done.
It is with this amount of traffic, isn't it? So got a decent gap over Jim Benson and Feroz. We've had the last two races both been won by Class B cars overall.
Yes.
So
okay.
we've had a sort of changing of the guy, Andrew Dyer, taking the last two wins in his Audi TT.
Yeah, well, Jim Benson, in fairness, leader of Class B, is only 12 seconds behind Villamoria and took nearly 4 seconds out of him on the previous lap. Now, that's because Feroz is in traffic, of course, but yeah, a well-driven Class B car is not that much slower, really, than the Class A front runners, in fairness. And again, it's all based on a power-to-weight ratio calculation, but the Class A cars, with a little bit more power, but not a huge amount, they have between 206 and 235 brake horsepower per tonne, 176 minimum for Class B. So it's not a big difference, even around a high-speed circuit such as this one. It is still pretty close between the classes. Let's see what the lap times are like this time, though, because now Benson is in the traffic. He was at the start of the lap 11 seconds back. Yeah, 9.9, took another 2 seconds that time. And if that car makes shorter work of the traffic, Richard, it could yet contend for the win.
Could do, yeah. As I say, you never quite know what's going to happen. You might have a mechanical failure or anything go wrong. Conditions better now, so it's sort of teeing up nicely for our TCR race at the end of the day as well. Glad things have... We're not going to get a shower now, are we?
I hope not. I don't think so, no.
I've said it now, says Scott. Yeah. Oh, look at those clouds over there. Look.
Yeah, they might be coming our way, actually, yes. So we'll hang tight on any definitive weather forecasts, but yeah, I think we should be all right for now. Equals Benson towards us, needs to get past this group of traffic quickly if he's going to have any hope of chasing down Villamoria. And gets to the inside of the Integra. Then we've had a couple of Audi TTs in pretty close proximity here. 527, I think, was the first of those, which was a late addition to the grid. But yeah, Jim Benson could do with getting past this car into club. That's not going to happen, is it? So he'll be stuck behind the Audi, which is a little bit heavier. Doesn't change direction quite as well as the Lotus, and that will delay him now coming out onto the main straight. Runs out bravely over those still very damp painted curbs. Lap time for Villamoria, 116.9, I should say. Benson, a 16.9. So that time around, no real difference. But in clean air, I do think Benson might be a little bit faster.
Should be. Let's see what he can do about the Audi TT. Again, interesting for me to see the varying sizes of the cars and the little Lotus looking to nip past, which he eventually does. Very neatly done. Down the inside, good awareness from the car being passed as well. So that is clear. Interesting to see Andrew Stevens up into the top 10. So good job by the Class D leader.
Ooh, Jim Benson right round the outside of the one of the Golfs there onto the back straight. Look at the distance that he's put between himself and the Boston and Reuter car. Can't even see it in shot yet. Out onto the hanger straight. A penalty has now been issued, you'll be shocked to hear, to Callum Bates.
Really?
Yes. What the penalty is, I don't know. It's just an exclamation mark, which means penalty incoming, but it means he will not win this race if he does not, well, even if he did pit. Now he's pitting outside of the pit window, so that would be still a penalty incoming. But it means that Jim Benson is genuinely now chasing down Feroz Villamoria for the win. Villamoria a 17.7 that time. Jim Benson will come across the line very shortly, I hope, in the little Lotus. There he goes, and does an 18.4. So no, in clean air, actually, the gap's starting to creep out now, rather than come down.
4-minute penalty, by the way, Scott's
4
just
minutes.
informed me.
Yes, it is. 240 seconds, as TSL timing tell us. A 39-second penalty, also, by the way, going to number 60. Well, that is the Lee Reynolds Honda Integra for a pit stop infringement of some sort, presumably. Too short, that will be. Is it 10 seconds per second that they're under, like it is in some... It's 30 seconds plus the time they were short, so they were 30 seconds under then. There were 9 seconds. Oh, sorry, it's 39 seconds. Yes, you're right, yes. 39 seconds, so 30-second penalty plus 1 second for every second under that pit stop time you were. And that is the penalty going the way of the number 60, which was 4th in Class A at the time. Bates is a significantly large one. I think this might be Callum coming down the straight towards us, in behind one of the Cullies. Yes, it is. So that's the race-leading car, notionally, but not really going to be winning the race. That will more than likely, at this point, you'd have to say, go to Feroz Bilamoria.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Good way getting some TV coverage, isn't it, or stream coverage.
Well, yes, this is true. This is true. I'm trying to think why he's not pitted. I mean, they all went to the driver's briefing. They all should have read the regs. It is hard to imagine why he's not pitted, but anyway, he's...
There are easier ways of getting coverage. Just go and, get sponsorship from Cambridge or something like that.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, bright-coloured cars always seem to attract the cameras as well, don't they? But, yeah, anyway. Oh, now this looks interesting. Car on the grass, heading into Village, just avoiding contact. That is the 32 car, which almost was out of control there. Mark Jones and Steve Kite's Civic Type R. That nearly ended in calamity at Village, where we've had a fair bit of calamity in some of the sport races earlier on today. So,
if we can, have a look at Ian Howes as well. Paul's just reminded me that we've got the 1 Series Super Cup car having a shakedown in this one as well, the 227
That's
car.
right.
Which I don't think we've seen, have we? Or might have in passing.
Not directly, no. Where are they? What number are they? They are...
227.
227. They are in 32nd place, 3rd in Class D. Where they are on the track, I couldn't tell you, but yeah, they're doing well. And that's another one of those new series the BRSCC is trying to develop, isn't it, really, for the 1 Series. Hopefully they can start getting a few more of them out there.
I know there are cars being built. There's people
Yes.
around the paddock saying that they're building. Some momentum is getting, he's happening on it.
And there are, I'm hearing, 7 of them racing tomorrow as part of the Compact Cup grid, which I didn't realise. So
that's good.
Thank you, Scott, for the information. So, yeah, good to have a few more of those cars in existence. They're good-looking cars, proper bits of kit, and you'd think, really, they should have the same sort of success as the TT Cup has had, because it's a very similar kind of idea behind them. And, yeah, basically just a rear-wheel drive version of the TT Cup, which, as we've seen, has attracted enormous grids in its debut season as a championship in 2024. Feroz Bilamoria at the head of this pretty substantial grid of, well, 44 cars that started. There are, I think, 5 not running anymore, including, really, the one car that looked likely to challenge Bilamoria for the win, Matthew Bolton's BMW, which expired just after its pit stop, but Bilamoria goes through to start his penultimate lap of the race now. A very uncontested lead now. I don't think Jim Benson, realistically, in Clean Air, has got the sort of pace to chase down the race leader. There is Benson coming through, still leads in Class B. As for other classes, Class C led still by the number 64 of Adam Schaefer. Class D by... Stevens in 13th place overall. That's the number 150 car, the Mini Cooper. And Class E, I'm going to presume, is still the Adcocks. Where are they? Oh, no, it's not. Drama in Class E, because the Adcocks have been overtaken by the number 22 of Chris Fantana. Now, Matthew Adcock will not be happy about this, because he was well in the lead when he handed over to Phil, and Phil has lost the lead, but they are absolutely together. I've just seen them go across the line, and they are nose to tail, so there's a good battle for Class E in the offing then, as very often is the case. Mazda MX-5 versus BMW Compact. Can't really miss them. The bright yellow BMW Compact on the hunt, with now, well, for them, 2 laps left to try and get the lead back.
It's amazing how evenly matched the cars are. I remember at Anglesey we had the all-comers race with all the different BRSCC formulae in together. Were you there for that? We were for that one.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, and all of the class winners were very evenly matched.
Yes, yes. Yeah, exactly. Now here they come. Look, there's the red MX-5. Oh, and there's a smoky RX-8. That's the number 8 car of Barney Francis. So Francis, unfortunately, was running 2nd in Class D, 17th overall. Will that car make the flag? We'll have to wait and see. He's not pitting, so he's going to try and get it to the flag if he can. And where is... Well, I suppose technically the checkered flag will go out to Callum Bates, won't it? So the race will end when he takes the checkered flag. Where he is in relation to Feroz Bilamoria, well, he's 42 seconds nearly up the road from Bilamoria. So he must be coming towards the conclusion of his final lap now, you'd imagine. So we're going to have this slightly strange situation where he's going to win the race by 40 seconds, but actually will have a what was it, 3-minute penalty, I think, to be applied afterwards. So, in fact, he's just gone through and wasn't shown the checkered flag. So I think they're going to wait. They're going to add that time on to his race time. There he goes, look. So Callum Bates technically has taken the checkered flag. Others behind now being shown the checkered flag. I think there's been a fair amount of confusion surrounding all of this, but it's Feroz Bilamoria who is going to end up taking the race win wherever he might be out on the track. That smoky Barney Francis car continues to go around at reasonably high speed. There goes Fantana. So Fantana, I think, has managed to hold on to winning class. Oh, hang on, Richard Sutherland. No, Richard Sutherland got past them all on the last lap. So Richard Sutherland got past Fantana and Adcock because Fantana's car slowed. He's finished third in class in the end, and Richard Sutherland, out of absolutely nowhere, came through to winning Class E. So that all changed on the final lap of the race. With it seemed we saw them down the hanger straight with half a lap to go. Fantana was well in front of Adcock, but ended up falling behind him. Maybe that delayed Phil and allowed Sutherland through as well. I'm not so sure. So it is a BMW Compact that wins, not necessarily the one we expected in Class E. Richard Sutherland. Class D has gone the way already, I believe, hasn't it, of Stevens? Yes, it has. Class B going the way of Jim Benson. Class A to Feroz Bilamoria. I think the only one I haven't mentioned is Class C, which has been won by the number 64 of Adam Schaefer. So that is how the classes finish, but a very, very topsy-turvy conclusion then to that SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race, with particularly in the lower classes, as is often the case, an awful lot of drama in Class E. We very often see that, and again, here at Silverstone that's the case. Bilamoria has now been instated as the winner overall on the timing screen, with the penalty for the number 10 car dropping it down to where on corrected times. Oh, fourth still, although that's, yeah, fourth place, I think. So still a solid result, and I think they're still going to claim third in Class B, despite that penalty. Right then, so we'll rattle through the results because they're almost back into pit lane. We want to give Richard as much time as we can to chat to our class winners. So Feroz Bilamoria wins overall, wins in Class A. Second place, Jim Benson, the Class B winner, ahead of the Boston and Reuter car. Callum Bates in fourth, Shane Kelly in fifth position. Sixth, Alistair Lindsay. Seventh, Kevin Sterling. Eighth, James Alford. Ninth, Kieran Power. And 10th, Mike Parsons. Rory Pickle was 11th, ahead of Chris Murphy in 12th position. 13th place then for the Jones & Kite Civic, and Paul Savage comes home in 14th position. 15th then, Andrew Stevens, the winner in Class D, with Steve Wood 16th, Barney Francis 17th, despite the smoke emanating from the back of his car in the closing stages. Lee Reynolds in 18th position. 19th place, Adam Schaefer, who was a class winner in Class C, and Adam Radford to complete the top 20. Then Christian Goodall, Sergei Miniev, the National Aldridge car was 23rd, the Dukes were 24th, Stuart Kilroy 25th, and David Cox in 26th position, ahead of Matt Massey 27th. Now, 28th place, dramatically, was Richard Sutherland, claiming the Class E win on the final lap, going from third to first on the last lap of the race, beating the Adcocks and Chris Fantana. They were split by the Hayes and Bruce car in 29th place. Ian Howes 32nd in that BMW 1 Series Super Cup car, and Craig Emerson 33rd position, running in Class C. Then it was Barry Cully ahead of Martin Cully, Gary Hobbs, Gary Paddock, the Novobilskis, were 38th, William Guy 39th, but we're now into those that weren't running at the time of the checkered flag. I think Stephen Harrison, the first retirement, Matthew Bolton retiring from third place, Anthony Paddock, and the Watling and Wheeler car, which retired early on the exit of Chapel Corner. So the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy race is done. They won't be back tomorrow, of course. They just have the one singular race over the course of a race weekend, but good to have them here. And they're not their final run, actually, of the season, because they will be back out again, won't they, for the Race of Remembrance. They'll have, well, lots of them will do the Race of Remembrance, but we'll also have quite a few of them who will be out in the Club Sport Trophy race that weekend as well, up in Anglesey. So looking forward to that. That should be a great spectacle, fantastic event. I really do need to make my way over to Anglesey one year for the Race of Remembrance, which of course these days is run by the BRSCC very, very effectively as well. Right, we hopefully will be able to head down to Richard John Neal very shortly to hear from our class winners. I think they're probably still trying to figure out where the class winners have got to, because they'll have all pulled straight into Parc Fermé and not stopped outside the garage. And don't forget, we've got one more race still to come today. It is the first race of the weekend for the TCR UK Championship. That coming up next. For now, though, let's head down into Parc Ferme, hear from Richard John Neal and, well, whoever it is he can find from the Club Sport Trophy.
As the sun starts to set here at Silverstone, the sun not setting on the Club Sport Trophy because they've got the Race of Remembrance to go. But before we even think about that, we've got to say well done, Firo's third outright win of the season.
Yeah.
Race seemed to go to plan for you.
Yeah, it was fairly easy to start with. I was hoping to have a good race with Matthew Bolton, but I think his engine went, so it was a bit lonely out at the front. But no, great. Car was running okay. I had a bit of a diff problem at the end, so just started to nurse it towards the so we could finish the race.
Was it a question of having to nurse it a little bit?
Just a little bit. There was no point in pushing it. I could feel the diff was starting to go, so we just backed it off. I assumed I was in the lead, so yeah, it was a great race.
That's good. Are you doing Race of Remembrance?
I'm not sure yet, but maybe.
Well, be nice to see you there if you can. And next season, obviously more of the same with this, but also we've got the option for some sprint races with the Sprint Cup coming in. Is that something you might have a look at?
Maybe. I suspect that, well, I hope not, but it might be a bit of a demolition derby looking at some of the racing today. And I generally like the car to come back fully Scirocco shaped, so we'll see.
It's a different mindset, isn't there, to the longer races?
Yeah.
You know.
I like the longer races. You've got more of an opportunity. It means people are a little bit more mindful and not trying to win it on the first corner or lose it on the first corner. So yeah, I like the format. So yeah, looking forward to next year.
Excellent. We will too, and see more wins. Thanks, Fero. It's been well done. Many congratulations. Right, no names on overall, so I'm just going to check out
Jim Benson, Class
Jim.
B.
Excellent, Jim Benson. Sorry, because I don't think we've met before. Class B winner and a good race, and we got quite a lot of film time looking at your wonderful Lotus.
Yeah, thankfully, I mean we're doing very well overall as well. So at the pointy end of the grid, so it's good for everyone to look at. Had a really good battle pre-pit window with the Rob Boston MX-5. Very close. It changed places a couple of times. We pitted at the right time. There wasn't a safety car that messed us up, and everything went smoothly. Managed to take the first place and keep it there for most of the second half of the race. So that was good.
That's one of the things that we were talking about, Andy and myself, on commentary was, it's very much the antidote to one-make racing. I don't know if you've done that with the Lotus.
No, I haven't. No.
But it's fascinating watching the Mazda, which you think is probably about the same size as the Lotus, but it looks that much bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. They are known as little cars, but when you're behind one in a Lotus, it towers above you. Yeah, it makes for great racing because down the straights, everyone pulls away from me, but on the brakes, obviously I've got a later braking point and I'm quicker through the corners, only to see them come back again on the next straight. So it's a little bit of cat and mouse, but it makes for great racing, that's for sure.
Long history with the car?
No, it's new to me since last year. We've had a lot of trouble with it mechanically, trying to get it right. We've done a lot of work on the aero and the engine and everything, so heart and soul's gone into it, so thankfully it's paid off.
And more development for next year, I guess?
Yeah, we've still got a few more things that we want to do on it. There's not a lot left. We've done, the low-hanging fruit, and we've done the most important things. So we'll be just tweaking it really to get ready for next season.
We look forward to seeing you. You're doing Race of Remembrance. I did ask Fero, so...
I'm not sure yet. Probably not, but it's on the calendar. It's on my mind. The team is going, so you never know.
It's one of those events where there'll be plenty of entries, and the way the series works, obviously there's enough cars at every event anyway. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, similar to the championship, the Club Sport Championship here, it's a mixed bag of cars. So some very powerful, but heavier, and it's obviously a great event as well. So I would like to go, but we'll see how the budget is.
Nice one, Jim. Thanks very much indeed. Congratulations. Good to see you today. Have we got time for one more? Hello.
My name's Adam Chafer. I won class.
Adam Chafer, many congratulations in the Peugeot.
Yes, in the Peugeot. Yeah, managed to get up there. Just want to say thank you to everyone that sort of helped out at Chafer Racing Developments, because we're a part of a team. We run quite a few cars in this.
Bang a few names in there.
So Matt Massey, we run his car, and Jonathan Pascal's. We run Stuart Kilroy's car. He came third in class. We've also got everyone that helps, like Chris Tuttle and James Hadlow, Lloyd Chafer, all the rest of them. They're really helpful, and Jonathan, the new one. But the most, I would like to say a real thank you to my partner for putting up with me for all this. So yeah.
Many congratulations. Well done on the podium and getting the name checks. We've got TCRs on the grid, so going to have to head over there. Congratulations. Hope to see you again soon. Cracking racing. Sadly, that's all we've got time for on the podium from the Club Sport Trophy runners. Time now for a bit of TCR.
Thanks, Richard. Well, the grid's starting to become a very busy place indeed as the drivers in the TCR UK Championship emerge and put themselves into position for this first of 3 races this weekend in the very low and very bright early evening sunshine on the Silverstone International Circuit. The championship is not yet decided. We've got 3 drivers mathematically who could lift the championship trophy at the end of the weekend. We could crown a champion by the end of this first race of the weekend in theory. Carl Bordley, the points leader, is in a position where if he were to win the race, he could be champion, but he has to win the race and he has to hope that his championship rivals Callum Newsham and Brad Hutchison finish a certain distance down the order. If Carl wins the race, basically, then Callum Newsham must finish 7th or lower in order for Carl to win the championship today. That looks unlikely because Callum Newsham came out on top in qualifying, scored the 6 maximum points for pole position earlier on today, and he will be starting 6 positions ahead then of Carl Bordley, who ended up on the 3rd row of the grid. But a big grid of cars, 16 cars, the biggest grid we've had for a little while in TCR UK, assembled at the home of British Motor Racing and set to do battle, I'm sure, over what should be a thrilling set of races. Andy McEwen and Jack Oliphant in the box for this one, and well, lots of things to talk about really, not only the championship fight, Jack, but also lots of returning faces, new cars, returning faces in new cars, lots of newness at the end of the season, which is always a nice thing to see.
It is, yeah, and actually we've got them on screen. We'll talk about them straight off, the Cupras, the VZs. And it's just exciting to see this kind of machinery. It's really a step of intent from the Laidlaws that they're going to go into next season as potentially strong championship contenders. And you've got to remember that they did very well at Thruxton. They've only got stronger and stronger. They only joined the championship, I think, at Croft was when Sam joined. So, you know, that's about halfway through. And they said on their sort of announcement, shall we say, that you can find on the TCR Facebook page that this is an intent. They are looking into the future, into the 2025 championship, and as Mr. Smith, it seems to be giving some kind of signals. I don't know whether that was to the camera person, but yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, of course, another driver that we have to mention, that we mentioned quite a lot in a race a couple of, how was it, about an hour, 2 hours ago? Alistair Camp. Yes. Running in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. And here at the TCR UK, he's straddling both championships in the final round, which is quite an impressive feat, it has to be said, because it's very, very tiring, and it's quite interesting to see. Not only is it tiring, it's quite hard. They've handled very, very differently, yes, don't they? Everybody says that TCR is actually slightly easier, probably, to handle than a Miltech Sports Civic Cup. But it is still going to be interesting to see how he gets on. Qualifying 3rd is very good.
Very good, yes, but he's gone well before when he's raced in TCR UK, Alistair Camp, in fairness, always at the wheel of that Hyundai i30N. He has got Adam Shepherd ahead of him. Adam Shepherd, who at each of the last 3 rounds has told me he's not bothering with the next one, and yet here he is on the grid. And every time he comes and races with us, he's quick, he's on the front row. We know that car has had its fair share of mechanical maladies this year. Have you spoken to him? Do we know if they've got to the bottom of that yet?
Adam Shepherd is one of the few drivers I haven't spoken to, only because every single time I go down to the garages, he is starting the car up and trying to look very, very intensely at it. So I'm a bit worried. I haven't really chatted to him that much about it, although to be fair, that's because they are on the other side of the Silverstone wing, and it is about 10 kilometres.
Just to be clear, your job this weekend was to interview TCR drivers, right?
And they'll do it tomorrow. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Callum Newsham is quite excited, but I did have a chat with him earlier on. He doesn't really sort of see he doesn't see himself in the championship fight anymore, but we certainly do. 70 odd points behind.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I think anything could happen. It's finals day, isn't it? We've had mixed conditions. Some bits of the track might still be a bit damp, certainly offline. It's very cold out there, I would imagine, as well. This sun that's beaming through the commentary box window is warming us up. But Jack, you've been outside more than me today.
Yep.
I'd imagine it's not exactly toasty out there.
It's not, no. It's a bit of a strange one, really. After the Civic Cup race earlier, I went out and I interviewed someone. It started raining really hard, actually, while I was interviewing, after it was greasy out there on track. And then when I was doing the podium, 10 minutes later, blistering sunshine. Yeah. And that's how it's been. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be quite hot on the track. Not hot out on track, but definitely dry.
Yes, indeed so, but they need to make sure they've got some tyre temperature up on this, the green flag lap, ahead of our first 20-minute race of the weekend. Then Callum Newsham keeping his championship hopes alive with a pole position, and Adam Shepherd alongside him. Alistair Camp with no axe to grind in the championship fight, starts 3rd alongside Brad Hutchison, so both of the title contenders who could beat Bordley have out-qualified him for this one. Ryan Bensley on debut in the Lincoln Co. 5th on the grid, massively impressed with that, and Carl Bordley starting right behind him. Then Darren Lewis and Matthew Wilson Wilson. Darren Lewis on the cusp of wrapping up a championship, the Goodyear Diamond Award, this weekend as well, with Matt Wilson for company on row 4. Row 5, Andrew Dyer making his debut alongside Rick Kerry, Gen 1 Cup champion, as confirmed after qualifying this morning. Stuart Lyons and Mark Smith are together on row number 6. Cedric Block, who had a massive spin, he was telling me, through Farm Curve in qualifying earlier on when it started to rain, and he will start 13th, having just about caught his breath after that moment. Luke Sargent's only 14th. Thought he might be a bit further up than that, with Steve and Sam Laidlaw in their new Cupras at the back of the field, struggling maybe to get to grips with them, but over the course of the weekend I'm sure we'll see their pace start to improve. So a reminder then, championship wise, Carl Boardley needs to win the race. If he doesn't win the race, he won't be the champion until tomorrow, if at all. If he's going to win it today, he must win the race from 6th on the grid. Jack, do you think that is a possibility or not?
It's definitely a possibility, isn't it? Let's face it, but it's going to be a bit of a stretch. I think it is worth noting as well about the Laidlaws that actually Stephen Laidlaw qualified in 9th, Sam Laidlaw qualified in 12th, but they were put to the back of the grid due to the fact that I think because they've got their new cars and machinery and stuff like that. So they will be sort of semi-mid-grid, and I wouldn't say that we're expecting them to charge through the order and take race victories, but it's definitely one to keep an eye and see how they progress every single session. They'll be thinking they're going to go a little bit faster. If you wanted an in-depth look at that new Cooper, actually, we're going to do one tomorrow with Paul O'Neill, but looking around the car and actually getting Stephen and Sam to have a bit of a chat to us and what the differences are between that and the cars that they've driven previously. Carl Boardley, he has to win the race. Obviously, there's lots of permutations for him to actually be the champion today. We're not expecting him to be the champion. It's a possibility. We're not expecting it until potentially tomorrow. But every single point counts. It's worth noting that if people haven't caught up with what's going on here at TCR UK, they've had drop scores all throughout the season until they hit this weekend. Every single point they score counts towards the championship.
Yes, no drop scores. If it all goes wrong in this race, tough. You're stuck with it. If it's a non-finish, it's a non-finish. And remember, there are 40 points for a race win, a bonus point for the fastest lap, a 70-odd point lead can vanish very quickly if you start non-finishing races, especially with Newsham and Hutchison both out qualifying him on the grid as well. So the tension will be there for Boardley. He doesn't feel like he's got good pace this weekend at all, so it might be a battle of survival for the championship leader, whilst Newsham and Hutchison go for race wins. Right then, place your bets, everyone. Race 1 of the weekend for TCR UK about to get underway. They are under starters' orders, looking towards the starting gantry. When those red lights go out, we're away and racing for 20 minutes on the Silverstone International Circuit. Only the second time TCR has raced at this venue. Let's see what happens then. Off they go, off the line. Is it Newsham who holds on to the lead, or has Adam Shepherd managed to find a way through? I think he has. Shepherd faster away on the inside of row 1. And look at Boardley. Boardley with a storming start, already on the tail of his 2 championship rivals, clearing the slow starting Alistair Camp and Ryan Bensley, both of them former Civic Cup race winners, of course. But crucially, Boardley up into 4th position, although Bensley having a little nibble up the inside into Village, nearly gets into the back of the Cooper. Darren Lewis is sideways off the road. He goes cold left rear tyre, the culprit there, I'm sure, but somehow it is a clean-ish run through the first few corners, and already Adam Shepherd getting away.
Yeah, Callum Newsham going very, very wide. There's a few more drivers there, Andy, going wide.
That was Bensley sideways on cold tyres as well. He's lost a lot of momentum. Look, Camp and Lewis both up the inside of him as they're weaving to try and get temp into the tyres.
Yeah, a lot of drivers struggling. Hutchison sees Newsham ahead of him. He sees Boardley behind him, and he knows that Hutchison needs to put Newsham between them as Alistair Camp goes on the outside. Who are you pointing at there, Andy?
Well, one of the Laidlaws in this group already. Look, Luke Sargent sideways, but one of the Laidlaws is already knocking on the door of the top half dozen or so. That's been a storming start for either Stephen or Sam. I suspect maybe Stephen from the back of the grid. There you can see him in the new shape Cooper. It is Stephen Laidlaw, number 100. Matt Wilson right behind, but this battle pack has got drama written all over it as they round the final corner. Still Carl Boardley weaving to try and get temperature into the tyres, but it's Adam Shepherd who leads. It's Callum Newsham second, Brad Hutchison third, and Carl Boardley in 4th. So, okay, he's still being outscored by his 2 rivals, but not by a lot.
No, I thought Darren Lewis there weaving about, trying to get some heat in the tyres so he doesn't go sideways through this very corner as Bensley looks on the inside. That's a late one on the brakes, and it's nicely done as well. Darren Lewis, I think, saw it coming. He let it happen a little bit, probably easier than he would like, but it's better than getting wiped out.
Leaders nose to tail, Jack, so a 1.3 second advantage at the line is next to nothing now for Adam Shepherd, who is still weaving around down the hanger straight, but the top 3 together, Boardley is not able to go with them. Boardley is miles back. He was only a second and a half back at the line. He's lost a chunk of time in sector 1, so Callum Newsham has a genuine opportunity here to go for a race win, to maximise his points advantage over Boardley in this race, but Hutchison is up for the fight too.
Well, Hutchison's second in the championship, isn't he? In about 5th or 44 points, he corrected me in the interview that I did with him earlier. 44 points exactly is what he needs, so he's desperate. And for some reason, got his window open as well. I'm not entirely sure on that one. I'm sure that won't have affected him going wide, but potentially will affect him a little bit in drag. I mean, every little advantage helps, doesn't it? So it's an interesting one, but he really needs to stay ahead of Newsham and Shepherd if he can. It's a long, long race to go now, 17 minutes, and there's a lot on the line.
Alistair Camp, by the way, dropping to the back of the field. I don't think he's come through, so we may have lost Alistair Camp somewhere out on track. This, meanwhile, is Stephen Laidlaw battling with Luke Sargent, and that is Bensley battling very much with Darren Lewis. That shiny new Lincoln Co. may well have a Hyundai-shaped scuff on the right-hand side of it now, because I think they did make a bit of contact there as they went through the tight right-hander at Village. Shepherd leads the way then, Newsham second, Hutchison third. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm forgetting that it's Hutchison who is closer to Boardley in the championship, but he's actually dropping away slightly now from those top two.
He is, but he's got the fastest lap, which helps the extra point. So, you know, there's lots of sort of permutations that can appear here. I'm just having a look at Carl Boardley that time. Interrupt me, Andy, if something exciting happened. But the last lap was about a second and a half difference between Carl Boardley and the top three, which is not what we expected. Boardley really needs to avoid a extremely disappointing result. He can have a slightly disappointing result and he'll still be fine for tomorrow, but you know, anything worse than potentially fourth or fifth, and he really is starting to potentially get into his own head. Now that's me probably putting it out there. He probably isn't in his own head, because every time I ask him about it, he goes, well, it would be nice to win the championship, but you know, there are worse things in life than coming second. I was like, okay, we need some drama here, man.
He was saying that all last year as well. I'm not sure I buy it, if I'm honest. But, yeah, Carl Boardley fourth at the moment. Darren Lewis with a big lock-up. He was 1.1 seconds off pole position pace, so that kind of stands, doesn't it, really? He just did a 1:08.6. So, yeah, again, 1.5 seconds slower than the leader. The crucial thing is, though, is he being caught by Bensley & Co.? And the answer is no. So, fourth place at the moment looks like it's as bad as it will get, really, for Boardley. Unless, of course, the pace changes massively once this lot get temperature into their tyres. It is now Bensley sort of solidifying his position in fifth. Does he now have the pace to go up and challenge the points leader?
Well, that's it. They need to stop falling over each other, Ryan and Darren, don't they, realistically, if they've got any chance of throwing a spanner in the works in the championship, which isn't their objective. They just want to do as well as they can on the race that they're running, and it's a very good ride, Ryan Bensley. But a big shout out to Stephen Laidlaw, who we mentioned a couple of times. He's up to 7th. That's better than where we qualified, even though he got put back to the grid.
Very true, very true. Also, I spotted Alistair Camp was there. I think it must be a transponder issue that saw him dropping down the order. He has lost ground. He is only 10th now, having qualified 3rd. But yes, he is still circulating, which is good news. Right, this for the race lead then. Callum Newsham on the tail of Adam Shepherd. Callum just needs to score as many points as he can and try to keep his hopes alive. Just keep them going. One more race, one race at a time. If he can still be in contention into race 2 and something happens to Boardley, which remember that's the reversed grid race as well, where it all went wrong for Newsham last time out at Thruxton. He knows that strange things can happen in those races. He's on the tail of Shepherd's car, which, whisper it, seems to be working okay at this point in the race. We're nearly 5 laps in. Every race at Thruxton had broken by this point, so even if it breaks now, this is an improvement.
Yeah, but every time you said that about Adam Shepherd, it's gone wrong, despite how many years you've been covering this championship, Andy. Come on, man, you should know better. But yes, this is actually the battle that we were promised at Thruxton race 1, remember, and never came to be because of those mechanical issues. So I'm actually sort of half hoping that Callum really puts a little bit of a shift in to try and take this race victory. Now, do I expect him to do that? Well, sort of, because it's Callum Newsham and we know he loves to dive. But also, he's already outscoring Carl Boardley and Brad Hutchinson. Unless Carl Boardley or Brad Hutchinson have a big problem, realistically, he's not really scoring anywhere near enough to actually challenge for any kind of championship. So will the momentum be taken out of Callum? The thing is, if he doesn't go for a race move, and then on the last lap Boardley ends up having a problem, mechanical issue or something like that, Callum will be kicking himself if he didn't go for that race lead. So in my head, he's an out-and-out racer. You know he loves a dive. I'm looking forward to seeing whether he can charge something up in the last couple of minutes.
Indeed. So Adam Shepherd ahead still for now. The Hyundai in behind. Adam Shepherd, of course, in that Gen 2 Cupra, which has had so much success since it came into the championship really a year and a half or so ago now. And in fact, the Gen 2 Cupra has now scored exactly the same number of wins in TCR UK as the Gen 1 Cupra. So if Shepherd were to win this race, or indeed if any of the newer shaped Cupras were to win, they would have officially won more races than the outgoing going cars. So it is a doubly important win, this really, for Shepherd if he can get it. He's out of the championship fight now, but he could gain the 18th win in championship history for the Gen 2 Cupra. But now we've got the new Cupra up here battling against one of the Gen 2s. This is the Laidlaw of the Sam variety, going for 10th place.
Yeah, that spreadsheet, honestly, is a bit of magic, isn't it? How on earth you've managed to wiggle all those stats out of that is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I'm glad to see the Laidlaws have started on strong. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how they crack on in terms of race 2 and 3, because I theorise that going into this race, maybe they're going to improve every single time they're on track with this car. Because in theory, that's got to be the way they're going to be approaching this one, aren't they? They might not necessarily go for race wins, but if they can set themselves up in good stead for next season, that is the ultimate objective for them. And considering they haven't been racing that long, haven't been racing long with us, that would be an absolutely massive sort of learning curve for them and a massive achievement if they can even get some podiums early on next season.
Well, and to your point earlier on, this is a great sign for next year, isn't it, really? Because, you know, they're getting onto the grid with this new car. They wouldn't go to all that trouble if they weren't seriously considering racing in TCR UK next year with the new car. So it is nice to see them bringing it out on track. And again, last round of the year, lots of different, lots of new names or returning names coming out, signalling their intent maybe for 2025. Right, Luke Sargent battling away here with Alistair Camp, two drivers with Miltech Sports Civic Cup experience. Alistair Camp, a former champion in that category, of course, and Campy's car looks very lively and very racy now as it comes up behind Luke Sargent, who defends into Village Corner. Camp with the wide line in, looking for the better exit on the run towards the link.
Yeah, Camp actually looks like he's set it up a bit like his FN2, doesn't it? It's very loose on the rear ends, and he's trying to get the car rotated, get on the power as early as possible. I think he's quite enjoying it probably out there. He's probably got a big smile on his face. Who's that going slowly?
Matt Wilson.
That Wilson, yeah, going off, I think, there, losing the place to Sam Laidlaw, as Sargent looks to go a little bit defensive into Stowe, but no real need. I don't think Campy's quite close enough to make any kind of big lunge.
Ryan Bensley is within a second of Carl Boardley, so that gap has come down quite significantly of late. On the previous lap, he was about 3/4 of a second quicker, so this is significant. It's not on screen at the moment, but the championship leader, Carl Boardley, perhaps on the verge of losing another position here to Ryan Bensley. As they come out of the final corner, they're almost nose to tail, so that is significant. Bensley, as far as I know, is scoring points. I don't think we've got any guest drivers who don't score this weekend, so this could cost Boardley a handful of positions, maybe, points I should say, and he does not want to allow the Lincoln Co through. Great to see the Lincoln Co back on the track. We had it out with Victor Anderson at the first round of the year, where it won a race, of course, at Brands Hatch, but Ryan Bensley, he's been teasing us all year about debuting the Lincoln Co, the Motion Motorsport team. He's been sort of, in fairness, I respect this, biding his time, making sure that he was ready when he made the step into the championship, and now that he's here, I'd say he's ready, because right now he's faster than the championship leader.
Absolutely, yeah, it was quite interesting. I'm going to have a chat with him tomorrow, actually, about this step up, but a very popular character around the Civic Cup, obviously. I thought he was just biding his time, is another word of just stringing Stewart along, to be honest, in terms of getting him in the seat finally, but keep in mind that car has also been out, well, the Lincoln Co has certainly been out with Owen Hillman earlier this season. So the Lincoln Co has sort of been there or thereabouts this season. We were very excited about it in the first round, and then it sort of disappeared for a while. Then it came back, and now it's reappeared again in a different livery. It's a bit of a shame we haven't had it here all season under a consistent runner as well, to see how really strong it is compared to the rest of the cars.
It's always been competitive, though, hasn't it? That's the thing, and it's
Victor
particularly
took victories.
He did, exactly, yeah. So I think, you know, with Bensley now clearly showing that he is a good driver. He's got damage look on the side of it from that skirmish with Darren Lewis before, but he's proving here he is a very, very capable driver. He is closing in on Boardley, but how racy will he be with the championship leader? I don't think Ryan Bensley is the kind of person who would do anything stupid, but I also don't think he's the kind of person who's here to make up the numbers. If he sees a chance to move ahead, I think he'll go for it.
Yeah, why wouldn't he, really? I mean, he's here to race. He's paid the same entry fee as Carl Boardley. Let's put it that way, if you think about racing like that sort of thing. But obviously, I wasn't in the driver's briefing, but I have been in driver's briefing before where there's championships on the line, and the rest of the drivers do tend to get told, don't decide the championship for other people. As we see, actually, is that a back marker being overtaken? Oh, I thought I was getting really excited then as well. Yeah, don't decide the championship for other people is a pretty good motto to go by, because if you were in that position, you wouldn't want to see yourself get taken out or have any misfortunes because some of the drivers sort of fancied their shot at glory, because it is only going for fourth place. I know fourth place is good, it's decent, but keep in mind there's a reverse grid to come as well. The
Yep.
top 5 would keep him in 5th place for that.
Exactly so, but he does look quicker, doesn't he, than the Cupra at the moment. There's Alistair Camp sliding his way into view, bit of trim hanging off the left front corner of that Hyundai as well.
Gone past Luke Sargent, actually, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. You're absolutely right. Into 8th position. I think that happened a lap or so ago. In the Gen 1 Cup, by the way, Rick Kerry still leading. Cedric Block, on his second appearance in the championship, is second. Mark Smith, we saw just going a lap down there in 3rd position. But here, Ryan Bensley in the Lincoln Co. with a slipstream. That car performing well in a straight line, it would seem, but not quite close enough to launch up the inside into Stowe. The move, I think, is on. He just wants to make absolutely sure that it's a clean, decisive move when it happens. And I don't think he's quite close enough now, heading down towards Club.
No, it'll come eventually, hopefully. That's what we're hoping for, honestly, anyway. But it's worth noting as well, Brad Hutchison, no man's land currently. Yeah, we half hoped that Shepherd, Newsham and Hutchison would pull away and it would be a 3 fight, but you can actually see Hutchison there. No one really in front of him, not many people behind, but there is Rick Kerry. Now, I wanted to speak about Rick Kerry, Andy, because we confirmed him after qualifying as the Gen 1 Cup champion.
Yes.
He did say it was a shame that Will Beach wasn't here. A bit of a shout out to Will Beach. I don't know why he isn't here, unfortunately, but he isn't. He was the biggest rival to Rick Kerry, and after qualifying, Rick did end up taking that championship. So big congratulations winning the Gen 1 Cup, and also showing that through this season, okay, it might not be as fast in the dry. In the wet, the Gen 1, Gen 2, that difference becomes a lot less. And also, if you have other Gen 1 cars, there's still good racing out there against those Gen 1 cars.
Exactly. Yeah, well, it really was the closest of the championship fights this year, wasn't it, until this final round? So, yeah, it's there's definitely life in the older Gen 1 cars yet, that's for sure. That's Steve Laidlaw, I'm afraid.
Of the newest cars, speaking of the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yes, exactly. So that car, unfortunately, that looks very electrical, I would say, doesn't it? The car just sort of crawling around, no smoke, nothing hanging off it, just gradually getting slower, really. But Ryan Bensley getting gradually faster as the race goes on. He's on the tail now of Carl Boardley as they head into Abbey Corner. 6 minutes to go, and Bensley now starting to look really serious about making a move.
Yeah, no, I'm interested to see whether Boardley starts defending into a couple of the overtaking opportunities. He hasn't, and we know that Bensley likes a little bit of a lunge up the inside there because we saw him do it against Darren Lewis. Carl Boardley obviously doesn't really feel like he's in any kind of danger here, so not needing to just yet, but going into Stowe, we know the Lincoln Co. seems fast going into the corner and a little bit wide there, I'd say, from Carl Boardley.
Yeah, Boardley understeering, a bit of front tyre degradation maybe, yep, defending the inside line. That's the first time we've seen him move over to defend, really, but then goes back to the racing line. Here comes a look maybe from Bensley, just trying to distract Boardley. Maybe it worked because Carl dragged the brakes a bit into Stowe. He's a bit wider on the exit, but still the Cupra, car number 1, reigning champion, stays in front in 4th position. Bensley asking all the right questions of Carl, but so far the reigning champ has the answers.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Carl's got into this weekend probably only thinking about 2 drivers, let's face it. With all the questions we've asked him about those 2 drivers as well, and Callum Newsham and Brad Hutchison. All of a sudden, out there, those 2 are just not even on his mind, not even close to on his mind, are they? Because he's having to fight with Ryan Bensley, and he's probably enjoying it. I get the impression from Carl that he very much just wants to enjoy his racing. He's not. Yeah. He wants to win. He wants to win the championship, but as I said before, his opinion is there are worse things than coming second. So in life, sort of thing. So I think he's probably enjoying the fact that he's got something to think about there, even if it is only for 4th place.
Yes, well, he's definitely having to think about it now, isn't he? Again, understeers quite wide there through the right-hander onto the hanger straight. Interestingly, or incidentally, at the moment, as it stands, it's still a 3-way fight for the championship. So Newsham, even in 2nd place, is doing enough to at least just about keep his championship hopes alive going into tomorrow. The joy of no dropped scores, of course, at the final round. And Brad Hutchison likewise. So Callum Newsham, even if he can't catch back up to Shepherd and go through, which is looking increasingly unlikely, it has to be said, that gap pretty static, really, between 8 tenths and a second at the end of each lap right now with 4 minutes to go. But even if it doesn't change, he will still mathematically be in contention going into tomorrow's final 2 races. Are they catching Hutchison, those 2, slightly? Yes, about 3-4 tenths quicker than Hutchison on the previous lap, but he's still 2.8 seconds up the road. Adam Shepherd, though, well, a case of what could have been, really, for Adam, this, isn't it? Had he not had those mechanical issues through the mid-part of the season, we would almost certainly been talking about him as a title contender at the final round, as we have in both of the previous 2 seasons, 22 and 23, but at least he's out there now. He's got the car seemingly working well and proving what we already knew, really, which is when he's got a car underneath him that's working, he is tough to beat.
He's a very exciting driver,
Yeah.
and he's a lovely guy as well. Really, you know, it's a big shame, to be honest. He's obviously clearly very talented. It's a bit of a sort of family team, shall we say, and to get him running, of all the mechanical gremlins to happen to that team, it's a little bit painful. I mean, even going up to Croft, we've said this story a couple of times, but going up to Croft and the car wasn't working, they packed it all back up, they were on their way back, and they thought, oh, let's stop off at a local garage, let's see if we can just get some life into her. And they managed to kickstart her into some life. They took her back to Croft, and all of a sudden it was just after that, and since then, really, it's been kicking the teeth after kicking the teeth, hasn't it? So it's a bit painful, but there is Adam Shepherd going through on some back markers. Rick Kerry jumping out of the way as well of Callum Newsham. This has probably separated them somewhat.
That was a change for the lead, was it not, in the Gen 1 Cup? Cedric Block now ahead of Rick Kerry? Yes, Cedric Block is ahead of Rick Kerry. Now, they were 3 seconds apart at the start of the lap, so something has happened there to Rick Kerry at the start of this lap, and he has suddenly slipped several seconds behind Cedric Block. So Cedric Block could be on for a maiden Gen 1 Cup victory here in the Gen 1 Audi, which itself looks like it's got some damage, and Kerry, I think, was going slowly in the background.
Yeah, it does look like that, doesn't it? In fact, Scott Woodward's to my left-hand side in the commentary box with us, sort of been keeping an eye on it, and you're right, it does look like Rick is going to sort of finish this race with a bit of a whimper. I don't know whether he's going to tuck it in. He didn't even appear in the shot there, did he?
No.
So it's a bit of a shame if Rick does finish this one in the pit lane. As I said, his championship has already won with qualifying. And there he is. He's carried on, hasn't he? Hasn't come into the pits yet. So that is a bit of a strange-looking Gen 1 Cup car.
No damage that I can see, so it looks mechanical rather than contact. I mean, he wasn't that close to Cedric Block anyway, 3.2 seconds between them, so yeah, it could be gearbox maybe, I'm not sure. But anyway, the car's crawling, not to a halt, it's got some power, just not enough power really to go very quickly. It's out onto the pit straight now and continues on to another lap, albeit at a very reduced pace. Meanwhile, still Ryan Bensley can't break through the defences of Carl Boardley, who again defends the inside line going into Village Corner, but seems to really have all the answers now, doesn't he? I think he's figured out where Bensley's quick, he's figured out how best to defend from that. This is where Ryan seems to close in, through the right-hander at Chapel, onto the hanger straight, but the Cupra able to just keep the Lincoln Co at arm's length by the time they arrive at Stowe.
Yeah, it looks pretty strong in a straight line, doesn't it, the Cupra? The Lincoln Co can't quite get off the corner just enough, as we're currently seeing Darren, in fact, yeah, Scott mentioning that Darren Lewis and Alice Camp's gap is coming right down. It's about 0.4 of a second. We haven't seen it on the screen yet, but with less than 40 seconds to go, I think it's about time that I probably start thinking about doing my Richard John Neal impression and running down into the garages. Now, because I've got to go all the way to garage 41, which is the opposite side of the Silverstone wing. So, Andy, I hope that the rest of the race is very enjoyable.
Well, let's see. 1 lap to go. Adam Shepherd was caught by a couple of tenths by Callum Newsham on that previous lap, but it's been sort of ebbing and flowing between 8 tenths and a second, all race long, really. And, that's Steve Laidlaw's car. That's been there for a while at the side of the road. But, yeah, Callum will be ruining that start. If he got off the line better, he's had near identical pace, really, to Adam Shepherd all race long. He is closing in here, though, flashing the lights, and Bensley goes up the inside of Boardley. Bensley gets past Boardley. Carl Boardley tries the switch back through the link, though. He'll have the inside line for Chapel. To how much of a risk does Carl Boardley want to take? He's on the inside line. He's up the curb. He runs out wide and gets back ahead of the Lincoln Co. So that is how Carl Boardley feels about losing that place. Meanwhile, for the lead, Adam Shepherd has been caught by Callum Newsham. Callum Newsham out of nowhere has a chance sideways over the curb, over the grass, and Newsham's up the inside into the lead at the final corner. Callum Newsham steals a race victory. Adam Shepherd throws it away, and it's Newsham victorious at Silverstone. Adam Shepherd second. Disaster for the Cupra driver, but a dream come true for Callum Newsham, who keeps his championship hopes alive. Hutchison will come through in third. It will be Carl Boardley, who just hangs on to fourth. There is Hutchison. Boardley fourth, despite the late race assault from Ryan Bensley. But what drama at the checkered flag. Camp gets ahead of Darren Lewis as well, but that will not affect Darren Lewis's fight for the Goodyear Diamond Trophy, which should go his way. But what drama. Callum Newsham steals the race victory at the final corner, and that will certainly raise some eyebrows after the race. How on earth did it all go so wrong for Adam Shepherd? That is a 12th career victory in TCR UK for Callum Newsham, and perhaps the most important one of his career, because it's a 12th podium, a 6th win in the championship, I should say. Actually, the same amount as Adam Shepherd now in TCR UK, and they've been around for about the same amount of time too. But Wow, oh wow. So, what are the scores on the doors? Phil Kinch, I'm glad to say, is doing the maths, not me. Brad now 41 points behind Carl Bordley. Callum Newsham 47 points. Remember, it's 40 points for a race win and no dropped scores. So, if anything were to happen, we're not wishing this on him, let me get that straight, but if anything were to happen to Bordley tomorrow, there is a very good chance that either Hutchison or Newsham could still be the champion. Well, dramatic conclusion to the race, and I don't think Adam Shepherd and Carl Bordley were the best of friends anyway. They certainly won't be now, because that has just cost Carl Bordley in the championship. Not a lot, necessarily, but just enough to keep the pressure on. Brad, 41 points back from the championship leader, with still 82 points to play for. So, a dramatic conclusion to day one of finals day here at the Silverstone International Circuit, and well, the championship has not been decided yet. Anything but. In fact, it looks increasingly likely now to go to the final race, you'd have to say. If everyone's pace continues tomorrow in the same vein as today, it could be very, very close indeed. It's a win, though, for Callum Newsham, and he steals it on the final couple of corners over Adam Shepherd, who comes home in second. Another last corner heartbreak for Adam. Brad Hutchison in third keeps his title hopes alive as well. He's now only a race wins amount of points away from the championship leader, and the championship leader is Carl Bordley, who survived that onslaught from Ryan Bensley to hold on to fourth position. Bensley fifth in the Lincoln Co on his debut, brilliant debut that for the ex-Civic Cup race winner. Alistair Camp in sixth, Darren Lewis seventh, wins in the Goodyear Diamond Trophy, and Luke Sargent in eighth position. Sam Laidlaw ninth, the surviving Laidlaw in the end. Matt Wilson in 10th in his JW Bird Motorsport Cupra. Andrew Dyer on his debut was 11th ahead of Stuart Lyons, and Cedric Block gets a maiden victory in the Gen 1 Cup in the Audi after late race drama for Rick Kerry. Mark Smith came home second, Kerry retired to the pit lane, and Steve Laidlaw in the new Cupra, the new Cupra, pulling over on the inside at Stowe Corner in the closing stages. Well, who saw that coming? That was not on my bingo card, that. Adam Shepherd throwing away a race win in the last couple of corners. The car just seemed to lose pace on the final lap. The back of it seemed to be sort of moving around all over the place as well. And yeah, Callum Newsham, putting the pressure on, was just able to find a way through, and they right at the death to steal the victory. He did not get the fastest lap. Shepherd got the fastest lap point, so it's only 40 points for Newsham rather than 41, but he will take that, and he outscores Carl Bordley by 13 points in that race. Now, he'll need to do more than that in the other two races. 3 wins and 3 fourth places for Bordley would still be enough for the championship for the reigning champ. But Callum Newsham creeping back into this maybe. He's 47 points back, and only, of course, 6 behind Brad Hutchison now in the fight for second place in the championship. So the sun sets then here at Silverstone on what has been a very exciting day. Don't forget, more racing to come tomorrow, with racing due to get underway at about 9:30 tomorrow morning with the Mini 7s. So racing starting at 9:30 with the Mini 7 Championship, and the Fiesta Juniors up after that. We'll have the Audi TTs back out, the ST240s, and we're joined tomorrow by the Nankang Thai BMW Compact Cup for their final 2 races of the season. That's a very close championship battle as well. That will be well worth tuning in for as we head to the final round for them. And it will be a battle between Joe Doble, Conor Grady and Gordon McMillan in that title race. Just 12 points covering the top 3 drivers. The Compact Cup definitely worth tuning in for. 11:40 is their scheduled start time for race 1. And of course we'll have 2 more races for TCR UK. We'll have the grid walk as well, so if you're coming along to Silverstone tomorrow, make sure you're down on the grid walk. That will kick off at around about 12 tomorrow, all being well. And you can head down onto the grid, get up close and personal with the stars and cars of the TCR UK Championship. Well, it's been a dramatic opening day here at Silverstone. That is it from me, Andy McEwen, up here in the commentary box. But let's head down into pit lane and hear from Jack Oliphant and our podium finishers from a very exciting TCR UK race.
Thank you very much, Andy. I'm next to a very loud Hyundai because I've got Callum Newsham, a race winner here at TCR yet again. I'm going to go interrupt him straight away. Callum, big congratulations. Don't leave me hanging. Big congratulations on a race win there. Didn't look like it was coming right up until that last lap, did it?
No, I was settling for second. I was still pushing hard, but I could just see down the back straight in the last couple of laps he was just losing power, which is unfortunate, but is what it is.
I was going to say, I saw him actually right at the top end. He said a misfire or something like that right on the last lap. But for you, you don't care, do you? Because ultimately, championship points in your back pocket, and it's another little step closer. There's still hope in the last 2 races.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit closer to that championship lead, but still quite far off. But
it's quite far off, but we've got to build the drama up, Callum. I mean, it's a good race, though, wasn't it? It was almost the race we were promised at Thruxton. Were you conscious of not losing points, so you didn't really go for any dives, or did you really never feel like you were close enough to do that?
Yeah, I just didn't feel like I could get close enough. To be fair, we were pretty evenly matched the whole race, and he got me off the line, which I was gutted about, but. Yeah, oh well.
It is what it is, isn't it? 2 more races tomorrow, Callum. They look like they're going to be similar conditions to this, what we've got now. Do you feel like that's okay for you?
Yeah, I think we're strong, yeah.
You look strong, definitely. Top 10 reverse grid. Good luck. Congratulations on the race win.
Cheers,
right, Callum Newsham, all chatted to. I'm going to have a chat to Adam Shepherd. I'm not entirely sure he's overly keen to chat to me, but I've got to stick a camera in his face regardless. Yeah, so Callum, Adam, sorry, what's up with the knuckles?
Oh, I had the ump and punched the dash of the car on the way in.
But, right, okay. Well, okay. Well, talk us through what was that last lap? What happened there?
A misfire. Developed on lap 2. Confidence spluttering. Got worse and worse and worse throughout the race. 2 or 3 laps from the end. Full throttle misfire. Half throttle was okay. So I'm half throttle up the straights, short shifting, trying to keep it together, and then last lap completely died, all the way up the back straight, cut out. Not really sure what's up with it, to be honest.
I was going to say, it's a bit of a shame, it's another mechanical gremlin, obviously, but the car did look stronger, it held together longer than it did in the last couple. Do you feel like you're finally maybe getting there, or is that a little bit too early to say due to the misfires?
I think we might know what it is. We're getting closer, it's getting better. It's got some issues around the high pressure fueling that it's just struggling to get to the bottom of, but it is better, so clearly we're going in the right direction. Just a bit fed up by
I'll let you go.
Wins have we had robbed, but yeah, it happens.
I'll let you go. Grab some attention for those knuckles. Right, and lastly, we're going to chat to Brad Hutchison if I can find him. He's over there with his cap on. It's pretty easy to find Brad Hutchison. He's very tall and normally has a white hat on. So if we get a chance to come round, Brad. Big congratulations on the 3rd place. I mean, it's all right. It didn't look quite like you had the pace to stay with these guys after an early good start.
Yeah, I mean, looking at qualifying, looking at obviously the compensation weights, we are quite heavy, and obviously top 2 cars, obviously due to bad luck and certain circumstances last race weekend, they're clear of weight, aren't they? So I think obviously myself and Carl have been struggling to make the weight work on the vehicles. This circuit is very much about carrying as much speed through as you can, and when you've got a passenger sat, or equivalent, it can be quite difficult. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy with that. We beat Carl, which is nice. But yeah, it's not enough. We'll go for the Revy Grid race tomorrow and see what happens.
Anything can happen in a reverse grid race. Right, fantastic. Thank you very much, Brad Hutchison. Right, I'm going to round out the stream now because we've basically done everything that we can do here at Saturday. It's getting slightly dark at Silverstone International. So if you've fancied more of what you've seen so far, then by all means tune in tomorrow. Keep it pinned to the TCR UK official live stream to find more TCRs, Civic Cups, Fiestas, anything you want to see basically. It's going to be at Silverstone International tomorrow. Please do subscribe, and thank you very much for watching.